There was still considerable snow close to the mountains that rose up ahead of Lan, and the trampled tracks of a large body of men lay clear beneath the afternoon sun, leading straight across the hills toward the cloud-capped heights that reared higher and higher the deeper you looked. He raised his looking-glass, but he could discern no movement ahead. The Aiel must already be into the mountains. Cat Dancer stamped a hoof impatiently. "Are those the spine of the world?" Rakim called in that rasping voice. "Impressive, but somehow I thought they'd be taller." "That Skinslayer's dagger," a well-traveled Arafellan laughed. "Call them the foothills to the spine and you won't be far wrong." "Why are we just standing here?" Canny Adren demanded, low-voiced enough not to be called down for it, but loud enough for Lan to hear. Canny Adren liked to press the edges where he could. Bukama relieved him of the necessity to answer. "Only fools try fighting Aiel in mountains," he said loudly. Twisting toward Lan in his saddle, he lowered his own voice to a near whisper, and the creases of his permanent scowl deepened. "The light-sent Pedron Nile doesn't choose now to paint his face." Nile, Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light, had the command today. "He won't," Lan said simply. Only a handful knew war as well as Nile, which meant that this particular war might very well end this day. He wondered whether it would be called a victory. Sliding the looking-glass back into its saddle case, he found himself looking north, feeling the pull, an iron filing feeling the lodestone. It was almost pain after so long. Some wars could not be won, yet they still must be fought. Studying his face, Bukama shook his head. "And only a fool jumps from one war straight into another." He did not bother to speak softly, and several Damani in Lan's sight gave him odd looks, clearly wondering what Bukama was talking about. No Borderlander needed to wonder. They knew who he was. "A month or two will rest me, Bukama." That was how long it would take to ride home. A month with luck. "A year, Lan. Just 1 year." "Oh, all right, 8 months." Bukama made that sound a great concession. Perhaps he felt tired? He had always seemed made of iron, but he was no longer young. 4 months, Lan conceded. He had borne waiting 2 years. He could bear another 4 months. And if Bukama still felt weary then, that was a chasm he would have to cross when he came to it. As it happened, Nile had not chosen to become a fool, which was very well indeed, given that above half the army had already departed in the belief the victory had been won days ago, if not when the Aiel first began their retreat. And they were calling it a great victory. At least those who had not fought were, the hangers-on and bystanders, and the historians already writing as if they knew everything. Lan was willing to let them. His mind was already 200 leagues to the north. Saying their goodbyes, he and Bukama turned their faces southward toward softer lands, avoiding Tar Valon altogether. It was a great and wondrous city by all accounts, but too full of Aes Sedai for any comfort. Bukama talked animatedly of what they might see in Andor and perhaps Tyr. They had been in both lands, but contending with Aiel, they had not seen even the fabled Stone of Tyr, or any of the great cities. Lan did not speak at all unless Bukama addressed him. He felt the pull of home sharply. All he wanted was a return to the Blight, and no encounters with Aes Sedai.
Chapter 13. Business in the City. They could have had food brought to their rooms, but after Moiraine healed Swan, they went down to the first sitting of dinner. Neither was willing to miss her first meal as Aes Sedai in the sisters' main dining hall, where accepted came only by rare invitation, and novices only to serve at table. It was a spacious high-ceilinged room, colorful winter tapestries decorating the white walls, broad cornice gleaming under a weight of gold leaf. The square tables, their slender legs elegantly carved, were only large enough for 4, and most spaced far apart for privacy of conversation, though today some were placed together to accommodate larger groups. The only women in the room wearing their shawls, they attracted looks from other sisters, not to mention a few amused smiles. Moiraine felt her cheeks heating, but it would take more than smiles to make her give up wearing the shawl every time she left her rooms, more than outright laughter. She had worked too hard to earn it. Swan marched across the bright floor tiles, patterns of all the Aja colors with a queenly grace, casually adjusting her shawl along her arms as though to draw attention to it. Swan was seldom shy. There were no benches here, but low-backed chairs carved to match the table legs, and where, in their own dining hall, accepted ate whatever the kitchen prepared, a young serving woman with the flame of Tarvalin on her breast curtsied before reciting what the kitchens here had to offer in the sing-song voice of one who made the same recitation often. Where accepted ate on heavy glazed pottery and had to serve and clear away their own plates, the same serving woman brought their food on a ropework silver tray, in dishes of thin white Tarraboner porcelain, impressed with the flame of Tarvalin all around the rim. Tarabon's work could not compare with what came from the islands of the Atha-an-Mier, but it was hardly inexpensive. Swan complained that her fish was too heavily seasoned, yet she left nothing except the bones, and looked around as though thinking of asking for another. Moiraine had a rich soup of vegetables and beef, but she found she had little appetite, and in the end ate only a small piece of dark bread and drank a single cup of tea. She had to escape, but there was no escape. Just walking away from a task assigned by the Amyrlin seat was unthinkable. Maybe the Hall would decide the plan was untenable. No one had approached her concerning the matter since Tsutama had asked whether she had thought of being Queen of Cairhien. They might decide so. It seemed a thin hope, but thin hopes were all she could find. As soon as they returned to the Blue Quarters, Edith summoned them to her rooms again and without ceremony handed each a letter of rights in the amount of 1,000 crowns gold. "You will receive the same from the Tower each year on this day," she said. "Or if you are not here, it will be deposited as you specify." The distaste of her earlier lecture had departed entirely. She wore a serene smile, serene and pleased at having gained 2 new blues. "Spend wisely. You can obtain more if need be, but ask too often and you will have to answer questions in the hall. Believe me, being questioned in the hall is never pleasant, never." Swan's eyes grew very round reading the amount, and impossible as it seemed, wider still at mention of getting more. Few merchants cleared more gold in a year, and many minor nobles made do with far less. But the Tower could not afford to have sisters seen in poverty. The Sun Palace had taught Moiraine that power often grew from others deciding that you already had power, and an appearance of wealth could give that. She had her own banker, but Swan deposited her letter of rights with the Tower, in spite of an offered introduction. Swan's father had not earned 1,000 crowns over his entire life, and she was not about to put that sum at any risk whatsoever. Nothing Moiraine said could convince her. Safety alone concerned her, and it seemed a banking house old enough to have loaned gold to Arthur Hawkwing could not be challenged in that regard by the first bank founded after the breaking. Wearing her blue-fringed shawl displayed proudly on her shoulders, Moiraine hired a sedan chair in the great square in front of the Tower, where the milling mid-afternoon crowd of strollers and hawkers, tumblers and jugglers, musicians and barrowmen selling meat pies and roasted nuts all kept their distance from the huge structure. Few people went nearer than 100 paces unless they had business with the Tower or wanted to present a petition. The 2 bearers, husky fellows in dark brown coats with their long hair neatly tied back, carried her smoothly through the streets, the lead man crying, "Make way for an Aes Sedai! Make way for an Aes Sedai!" The shouting seemed to impress no one, and perhaps was not believed. Even with the heavy curtains tied back, the fringe on her shawl would remain hidden unless she propped her arms inelegantly on the window-sills. No one moved aside any faster than they did for wagon drivers' shouts, and often more slowly, since the wagon drivers carried long whips and were not reluctant to use them. Even so, soon enough they reached what appeared to be a small palace, on a broad boulevard with tall, leafless trees marching down the center strip, and unfastened the poles so she could open the door. The building was in a southern style with a high white dome and narrow spires at the 4 corners. and broad marble stairs climbing to a wide, white-columned portico, yet there was a restraint about it. The stone carvings, friezes of vines and leaves, were well done, yet simple and not overly plentiful. No one would leave money with a banking house that was poor, but neither would anyone with a bank that spent too lavishly on itself. A doorman with 2 bands of red on his dark coat sleeves bowed her through the tall front doors and handed her over to a plain-coated footman, a pretty young man, if too tall, who gravely guided her to the study of Mistress Dormila, a slim, graying little woman a full hand shorter than Moiraine. Her father had banked with Elaine Dormila's elder brother, who still handled her own accounts in Cairhien, making her choice easy in Tar Valon. A slight smile broke Mistress Dormila's usual solemn expression when she saw the shawl, and she spread her dark red-banded skirts in a precise curtsy, neither too brief nor too deep. But then she had given the same courtesy even when Moiraine had come in an accepted's dress. After all, she knew how much Moiraine had left with the bank on her first arrival in the city, and how much more her estates had sent over the years. Still, the smile was genuine. "May I offer congratulations, Moiraine Sedai?" she said warmly, escorting Moiraine to a cushioned chair with a high, carved back. "Will you have spiced wine or tea? Perhaps some honeyed cakes or poppy seed?" "The wine, thank you," Moiraine replied with a smile. "That will suffice." Moiraine Sedai. This was the first time anyone had called her that, and she rather liked the sound. Once the other woman had issued orders to the footman, she took a chair facing Moiraine without asking. You did not require your banker to stand too far on ceremony. "I assume you have come to deposit your stipend." Of course a banker would know of that. "If you seek further information, I fear I put everything I knew into the letter I sent to you, and I have learned nothing more." For an instant Moiraine's smile froze in place. With an effort she unfroze it, made her voice casual. "Suppose you tell it to me again. I may winnow out something, hearing it fresh." Mistress Dormila inclined her head slightly. "As you say, 9 days ago a man came to me, a Cairhienan, wearing the uniform of a captain in the Tower Guard and giving the name Rhys Gorthanus. He spoke with cultured accents, an educated man, perhaps even nobility, and he was tall, a good 3 hands or more taller than me, and broad-shouldered, with a soldier's bearing. He was clean-shaven, of course, and his face was well-proportioned and good-looking, despite a scar about an inch long here." With one finger she drew a line from the corner of her left eye back toward her ear. Neither name nor description jogged anything in Moiraine's memory, not that she would have spoken if they had. She made a small gesture for the banker to go on. "He presented an order purportedly signed and sealed by the Amerlin seat directing me to lay open your finances to him. Unfortunately for him, I know Tomra Ospenya's signature well, and the White Tower knows I would never reveal the affairs of my patrons in any respect. I had several footmen overpower him and lock him in an empty strong room, and then I sent for real Tower guards. I regret failing to take the opportunity to thrash his mistress or master's name out of him, but as you know, White Tower law takes a dim view of that." The footman returned with an ornate silver pitcher and 2 silver goblets on a tray, and the banker fell silent until he had gone. "He escaped before the guards arrived," she went on, pouring dark wine that gave off the sweet scent of spices. "A matter of bribery." A grimace of distaste twisted her mouth for a moment as she offered Moiraine a goblet with a small bow. "I had the young man involved strapped, so I wager he still feels it when he sits down. I then hired him out as a bilge boy on a river ship running ice peppers to Tyr, where he will be put ashore penniless, unless he persuades the captain to keep him on. I made sure of that by convincing her to give me his wages in advance. He is a pretty youth. He might persuade her. I think she had it in mind when she handed over the coins." Directing a level look at the other woman across her goblet, Moiraine raised a quizzical eyebrow. She was quite proud of her outer coolness, as great as anything she had displayed while being tested. "The false guard captain broke tower law, Moiraine Sedai," Mistress Dormila blandly answered the unspoken question, "and I was required to hand him over to the Justice of the Tower. But internal matters I prefer to keep internal. I tell you only because you were involved. You understand?" Moiraine nodded. Of course. No bank could afford to have it known one of its employees took bribes. She suspected the young man had gotten off so lightly because he was someone's son or nephew, else he might well have floated downriver on his own. Bankers were hard folk. Mistress Dormila did not ask what Moiraine knew or thought of the matter. Such was no business of hers. Her face did not even show curiosity. This discretion was one reason Moiraine had never kept more than a little coin with the tower. As a novice, without access to the city, it had been unnecessary, but her own sense of privacy made her continue the practice as accepted. Tower law required equal representation of every Ajah in the tower's bank, and now that she wore the shawl, she did not want her affairs known to other Blues, much less other Ajahs, especially after what she had just been told. The only reason the tower would have held back Mistress Dormila's letter was that the Hall hoped to lull her into thinking they had decided against putting her on the Sun Throne. But they had made their first moves, or rather, since they would have been as careful as thieves trying to cut a well-guarded lady's purse, many more than the first. Enough for someone to puzzle out their intention. Nothing else explained a Cairhienin trying to find out how she was dispersing money and to whom. Oh, Light, they were going to do it before she knew what was happening, unless she found a way out. She let nothing show on her face, of course, merely sipping her wine, letting the warm sweetness slide down her throat, all outward serenity. "You have done very well by me, Mistress Dormila, to the pain of your house. Please transfer a suitable recompense from my account to your own." Very properly, the banker demurred twice, bowing her head, before accepting with a show of reluctance that Moiraine barely noticed. Light, she had to find a way out. She began laying plans, not to run away, but to be ready. She signed over her letter of rights, and before leaving gave instructions at which Mistress Dormila displayed no hint of surprise. Perhaps that was because she also was Cairhienin and so accustomed to Desdemar, or maybe bankers were all stoic. Perhaps she had other Aes Sedai as patrons. If so, Moiraine would learn of it only if the sisters told her. The grave was less discreet than Elaine Dormila. Back in the tower, she asked around until she settled on the name of a seamstress. No fewer than 5 Blues named Tamora Alcohima as the best in Tar Valon, and even those who spoke other names allowed that Tamora was very good. So the following afternoon, she and Swan took sedan chairs to Mistress Alcohima's shop, with Swan grumbling about the fare. Really, it was only a silver penny. It had taken considerable effort to induce Swan to go with her. How could the woman think 4 dresses sufficient? She was going to have to learn not to be parsimonious. Mistress Alcohima's establishment, its walls lined with tall shelves bearing stacked bolts of silk and fine wool in every hue imaginable, was one of a number of large shops that occupied the ground floor of a building that seemed to be all curves. It suited Tamora very well. Fair-skinned for a Damani, she would have made Gitara seem almost boyish in comparison. When she came to greet them, their fringed shawls assured a personal greeting. Rather than simply walking, she seemed to flow gracefully between the smaller shelves full of laces and ribbons, and the dressmakers' forms clothed in half-finished garments. Her half-dozen assistants all curtsied deeply, young pretty women garbed in finely sewn examples of their native land's styles, each different, but there were no curtsies from the seamstress. She knew her place in this world. Her pale green dress, elegant and simple at the same time, spoke well of her talents, though it did cling in an alarming manner, molding her in a way that left no doubts of exactly what lay beneath the silk. Tamora's languorous smile widened at hearing their order, and well it should have. Few of her patrons would come for an entire wardrobe in one visit. At least, it widened for Moiraine. Under prodding, Swan had agreed on 6 dresses to make up one for each day of the week with what she already had, but she wanted them in wool. Moiraine ordered 20, half with skirts divided for riding, all in the best silk. She could have done with fewer, but the hall might check. An order for 20 would make them think her settled in Tar Valon. She and Swan quickly found themselves in a back room, where Tamora watched as 4 of her assistants undressed them to the skin and measured them, turning them this way and that for the seamstress to see what she had to work with. Under almost any other circumstances, this would have embarrassed Moiraine near to death. But this was for a seamstress, and that made all the difference. Then it was time for the fabric to come out, for choices. Tamora knew what the fringe on their shawls meant, and shades of blue predominated. "I want decent dresses, mind," Swan said. "High necks, and nothing too snug." That with a pointed look at Tamora's garment. Moiraine nearly groaned. Light-send Swan did not mean to go on this way. "I think perhaps this is too light for me," Moiraine murmured, as a tall yellow-haired girl in green with a square-cut neckline that displayed too much cleavage draped sky-blue silk over her. "I was thinking of Cairhienin styles, without house colors or embroidery," she suggested. She could never wear Damodred colors inside the tower. "A Cairhienin cut, of course," Tamora said, thumbing her full lower lip thoughtfully. "That will suit you very well. But that hue is lovely against your pale skin. Half of your dresses must be of light color, and half embroidered. You require elegance, not plainness. Perhaps only a quarter in each?" A Cairhienin cut suited her very well? Was the woman implying she could not succeed in wearing a Damani dress? Not that she would. Tamora's garment was indecent, but there was the principle of the thing. The seamstress shook her head. "At least a third in light colors," she said firmly. "At least. And half embroidered." Frowning slightly, she rubbed her thumb across her underlip again. A third and half, Moiraine agreed, before the woman could go higher, as she seemed to be considering. With a good seamstress it was always a matter of negotiation. She could live with a little embroidery. "Do you have anything cheaper, Mistress Alcohema?" Swan demanded, frowning down at the fine blue wool draped on her. Light! She had been asking prices. No wonder the girls with her looked scandalized. "Will you excuse me just a brief moment, Tamora?" Moiraine said, and when the seamstress nodded, she handed the length of silk to the Andoran girl and hurriedly took Swan aside. "Listen to me, Swan, and do not argue," she whispered in a rush. "We must not keep Tamora waiting long. Do not ask after prices. She will tell us the cost after we make our selections. Nothing you buy here will be cheap, but the dresses Tamora sews for you will make you look Aes Sedai as much as the shawl does. And it is Tamora, not Mistress Alcohema. You must observe the proprieties, or she will believe you are mocking her. But try thinking of her as a sister who stands just a little above you. A touch of deference is necessary. Just a touch, but she will tell you what to wear as much as she asks." Swan scowled over her shoulder at the Damani woman. Light! She scowled. "And will the bloody shoemaker tell us what kind of slippers to buy and charge us enough to buy 50 new sets of nets?" "No," Moiraine said impatiently. Tamora was only arching one eyebrow, yet her face might as well have been like a thunderhead. The meaning of that eyebrow was clear as the finest crystal. They had already made the seamstress wait too long, and there would be a price for it. And that scowl. She hurried on, whispering as fast as she could. "The shoemaker will make what we want, and we will bargain the price with him, but not too hard if we want his best work. The same with the glove maker, the stocking maker, the shift maker, and all the rest. Just be glad neither of us needs a hairdresser. The best hairdressers are true tyrants, nearly as bad as perfumers." Swan barked a laugh as if she were joking, but she would learn if she ever sat for a hairdresser, not knowing how her hair was to be arranged, until the hairdresser was finished and allowed her to look in a mirror. At least that was how it was in Cairhien. Once the choices of colors had been agreed upon and the forms of embroidery, negotiation was necessary even there, as well as on which dresses were to be embroidered. They still had to stay for the first dress to be cut and pinned on them, a task Tamora deftly performed herself with a pincushion fastened to her wrist. Moiraine quickly learned what the price would be for making the woman wait. The fabric she pinned for Moiraine was a blue even paler than the sky blue, almost a blue-tinged white, and the way she pinned Swan's dark blue wool, it was going to be nearly as snug at bosom and hips as her own garment. It could have been worse. The seamstress could have accidentally stuck them a dozen times and demanded a pinning for every dress. But Moiraine was sure her first dresses would all be the lightest shades. The prices Tamora mentioned once the pinned garments had been slipped off them and onto dressmakers' forms made Swan's eyes pop, though at least she remained silent. She would learn. In a city like Tar Valon, 1 gold crown for a woolen dress and 10 for a silk were reasonable from a seamstress of Tamora's quality. Still, Moiraine murmured that she would give a generous gratuity for speedy completion. Otherwise, they might not see anything for months. Before leaving, she told Tamora that she had decided on 5 more riding dresses in the strictest Cairhienin style, which was to say dark, though she did not put it that way, each with 6 slashes across the breast in red, green, and white, far fewer than she had a right to. The Damani woman's expression did not alter at this evidence that she was a rather minor member of a noble house. Sewing for Aes Sedai would count with sewing for the high seat of a house, or perhaps even a ruler. "I would like them made last, if you please," Moiraine told her, "and do not send them. Someone will pick them up." "I can promise you they will be last, Aes Sedai." Oh yes, her first dresses were going to be pale, but the second part of her plan was accomplished. For the moment she was as ready as she could be. Chapter 14. Changes. The sisters who had said there was almost as much to learn after gaining the shawl as before were proven right in short order. Moiraine and Swan had learned the complexities of White Tower customs as accepted, especially which ones had been in existence so long they had the force of law, and the penalties for violating them. Now Rafella and others spent hours instructing them in the long list of Blue Ajah customs, accreted over 3,000 years. Swan actually retained most of what Rafella had told them during their first walk to the Blue Quarters, and Moiraine had to work hard to catch up. It would have been a shame to gain a penance for something so trivial as wearing red inside the tower. Red gems were allowed, fire drops or rubies or garnets, but the color was forbidden in clothing, a matter of some long-standing animosity between the blue and the red, so old no one was actually certain what had begun it or when. Blue and red opposed each other as a matter of course, at times bringing the hall to a near standstill. The very idea of enmity between Ajahs startled her, yet there were other oppositions. While the green and the blue had seen few breaks in their accord for several centuries, the situation was far different regarding other Ajahs. At the moment there was a slight strain with the white, for reasons known only to the white, and something more tense with the yellow, with sisters of each accusing sisters of the other of interfering with their actions in Altara some 100 years past. Strong custom forbade interference with another sister, a custom that provided the sole release from the customary deference, outside the tower at least. And then there were the permutations. For example, the brown supported the white against the blue, but supported the blue against the yellow. For the time being, anyway. These things could last for centuries, or shift in the blink of an eye. It also was necessary to learn what antagonisms and rivalries existed between other Ajahs, too, where they were known. Each was a snare lying in wait for an unwary step or a careless word. Light, the tangle of it all made Desdemar child's play. Swan heard her recitations every night, just as they had as novice and accepted, and she heard Swan's. Though there hardly seemed a point, Swan never made any mistakes. They found themselves studying the power again, with Lelaine and Natassia and Anaya and others taking turns, learning the warder bond and other weaves not trusted to accepted, including a few known only to the blue. Moiraine found that very interesting. If the Blue included weaves among their Ajah secrets, surely the other Ajahs did as well. And if the Ajahs, perhaps individual sisters. After all, she had had one, her first learned, before coming to Tar Valon, and had carefully concealed it from the sisters. They had been aware the spark was already ignited in her, but she told them only about lighting candles and making a ball of light to find her way in the dark. No one lived in the Sun Palace without learning to keep secrets. Did Swan have any secret weaves? It was not the sort of question you could ask your closest friend. Although they knew enough now of Saidar to learn quickly, there simply was too much for a day or a week. At least, Moiraine could not do it. The method of ignoring heat or cold turned out to be a trick of mental concentration, simple enough once you knew how, or so Natasha pronounced. The mind must be as still as an unruffled pond throughout, she said pedantically, just as she lectured in the classroom. They were in her rooms, where almost every flat surface was covered with figurines and small carvings and painted miniatures. These lessons always took place in the teachers' rooms. Focusing on a point behind your navel in the center of your body, you begin to breathe at an unvarying pace, but not as normally. Each inhalation must take exactly the same length of time, and each exhalation, and between, for that same space, you do not breathe. In time, that will come quite naturally. Breathing so, focused so, soon your mind becomes detached from the outer world, no longer acknowledging heat or cold. You might walk naked in a blizzard or across a desert without shivering or sweating. Taking a sip of tea, Natasha laughed, her dark, tilted eyes twinkling. Frostbite and sunburn would still present difficulties after a time. Only the mind is truly distanced, the body much less so. Simple, perhaps, yet for above a week Moiraine's focus might slip at any time, sitting at supper or walking down a corridor, and she would let out a gasp as the cold suddenly rushed in and bit down 3 times as hard as before she began the meditation. In public, all that huffing attracted stares from other sisters. She very much feared she was gaining a reputation as a dreamer, and as a constant blusher. It was hardly to be borne. Needless to say, Swan picked up the trick straight away and never shivered again that Moiraine saw. The Feast of Lights came to mark the turning of the year, and for 2 days every window in Tar Valon shone brightly from twilight till dawn. In the tower, servants entered chambers that had been unused for centuries to light lamps and make sure they burned the whole 2 days. It was a joyous celebration, with processions of citizens carrying lamps through the night-cloaked streets, and merry gatherings that frequently lasted until sunrise in even the poorest homes. But it filled Moiraine with sadness. Chambers unused for centuries. The White Tower was dwindling, and she could not see what was to be done about it. But then, if women who had worn the shawl 200 years or more could find no solution, why should she be able to? Many sisters received ornately inscribed invitations to balls during the feast, and quite a number accepted. Aes Sedai could like dancing as well as any other woman. Moiraine got invitations too, from Cairhienin nobles of 24 houses, and almost as many merchants wealthy enough to rub shoulders with the nobility. Only the Hall's plans for her could have placed so many powerful Cairhienin in the city at one time. She tossed the stiff white cards into the fireplace unanswered. A dangerous move in Des Daemar, with no way to tell how it might be interpreted, but she was not playing the game of houses. She was hiding. Surprisingly, their first dresses were delivered early on the first day of the feast. Either Tamora was eager for her gratuity, or more likely she thought they would want the garments for feast day festivities. She came with 2 of her assistants to see whether any adjustments were necessary, but none were. Tamora was excellent at what she did. Moiraine had been right, though. The darkest of her 6 was in a hue little deeper than sky blue, and only 2 were embroidered, which meant nearly everything else would be. She would have to keep on wearing the woolens the Ajah had given her a while longer. At least all of her riding dresses would be dark. Even Tamora could not ask for a riding dress in too light a hue. Swan's dresses, only one divided for riding, displayed all the elegance Tamora was capable of, making them suitable for a palace despite being wool, but they emphasized her bosom and hips quite strongly. Swan affected not to notice, or perhaps did not. She really cared very little about clothing. Some things were not easy for Swan, either. She returned from Satalia's apartments with a face that grew stiffer by the day. Every day she became more prickly and irritable, but she refused to reveal what the problem was, and even snapped at Moiraine when she persisted in asking. That was worrying. She could count on the fingers of one hand, with fingers left over, the times Swan had gotten angry with her in 6 years. The day Tamora delivered the dresses, however, Swan joined her for tea in her rooms before going down to supper, but instead of taking a cup, she flung herself down in a leaf-carved armchair and folded her arms angrily beneath her breasts. Her face was anything but stiff, and her eyes were blue fire. "That bloody fang-fish of a woman will be the bloody death of me yet," she growled. That half a week had undone every scrap of the sisters' hard work with her language. Fish guts! She expects me to jump like a spawning redtail. I never jumped so fast when I was a... She gave a strangled grunt, and her eyes popped as the first oath clamped down. Coughing, her face turning pale, she pounded a fist on her chest. Moiraine hastily poured a cup of tea, but it was minutes before Swan could drink. Her mind must have been racing for her to come that close. "Well, not when I was accepted, anyway," she muttered once she could speak again. "From the moment I arrive, it's, 'Find this swan and do that swan, and aren't you finished yet, swan?' Satalia snaps her fingers and bloody well expects me to jump." "That is how things are," Moiraine said judiciously. The situation could have been much worse, but Swan's mind apparently had changed on that point, and she did not want to start an argument. "It will not last forever, and only a handful of sisters stand so high above us." "That's easy for you to say," Swan grumbled. "You don't have bloody Satalia snapping her fingers at you." That was true, yet it hardly meant her task was easy. The new lessons left her little free time, but she had hoped distributing the bounty would allow her to search among the camps that still remained. Instead, for 2 or 3 hours each morning, she sat in a windowless room on the 8th level of the tower, just large enough for a plain writing table and 2 straight-backed chairs. Mirrored stand lamps of unadorned brass stood in the 4 corners, giving a good and very necessary light. Lacking them, the chamber would have been twilight dark at noon. Normally a senior clerk sat there, but whoever that was, she or he had left no imprint on the room at all. Only inkwell, pen tray, sand jar, and a small white bowl of alcohol for cleaning the pens sat on the table, and the pale stone walls were bare. The considerably larger outer room was crowded by rows of high, narrow writing desks and tall stools, but as soon as she arrived, the clerks formed a line that stretched from her writing table and nearly circled their own room, bringing her lists of women who had received the bounty and reports on arrangements to send the money to women who had already left. The number of those reports was distressing. Few camps remained, and the last were melting away like frost in sunlight. None of the clerks used her second chair, only stood respectfully while she read each page and signed her approval at the bottom, then curtsied or bowed and made way for the next without a word. Very quickly she began to think it really might be possible to die of boredom. She tried to make them arrange the distribution faster. The tower's vast resources could have seen to it in a week, surely. The tower held hundreds more clerks, but clerks worked at their own pace. They even seemed to slow down after her suggestion of speed. She considered begging Tamra to release her from the task, but why put herself to useless effort? What better way to keep her shackled in Tar Valon until the Hall's schemes came to fruition? Boredom and frustration. Still, she had her plan. That helped a bit. Slowly, a conviction settled in her. If worse came to worst, she would run, whatever penance that earned her. Any penance lay in the future, and must end eventually. The Sun Throne would be a sentence for life. The day after the Feast of Lights, Elid was summoned to her testing, though Moiraine only heard of it after. The beautiful accepted who wanted to become a green failed to come out of the ter'angreal. There was no announcement. The White Tower never flaunted its failures, and a woman dying in her test was counted a great failure on the Tower's part. Elid simply disappeared, and her belongings were taken away. There was a day of mourning, however, and Moiraine wore white ribbons in her hair and tied a long lace-edged white silk kerchief around each arm so they dangled to her wrists. She had never liked Elid, but the woman deserved her grief. Not every sister who was strong enough to make them jump showed any desire to do so. Elaida avoided them, or at least they did not see her again before hearing she had left to return to Andor. Even so, learning she was gone was a relief. She stood as high as they would one day, and could have made their lives a misery almost as badly as she had when they were novice and accepted. Perhaps worse. The petty errands novice and accepted took as expected would have been near a penance for them as Aes Sedai. Perhaps more than near. Lilane, who stood as high as Elaida and was a sitter to boot, had them to tea several times to ease the strain of the first weeks, as she put it. Siuan got on very well with her, though she made Moiraine a little nervous with that penetrating gaze. It always seemed that Lilane knew more of you than she revealed, that you had no secrets with her. But then Siuan appeared unable to understand Moiraine's liking for Anaya. It was not the healing. Anaya was warm and open, and made you feel that all would come out well in the end. Almost any conversation with Anaya turned out comforting. Moiraine thought that in time she might become as close a friend as Lyanna, if not so close as Siuan. That friendship with Lyanna took up right where it had left off, for her and Siuan both, and brought with it Adina Canford, a plump, blue-eyed woman with short-cut black hair who displayed not a hint of arrogance, despite being Andoran. Of course, she was not very strong in the power. It really was becoming second nature to consider that. They renewed acquaintance with sisters of other Ajahs who had been accepted with them, and found that in some cases friendship revived within a few words, and in others had shrunk to mere amity, while a few had grown too accustomed to the gap between Aes Sedai and accepted to close it again, now they wore the shawl too. It was enough. Friends lightened many burdens, even those they did not know of. Friends or no friends, though, the days passed with glacial slowness. Malyn finally departed the tower, and then Karine, followed in turn by Aisha, Ludice, and Valera. But Moiraine's relief that the search was underway at last was tempered by frustration at being kept out of it. Siuan began to grow interested in her job, to the point where her complaints started to seem more for the form of the thing. She headed off to Satalia's rooms earlier than need be, and often remained until the second or third sitting of supper. Moiraine had no such buffer. Her nightmares continued, of the babe in the snow and the faceless man and the Sun Throne, although not as frequently, save the last. Ever as bad, though. She banished most of the lace and ruffles from her rooms, which required only a visit to a cushion maker and a small wait for their alteration by 2s and 3s. Not all, because of Anaya's obvious if silent disappointment at seeing them go, so her bed remained an ocean of froth that made Siuan giggle with delight. But she spent more time in her other rooms, so the bed it had to be. After numerous efforts, she managed to bake a pie without burning it black, but Ealdra took one bite and turned pale green. Siuan produced a fish pie that the gray-haired sister declared quite tasty, only within the hour she was running for the privy and required healing. No one accused them of doing anything deliberate, which they had not, but Anaya and Chiron thought it an excellent repayment for greediness. Only a week after Elid on High Chasseline, Shiriam was tested and passed. Technically, Siuan was the newest blue by a hair, but Satalia refused to lose her services for even a few hours, so it was Moiraine who laid the shawl on the fire-haired Saldaean's shoulders when she chose the Blue the following day, and escorted her beaming back to the Blue quarters for the welcome, where Swan managed to nip in for the 6th kiss. Shiriam was a very good cook, and loved to bake. It was the day of reflection in Cairhien, yet Moiraine could not manage to dwell on her sins and faults. She and Swan had regained a friend they had feared might be lost for a year. Swan even suggested bringing Shiriam into their search, and talking her out of it required hours. It was not that Moiraine feared Shiriam would expose them to Tamra, but Shiriam had been one of the biggest gossips in the Accepted's quarters. She never told what she promised to keep hidden, yet she would be unable to resist giving hints of such a juicy secret, hints that she had a secret, as Swan should have known very well. Let others know you possessed a secret, and some would work to learn it. That was a fact of nature. Sometimes Swan did not know the meaning of caution. Sometimes? No, never. Sisters began to talk of a resurgence in the tower with so many passing for the shawl in so short a time, and perhaps another 1 or 2 who might very soon. By custom none spoke of Elid, but Moiraine thought of her. 1 woman dead and 3 raised to the shawl in the space of 2 weeks, but the only novice to test for Accepted in that time had failed and been sent away, and not 1 name was added to the novice book, while above 20 novices too weak ever to reach the shawl were put out. Those chambers would remain unused for centuries more at this rate, until they were all unused. Swan tried to soothe her, but how could she be happy when the White Tower was destined to become a monument to the dead? 3 days later, Moiraine wished she had spent the day of reflection properly. She was not superstitious, but failure to do so always brought ill luck to someone you cared for, so it was said. She was at the 2nd sitting of breakfast, slowly eating her porridge and fretting over the boredom of torture by clerk to come, when Rima Galfrey glided into the dining room. Slim and elegant in yellow-slashed green, much of a height with Moiraine, she was not one of those Moiraine needed to defer to, but she had a regal bearing, accentuated by the rubies in her hair like a crown, and a haughty cast typical of yellows to her face. Startlingly, she wove air and fire to make her voice clearly audible in every corner of the dining hall. Last night, Tamra Ospenya, the Watcher of the Seals, the Flame of Tar Valon, the Amyrlin Seat, died in her sleep. May the light shine on her soul. Her voice was perfectly self-possessed, as though she had announced it would rain that day, and she waited only long enough to run a cool eye over the room to make sure her words had been absorbed before leaving. A buzz of talk started up immediately at the other tables, but Moiraine sat stunned. Aes Sedai died before their time as often as anyone else, and sisters did not grow feeble with the years. Death came in apparent full good health, yet this was so unexpected that she felt hit on the head by a hammer. The light illumined Tamra's soul, she prayed silently. The light illumine her soul, surely it would. What would happen to the search for the boy-child now? Nothing, of course. Tamra's chosen searchers knew their task. They would inform the new Amyrlin of their task. Perhaps the new Amyrlin would release her from her own labor, if she got to the woman before the hall informed her of their scheme. Self-disgust immediately stabbed her heart, and she pushed the bowl of porridge away, all appetite gone. A woman she admired with all her soul had died, and she thought of advantage in it. Desdemar truly was ingrained in her bones, and maybe all the darkness of the Damodreds. She very nearly asked Marian for a penance, but the Mistress of Novices might give her something that would hold her in Tar Valon longer. Considering that just added to her guilt. So she set her own penance. Only 1 dress she owned came close to the white of grieving, the blue so pale it seemed more white tinged with blue, and she put that on for Tamra's funeral rites. Tamora had embroidered the garment front and back and sleeves with a fine, intricate blue mesh that looked innocent enough until she actually donned the dress. Then it seemed as blatant as what the seamstress herself had worn. No, not seemed, it was. She very nearly wept after examining herself in the stand mirror. Swan blinked at the sight of her in the corridor outside their rooms. "Are you sure you want to wear that?" She sounded half-strangled. Long white ribbons were tied in her hair, and longer tied around her arms. The passing sisters all wore variations of the same. Aes Sedai never put on full mourning except for whites, who did not consider it so. "Sometimes a penance is required," Moiraine replied, deliberately moving her shawl down into the crooks of her elbows, and Swan asked no more. There were questions one asked, and questions one did not. That was strong custom, and friendship. Wearing their shawls, every sister residing in the tower gathered at a secluded clearing in a woody part of the tower grounds, where Tamra's body lay on a bier, sewn into a simple blue shroud. The morning air was more than brisk. Moiraine was aware of that, despite feeling no urge to shiver, and even the surrounding oaks were still leafless beneath a grey sky, their thick twisted limbs suitable framing for a funeral. Moiraine's garment earned more than a few raised eyebrows, but the sister's disapproval was part of her penance. Mortification of the spirit was always the hardest to endure. Strangely, the whites all wore glossy black ribbons, yet it must have been an Ajah custom, for it garnered no frowns or stares from the other sisters. They must have seen it before. Any who wished were allowed to speak a prayer or a few words in memory, and most did. Only the sitters spoke among the Reds, and then in very few words, but perhaps that was custom as well. Moiraine made herself go forward and stand before the bier, shawl loosely draped, exposing herself, knowing she would be the focus of every eye, the hardest to bear. "May the light illumine Tamra's soul brightly as she deserved, and may she shelter in the Creator's hand until her rebirth. The light send her a radiant rebirth. I cannot think of any woman I admired more than Tamra. I admire her and honor her still. I always will." Tears welled in her eyes, and not from the humiliation that stabbed her like long thorns. She had never really known Tamra. Novices and accepted never really knew sisters, much less the Amyrlin seat, but oh, light, she would miss her. According to Tamra's wishes, her body was consumed by flows of fire, and her ashes scattered across the grounds of the White Tower by the sisters of the Ajah she had been raised from, the Ajah to which she had returned in death. Moiraine was not alone in weeping. Aes Sedai's serenity could not armor against all things. The rest of the day she wore that shaming dress, and that night burned it. She would never have been able to look at it again without remembering. Until a new Amyrlin was raised, the Hall of the Tower reigned over the tower, but there were increasingly strict measures in the law to ensure they did not dally too long, and by the evening after Tamra's funeral, Sieren Vayu had been raised from the grey. An Amyrlin was supposed to grant indulgences and relief from penances on the day she assumed the stole and the staff. None came from Sieren, and in the space of half a week, every last male clerk in the tower had been dismissed without a character, supposedly for flirting with novices or accepted, or for inappropriate looks and glances, which could have meant anything. Even men so old their grandchildren had children went, and some who had no liking for women at all. No one commented on it, however. No one dared, not where it might come to Sieren's ears. 3 sisters were exiled from Tar Valon for a year, and twice Moiraine was forced to join the others in the Traitor's Court to watch an Aes Sedai stripped and stretched tight on the triangle, then birched till she howled. A ward that formed a shimmering grey dome over the stone-paved court held in the shrieks till they seemed to crowd in on Moiraine, stifling thought, stifling breath. For the first time in a week she lost focus and shivered in the cold. And not only from the cold. She feared those screams would ring in her ears for a very long time, waking or sleeping. Sieren watched and listened with utter calm. A new Amyrlin chose her own keeper, of course, and could order a new mistress of novices if she wished. Sieren had done both. Oddly, Amira, the stocky woman whose long beaded braids flailed as she worked the birch with a will, was a Red, and so was the new keeper, Duhara. Neither law nor custom demanded that either keeper or mistress of novices be of the Amyrlin's former Aja, yet it was expected. But then, whispers told of considerable surprise when Ciaran had chosen the grey over the red. Moiraine did not think any of Tamra's searchers would tell Ciaran of the hunt for the boy-child. On the day after the second birching, she presented herself in the anteroom to the Amyrlin's study, where Duhara sat rigidly upright behind her writing table with a red stole a hand wide draped around her neck. Her dark dress was so slashed with scarlet it might as well have been all scarlet. A Damani, Duhara was slim and beautiful despite being near a hand and a half taller than she, but the woman's full lips had a meanness about them, and her eyes searched for fault. Moiraine reminded herself that without the keeper's stole, Duhara would have had to jump when she snapped her fingers, should she have chosen to. As she opened her mouth, the door to the Amyrlin's study banged open, and Ciaran strode out with a paper in her hand. "Duhara, I need you to— Now what do you want?" That last was barked at Moiraine, who curtsied promptly, and as deeply as she had as a novice, kissing the great serpent ring on the Amyrlin's right hand before rising. That ring was Ciaran's only display of jewelry. Her 7-striped stole was half the width of Duhara's stole, and her dark grey silks were simply cut. Quite plump, her round face appeared to have been constructed for jolliness, but she wore implacable grimness as though it had been carved there. Moiraine could almost look her straight in the eyes. Hard eyes. Her mouth felt dry, and she fought not to shiver in a cold that suddenly seemed worse than the heart of winter, but quick calming exercises failed to produce the composure necessary. She had learned a great deal about Ciaran from the whispers about the new Amyrlin. One fact struck deep, right that moment, like a sharp knife. To Ciaran, her own view of the law was the law, and without a shred of mercy to be found in it. Or in her. "Mother, I ask to be relieved of my duties regarding the bounty." Her voice was steady, thank the light. "The clerks are carrying out the task as quickly as they can, but making them stand in line each day for a sister to approve what they have done only robs them of hours they could be working." Ciaran pursed her mouth as though she had bitten a sour persimmon. "I'd stop that fool bounty entirely if it wouldn't put the tower in bad odor. A ridiculous waste of coin. Very well. The clerks may send their papers to another for signature. A Brown, perhaps. They like that sort of thing." Moiraine's heart soared before the Amyrlin added, "You will remain in Tar Valon, of course. As you know, we will have need of you soon." "As you say, Mother," Moiraine replied, heart sinking into her stomach, down to her ankles after that brief flight. Offering another deep curtsy, she kissed the Amyrlin's ring once again. With a woman like Ciaran, best to take no chances. Siuan was waiting in her rooms when she returned. Her friend leaned forward expectantly and looked a question. "I am free of the bounty, but I am ordered to remain in Tar Valon. As you know, we will have need of you soon." She thought that a fine mimicry of Ciaran's voice, if a bit streaked with bitterness. "Fish guts," Siuan muttered, leaning back. "What will you do now?" "I am going for a ride. You know where I will be, in what order." Siuan's breath caught. "The light protect you," she said after a moment. There was no point in waiting, so Moiraine changed into a riding dress, with Siuan's help to make the changing faster. The dress was a suitably dark blue, with a few leafy silver vines climbing the sleeves to encircle the high neck. All of her darkest garments were embroidered, but she had begun to think a little needlework might not be so bad. Leaving her shawl folded in the tall wardrobe, she took out a cloak lined with black fox, and tucked her hairbrush and comb into one of the small pockets the cloak-maker had sewn inside, and her sewing kit into the other. Gathering her riding gloves, she gave Siuan a hug and hurried out. Long goodbyes would have turned to tears, and she could not risk that. Sisters in the corridor glanced at her as she passed, but most seemed intent on their own affairs, though Chiron and Shiriam both said it seemed a cool day for a ride. Only Edith said more, stopping her with a half-raised hand, eyeing her in a way that seemed all too like Lelaine. Ruined farms and villages will hardly make for a refreshing outing, I fear, the white-haired sitter murmured. Ciaran has ordered me to remain in Tar Valon, Moiraine replied, her face a perfect Aes Sedai mask. And I think she might see crossing one of the bridges for a few hours as disobedience. Edith's mouth tightened for an instant, so briefly it might have been Moiraine's imagination. Clearly she had read Ciaran's revelation of the plans in that response, and she was displeased. The Amyrlin can be fearsome toward anyone who goes against her wishes in the smallest way, Moiraine. Moiraine almost smiled. Light. The woman had given her a chance to say it straight out. Well, nearly straight. A suitable Aes Sedai answer. As well I do not intend to cross a bridge, then. I have no wish to be birched. In the west stable she had arrows saddled, without saddlebags. There was no need for them for a ride in the city, and no matter what she had told Edith, the sitter might send someone to check. Moiraine would have. With luck, no one would suspect anything before nightfall. Her first stop was Mistress Dormila's, where the banker had a number of letter of rights ready in various amounts, and 4 fat leather purses containing 200 crowns in gold and silver between them. The coin would sustain Moiraine for some time. The letters of rights were for after the coin was gone and for emergencies. Once she used one, she would need to move fast. The Tower's eyes and ears would be looking for her, and no matter how discreet bankers were, the Tower generally learned what it wanted to learn. Mistress Dormila asked no questions, of course, but on learning that Moiraine was alone, she offered 4 of her footmen as escort, and Moiraine accepted. She had no fear of footpads, who were few in Tar Valon and easily handled in any event, but if anyone did think of robbery, better they were frightened off by a bodyguard than chased away with the power. That would attract attention. Wealthy women often rode with bodyguards, even in Tar Valon. The men who walked in a box around Arrow as she departed the bankers might have been called footmen, but though they wore plain grey coats, they were muscular men who looked accustomed to the swords hanging from their belts. Doubtless they were the footmen who had overcome Master Gorthanes, or whatever his true name was. They, or men like them. Banks always had guards, though never called that. At Tamura's shop, she sent 2 of the men with coin to purchase a travel trunk and hire a pair of porters, then changed into one of the riding dresses that marked her as a minor Cairienin noble. 3 of the 5 were embroidered, but lightly, and she did not complain. Too late to have it picked out in any case. Tamura asked no more questions than Mistress Dormila had. One deferred to one's seamstress, but in the end she was a seamstress. And, too, seamstresses had their own sense of discretion, or they did not remain in business long. Before leaving, Moiraine tucked her great serpent ring into her belt pouch. Her hand felt oddly naked without it. Her finger itched for the small circle of gold, but too many in Tar Valon knew what it meant. For now, she truly must hide. With her small entourage, she progressed northward, making stops that filled the chest on the porter's shoulder poles with the needful things she could not have brought out of the tower unnoticed, until at last they reached North Harbor, where the city walls curved out into the river and made a ring near a mile across, broken only by the harbor mouth. Wooden-roofed docks lined the inside of that huge ring, and moored river ships in every size. A few words with the dock mistress, a heavy-set graying woman with a harassed expression, gained her directions to the Blue Wing, a 2-masted vessel. Blue Wing was not the largest vessel at the docks, but it was scheduled to sail within the hour. Soon enough, Arrow had been hoisted aboard by a long wooden boom with straps beneath her belly, and secured on deck. The porters had been paid off, the footmen sent away with a silver mark each in thanks, and her trunk made snug in a small quarter-deck cabin. Still, she would be spending more time than she would like in that cabin, so she remained on deck scratching Arrow's nose while the river ship was untied and pushed off, and the long sweeps pushed out to maneuver Blue Wing across the harbor like some immense water bug. That was why she saw the dock mistress pointing to Blue Wing and talking to a man who held his dark cloak around him tightly while he stared at the vessel. Immediately she embraced Saidar, and everything became clearer in her sight, sharper. The effect was not so good as a fine looking-glass, yet she could make out the man's face, peering avidly from his hood. Mistress Dormila's description had been exact. He was not pretty, but good-looking despite the scar at the corner of his left eye, and he was very tall for a Cairhien, close to 2 paces. But how had he found her here, and why had he been searching? She could not think of a pleasant answer to either question, least of all the second. For someone who wanted to stop the Hall's scheme, someone who wanted another house than Domodred on the Sun Throne, the easiest way would be the death of the Hall's candidate. Fixing the fellow's face in memory, she let the power drain away. Another reason to take care, it appeared. He knew the vessel she traveled by, and likely every stop intended between here and the borderlands. That had seemed the best place to begin, far from Cairhien and easily reached by the river. "Is Blue Wing a fast ship, Captain Carney?" she asked. The captain, a wide, sun-dark man with narrow mustaches waxed to spikes, stopped shouting orders and put on a semblance of a respectful smile. He had been quite pleased to take a noblewoman's gold for herself and a horse. "The fastest on the river, to be sure, my lady," he said, and returned to shouting at his crew. He already had half the gold, and only needed to show respect enough to ensure he got the rest. Any captain might have said the same of his vessel, but when the wind caught the triangular sails, Blue Wing leaped like its namesake, all but flying out of the harbor mouth. At that moment, Moiraine passed into disobedience to the Amerlin seat. Sierin surely would have seen it from the instant she left the tower, but intention was not action. Whatever penance the woman set likely would combine labor, deprivation, mortification of the flesh, and mortification of the spirit, on top of which she almost certainly had an assassin trailing her. Her knees should have been shaking in fear of Sierin, if not Master Gorthanes, but as Tarvalin and the tower began shrinking behind her, all she felt was a great burst of freedom and excitement. They could not put her on the Sun Throne now. By the time the Hall found her, another would be secure in it, and she was off to find the boy-child. She was off on an adventure as grand as any ever undertaken by an Aes Sedai.
Chapter 15. Into Canluam. The air of Candor held the sharpness of new spring when Lan returned to the lands where he had always known he would die. Long past the arrival of spring in more southerly lands, here trees bore the first red of new growth, and a few scattered wildflowers dotted winter-brown grass, where shadows did not cling to patches of snow, yet the pale sun offered little warmth after the south-gray clouds hinted at more than rain, and a cold gusting breeze cut through his coat. Perhaps the south had softened him more than he knew. A pity, if so. He was almost home. Almost. 100 generations had beaten the wide road nearly as hard as the stone of the surrounding hills, and little dust rose, though a steady stream of ox carts was leaving the morning farmers' markets in Canluam, and merchant trains of tall wagons, surrounded by mounted guards in steel caps and bits of armor, flowed toward the city's high gray walls. Here and there the chains of the Kandori Merchants Guild spanned a chest, or an Arafellan wore bells in her hair, a ruby decorated this man's ear, a pearl brooch this woman's breast. But for the most part, the traders' clothes were as subdued as their manner. A merchant who flaunted too much profit discovered it hard to find bargains. By contrast, farmers showed off their success when they came to town. Bright embroidery decorated the striding countrymen's baggy breeches, the women's wide trousers, their cloaks fluttering in the wind. Some wore colored ribbons in their hair, or a narrow fur collar. They might have been dressed for the coming Beltane dances and feasting. Yet country folk eyed strangers as warily as any guard, eyed them and hefted spears or axes and hurried along. The times carried an edge in Candor, maybe all along the borderlands. Bandits had sprung up like weeds this past year, and more troubles than usual out of the Blight. Rumor even spoke of a man who channeled the One Power, but then rumor often did. Leading Cat Dancer toward Canluam, Lan paid as little attention to the stares he and his companion attracted as he did to Bukama's scowls and carping. For all his talk of taking a rest, the longer they had remained in the south, the grumpier Bukama had grown. This time his mutters were for a stone-bruised hoof that had him afoot. They did attract attention, two very tall men walking their mounts, and a pack-horse with a pair of tattered wicker hampers, their plain clothes worn and travel-stained. Their harness and weapons were well tended, though. A young man and an old, hair hanging to their shoulders and held back by a braided leather cord around the temples. The Hadori drew eyes, especially here in the borderlands, where people had some idea what it meant. "Fools," Bukama grumbled. "Do they think we're bandits? Do they think we mean to rob the lot of them at midday on the high road?" He glared and shifted the sword at his hip in a way that brought considering stares from a number of merchants' guards. A stout farmer prodded his ox wide of them. Lan kept silent. A certain reputation clung to Melchieri, who still wore the Hadori, though not for banditry, but reminding Bukama would only send him into an even blacker humor for days. His mutters shifted to the chances of a decent bed that night, of a decent meal before. Bukama expected little and trusted to less. Neither food nor lodging entered Lan's thoughts, despite the distance they had traveled. His head kept swinging north. He remained aware of everyone around him, especially those who glanced his way more than once, aware of the jingle of harness and the creak of saddles, the clop of hooves, the snap of wagon canvas loose on its hoops. Any sound out of place would shout at him. He remained aware, but the blight lay north. Still miles away across the hills, yet he could feel it, feel the twisted corruption. Just his imagination, but no less real for that. It had pulled at him in the south, in Cairhien and Andor, even in Tyr, almost 500 leagues distant. 2 years away from the borderlands, his personal war abandoned for another, and every day the tug grew stronger. He should never have let Bukama talk him into waiting, letting the south soften him. The Aiel had helped maintain his edge. The blight meant death to most men. Death and the shadow, in a rotting land tainted by the Dark One's breath, where anything at all could kill. An insect bite, the prick of the wrong thorn, a touch of the wrong leaf. Abode of Trollocs and Myrddraal and worse. 2 tosses of a coin had decided where to begin anew. 4 nations bordered the blight, but his war covered the length of it, from the Areth Ocean to the spine of the world. One place to meet death was as good as another. He was almost home, almost back to the blight. He had been away too long. A dry moat surrounded Canluam's wall, 50 paces wide and 10 deep, spanned by 5 broad stone bridges with towers at either end, as tall as those that lined the wall itself. Raids out of the blight by Trollocs and Myrddraal often struck much deeper into Kandor than Canluam, but none had ever made it inside the city's walls. The red stag waved above every tower. A proud man, Lord Varan, the high seat of House Markasief. Queen Atheniella did not fly so many of her own banners, even in Chachin itself. The guards at the outer towers, in helmets with Varan's antlered crest and the red stag on their chests, peered into the backs of wagons before allowing them to trundle onto the bridge, or occasionally motioned someone to push a hood further back. No more than a gesture was necessary. The law in every borderland forbade hiding your face inside village or town, and no one wanted to be mistaken for one of the eyeless trying to sneak into the city. Hard gazes followed Lan and Bukama onto the bridge. Their faces were clearly visible, and their Hadori. No recognition lit any of those watching eyes, though. 2 years was a long time in the borderlands. A great many men could die in 2 years. Lan noticed that Bukama had gone silent, always a bad sign. "Be easy, Bukama. I never start trouble," the older man snapped, but he did stop fingering his sword hilt. The guards on the wall above the open iron-plated gates, and those on the bridge, wore only back and breastplates for armor. Yet they were no less watchful, especially of a pair of Melchieri, with their hair tied back. Bukama's mouth grew tighter at every step. "A landman, Dragarin! The light preservers, we heard you were dead fighting the Aiel at the Shining Walls!" The exclamation came from a young guard, taller than the rest, almost as tall as Lan. Young, perhaps a year or two less than he, yet the gap seemed 10 years, a lifetime. The guard bowed deeply, left hand on his knee. "Taishar Malkier," true blood of Malkier. "I stand ready, Majesty." "I am not a king," Lan said quietly. Malkier was dead. Only the war still lived. In him, at least. Bukama was not quiet. "You stand ready for what, boy?" The heel of his bare hand struck the guard's breastplate right over the red stag, driving the man upright and back a step. "You cut your hair short and leave it unbound." Bukama spat the words. "You're sworn to a Kandori lord. By what right do you claim to be Malkieri?" The young man's face reddened as he floundered for answers. Other guards started toward the pair, then halted when Lan let his reins fall. Only that, but they knew his name now. They eyed his bay stallion, standing still and alert behind him, almost as cautiously as they did him. A warhorse was a formidable weapon, and they could not know Catdancer was only half-trained yet. Space opened up as people already through the gates hurried a little distance before turning to watch, while those still on the bridge pressed back. Shouts rose in both directions from people wanting to know what was holding traffic. Bukama ignored it all, intent on the red-faced guard. He had not dropped the reins of the pack horse, or his yellow roan gelding. There was that for a hope to walk on without blades being bared. An officer appeared from the stone guardhouse inside the gates, crested helmet under his arm, but one hand in a steel-backed gauntlet resting on his sword hilt. A bluff graying man with white scars on his face, Alin Seroku, had soldiered 40 years along the Blight, yet his eyes widened slightly at the sight of Lan. Plainly he had heard the tales of Lan's death too. "The light shine upon you, Lord Mandragoran. The son of Eliana and Alakir, blessed be their memories, is always welcome." Seroku's eyes flickered toward Bukama, not in welcome. He planted his feet in the middle of the gateway. 5 horsemen could have passed easily on either side, but he meant himself for a bar, and he was. None of the guards shifted a boot, yet every one had hand on sword hilt. All but the young man meeting Bukama's glares with his own. "Lord Markasiev has commanded us to keep the peace strictly," Seroku went on, half an apology, but no more than half. "The city is on edge. All these tales of a man channeling are bad enough, but there have been murders in the street this last month and more, in broad daylight, and strange accidents. People whisper about shadow spawn loose inside the walls." Lan gave a slight nod. With the Blight so close, people always muttered of shadow spawn, when they had no other explanation, whether for a sudden death or unexpected crop failure. He did not take up Catdancer's reins, though. "We intend to rest here a few days before riding north." Rest, and try to regain his edge. For a moment he thought Seroku was surprised. Did the man expect pledges to keep the peace, or apologies for Bukama's behavior? Either would shame Bukama now. A pity if the war ended here. Lan did not want to die killing Kandori. His old friend turned from the young guard, who stood quivering, fists clenched at his sides. "All fault here is mine," Bukama announced to the air in a flat voice. "I had no call for what I did. By my mother's name I will keep Lord Markasiev's peace. By my mother's name I will not draw sword inside Kanluum's walls." Seroku's jaw dropped, and Lan hid his own shock with difficulty. Hesitating only a moment, the scar-faced officer stepped aside, bowing and touching sword hilt, then heart. "There is always welcome for Lan Mandragoran Daishan," he said formally, "and for Bukama Maranellan, the hero of Salmarna. May you both know peace one day." "There is peace in the mother's last embrace," Lan responded with equal formality, touching hilt and heart. "May she welcome us home one day," Seroku finished. No one really wished for the grave, but that was the only place to find peace in the borderlands. Face like iron, Bukama strode ahead pulling Sunlance, and the pack horse after him, not waiting for Lan. This was not well. Kanluum was a city of stone and brick, its paved streets twisting around tall hills. The Aiel invasion had never reached the borderlands, but the ripples of war always diminished trade a long way from any battles, and now that fighting and winter were both finished, the city had filled with people from every land. Despite the blight practically on the city's doorstep, gemstones mined in the surrounding hills made Canluam wealthy, and strangely enough, some of the finest clockmakers anywhere. The cries of hawkers and shopkeepers shouting their wares rose above the hum of the crowd, even away from the terraced market squares. Colorfully dressed musicians or jugglers or tumblers performed at every intersection. A handful of lacquered carriages swayed through the mass of people and wagons and carts and barrows, and horses with gold or silver-mounted saddles and bridles picked their way through the throng, their riders' garb embroidered as ornately as the animal's tack, and trimmed with fox or marten or ermine. Hardly a foot of street was left bare anywhere. Lan even saw several Aes Sedai, women with serene, ageless faces. Enough people recognized them on sight that they created eddies in the crowd, swirls to clear away. Respect or caution, awe or fear, there were sufficient reasons for a king to step aside for a sister. Once you might have gone a year without seeing an Aes Sedai, even in the borderlands, but the sisters seemed to be everywhere since their old Amarlin seat died. Maybe it was those tales of a man channeling. They would not let him run free long, if he existed. He kept his eyes away from them, walked on quickly to avoid notice. The Hadori could be enough to attract the interest of a sister seeking a warder. Supposedly they asked before bonding a man. But he knew several who had taken that bond, and every time it had come as a surprise. Who would give up his freedom to trot at an Aes Sedai's heels unless there was more to it than asking? Shockingly, lace veils covered many women's faces. Thin lace, sheer enough to reveal that they had eyes, and no one had ever heard of a female Myrddraal, but Lan had never expected law to yield to mere fashion. Next they would take down the oil lamps lining the streets and let the nights grow black. Even more shocking than the veils, Bukama looked right at some of those women and did not open his mouth. Then a jut-nosed man named Nazar Kuranen rode in front of Bukama's eyes, and he did not blink. The young guard surely had been born after the blight swallowed Malkir, but Kuranen, his hair cut short and wearing a forked beard, was twice Lan's age. The years had not erased the marks of his Hadori completely. There were many like Kuranen, and the sight of him should have set Bukama spluttering. Lan eyed his friend worriedly. They had been moving steadily toward the center of the city, climbing toward the highest hill, Stag's Stand. Lord Markasief's fortress-like palace covered the peak, with those of lesser lords and ladies on the terraces below. Any threshold up there offered warm welcome for Alan Mandragoran. Perhaps warmer than he wanted now. Balls and hunts, with nobles invited from as much as 50 miles away, including from across the border with Arafel. People avid to hear of his adventures. Young men wanting to join his forays into the blight, and old men to compare their experiences there with his. Women eager to share the bed of a man fool stories claimed the blight could not kill. Kandor and Arafel were as bad as any Southland at times. Some of those women would be married. And there would be men like Kuranen, working to submerge memories of lost Malkir, and women who no longer adorned their foreheads with the Kaisain in pledge that they would swear their sons to oppose the shadow while they breathed. He could ignore the false smiles while they named him Alan Daishan, diademed battle lord and uncrowned king of a nation betrayed while he was in his cradle. In his present mood, Bukama might do murder. Or worse, given his oaths at the gate. He would keep those to the death. But Bukama's hands and feet were dangerous enough to maim a man for life. Baron Markasief will hold us a week or more with ceremony, Lan said, turning down a narrower street that led away from the stand. With what we've heard of bandits and the like, you will be just as happy if I don't appear to make my bows. True enough. He had met the high seat of House Markasief only once, years past, but he remembered a grave-faced man given entirely to his duties. Lord Markasief would arrange those balls and hunts, and regret every one. Bukama followed without complaint about missing a palace bed, or the feasts the cooks would prepare. It was worrying. Along with regaining his own edge, he needed to find a way to sharpen Bukama's, or they might as well open their veins now. Chapter 16. The Deeps. No palaces rose in the hollows toward the north wall, only shops and taverns, inns and stables and wagon yards. Bustle surrounded the factors' long warehouses, but no carriages came to the Deeps, and most streets were barely wide enough for carts. They were just as jammed with people as the wide ways, though, and every bit as noisy. Here the street performers' finery was tarnished, yet they made up for it by being louder, and buyers and sellers alike bellowed as if trying to be heard in the next street. Likely some of the crowd were cut-purses, slip-fingers, and other thieves, finished with the morning's business higher up or headed there for the afternoon. It would have been a wonder otherwise, with so many merchants in town. The second time unseen fingers brushed his coat in the crowd, Lan tucked his purse under his shirt. Any banker would advance him more against the Shienaran estate he had been granted on reaching manhood, but loss of the gold on hand meant accepting the hospitality of Stag Stand. At the first 3 inns they tried, slate-roofed cubes of gray stone with bright signs out front, the innkeepers had not a cubbyhole to offer. Lesser traders and merchants' guards filled them to the attics. Bukama began to mutter about making a bed in a hayloft, yet he never mentioned the feather mattresses and linens waiting on the stand. Leaving their horses with hostlers in a 4th inn, the Blue Rose, Lan entered determined to find some place for them if it took the rest of the day. Inside, a graying woman, tall and handsome, presided over a crowded common room where talk and laughter almost drowned out the slender girl singing to the music of her zither. Pipe smoke wreathed the ceiling beams, and the smell of roasting lamb floated from the kitchens. As soon as the innkeeper saw Lan and Bukama, she gave her blue-striped apron a twitch and strode toward them, dark eyes sharp. Before Lan could open his mouth, she seized Bukama's ears, pulled his head down, and kissed him. Kandori women were seldom retiring, but even so it was a remarkably thorough kiss in front of so many eyes. Pointing fingers and snickering grins flashed among the tables. "It's good to see you again too, Racel," Bukama murmured with a small smile when she finally released him. "I didn't know you had an inn here. Do you think—" He lowered his gaze rather than meeting her eyes rudely, and that proved a mistake. Racel's fist caught his jaw so hard that his hair flailed as he staggered. 6 years without a word, she snapped. 6 years! Grabbing his ears again, she gave him another kiss, longer this time. Took it, rather than gave. A sharp twist of his ears made every attempt to do anything besides standing bent over and letting her do as she wished. At least she would not put a knife in his heart if she was kissing him. Perhaps not. "I think Mistress Arafni might find Bukama a room somewhere," a man's familiar voice said dryly behind Lan. "And you too, I suppose." Turning, Lan clasped forearms with the only man in the room beside Bukama of a height with him, Rhine Venemar, his oldest friend except for Bukama. The innkeeper still had Bukama occupied as Rhine led Lan to a small round table in the corner. 5 years older, Rhine was Melchiori too, but his hair fell in 2 long bell-laced braids, and more silver bells lined the turned-down tops of his boots and ran up the sleeves of his yellow coat. Bukama did not exactly dislike Rhine, not exactly, yet in his present mood only Nazar Kuranen could have had a worse effect. While the pair of them were settling themselves on benches, a serving maid in a striped apron brought hot-spiced wine. Apparently Rhine had ordered as soon as he saw Lan. Dark-eyed and full-lipped, she stared Lan up and down openly as she set his mug in front of him, then whispered her name, Lyra, in his ear, and an invitation if he was staying the night. All he wanted that night was sleep, so he lowered his gaze, murmuring that she honored him too much. Lyra did not let him finish. With a raucous laugh, she bent to bite his ear hard. "By tomorrow," she announced in a throaty voice and loudly, "I'll have honored you till your knees won't hold you up." Raucous laughter flared at the tables around them. Rhine forestalled any possibility of writing matters, tossing her a fat coin and giving her a slap on the bottom to send her off. Lyra offered him a dimpled smile as she slipped the silver into the neck of her dress, but she left, sending smoky glances over her shoulder at Lan that made him sigh. If he tried to say no now, she might well pull a knife over the insult. "So your luck still holds with women, too?" Rhine's laugh had an edge. Perhaps he fancied her himself. The light knows they can't find you handsome. You get uglier every year. Maybe I ought to try some of that coy modesty. Let women lead me by the nose." Lan opened his mouth, then took a drink instead of speaking. He should not have to explain, but it was too late for explanation with Ryan in any case. His father had taken him to Arafeld the year Lan turned 10. The man wore a single blade on his hip instead of 2 on his back, yet he was Arafellan to his toenails. He actually started conversations with women who had not spoken to him first. Lan, raised by Bukama and his friends in Shinar, had been surrounded by a small community who held to Melchieri ways. If Lyra did share his bed tonight, as seemed certain, she would discover there was nothing shy or retiring about him once they were abed. Yet the woman chose when to enter that bed and when to leave. A number of people around the room were watching their table, sidelong glances over mugs and goblets. A plump copper-skinned woman, wearing a much thicker dress than Domani women usually did, made no effort to hide her stares as she spoke excitedly to a fellow with curled mustaches and a large pearl in his ear. Probably wondering whether there would be trouble over Lyra. Wondering whether a man wearing the Hadori really would kill at the drop of a pin. "I didn't expect to find you in Canluum," Lan said, setting the wine mug down. "Guarding a merchant train?" Bukama and the innkeeper were nowhere to be seen. Ryan shrugged. "Out of Shul Arbella. The luckiest trader in Arafel, they say." Said. "Much good it did him. We arrived yesterday, and last night footpads slit his throat 2 streets over. No return money for me this trip." He flashed a rueful grin and took a deep pull at his wine, perhaps to the memory of the merchant, or perhaps to the lost half of his wages. "Burn me if I thought to see you here, either." "You shouldn't listen to rumors, Ryan. I've not taken a wound worth mentioning since I rode south." Lan decided to twit Bukama, if they did get a room, about whether it was already paid for and how. Indignation might take him out of his darkness. "The Aiel," Ryan snorted. "I never thought they could put paid to you." He had never faced Aiel, of course. "I expected you to be wherever Edain Errol is. Chachin now, I hear." That name snapped Lan's head back to the man across the table. "Why should I be near the Lady Errol?" he demanded softly. Softly, but emphasizing her proper title. "Easy, man," Ryan said. "I didn't mean—" Wisely, he abandoned that line. "Burn me. Do you mean to say you haven't heard? She's raised the Golden Crane. In your name, of course. Since the year turned, she's been from Felmoran to Maradan, and coming back now." Ryan shook his head, the bells in his braids chiming faintly. "There must be 200 or 300 men right here in Canluum ready to follow her. You, I mean. Some you'd not believe. Old Kiernan wept when he heard her speak. All ready to carve Malkier out of the Blight again." "What dies in the Blight is gone," Lan said wearily. He felt more than cold inside. Suddenly Seroku's surprise that he intended to ride north took on new meaning, and the young guard's assertion that he stood ready. Even the looks here in the common room seemed different. And Edain was part of it. Always she liked standing in the heart of the storm. "I must see to my horse," he told Ryan, scraping his bench back. Ryan said something about making a round of the taverns that night, but Lan hardly heard. He hurried through the kitchens, hot from iron stoves and stone ovens and open hearths, into the cool of the stable yard, the mingled smells of horse and hay and wood smoke. A greylark warbled on the edge of the stable roof. Greylarks came even before robins in the spring. Greylarks had been singing in Felmoran when Edain first whispered in his ear. The horses had already been stabled, bridles and saddles and pack-saddle atop saddle blankets on the stall doors, but the wicker hampers were gone. Plainly Mistress Aravni had sent word to the ostlers that he and Bukama were being given accommodation. There was only a single groom in the dim stable, a lean, hard-faced woman mucking out. Silently she watched him check Catdancer and the other horses as she worked, watched him begin to pace the length of the straw-covered floor. He tried to think, but Edain's name kept spinning through his head. Edain's face, surrounded by silky black hair that hung below her waist, a beautiful face, with large dark eyes that could drink a man's soul, even when filled with command. After a bit, the groom mumbled something in his direction, touching her lips and forehead, and hurriedly shoved her half-filled barrow out of the stable, glancing over her shoulder at him. She paused to shut the doors, and did that hurriedly too, sealing him in shadow broken only by a little light from open hay doors in the loft. Dust motes danced in the pale golden shafts. Lan grimaced. Was she that afraid of a man wearing the Hadori? Did she think his pacing a threat? Abruptly, he became aware of his hands running over the long hilt of his sword, aware of the tightness in his own face. Pacing? No, he had been in the walking stance called leopard in high grass, used when there were enemies on all sides. He needed calm. Seating himself cross-legged on a bale of straw, he assumed the Kodi and floated in calm emptiness, one with the bale beneath him, the stable, the scabbarded sword folded behind him. He could feel the horses cropping at their mangers and flies buzzing in the corners. They were all part of him, especially the sword. This time, though, it was only the motionless void that he sought. From his belt pouch he took a heavy gold signet ring, worked with a flying crane, and turned it over and over in his fingers. The ring of Malkieri kings, worn by men who had held back the shadow 900 years and more. Countless times it had been remade as time wore it down. Always the old ring melted to become part of the new. Some particle might still exist in it of the ring worn by the rulers of Ramdashar that had lived before Malkir, and Aramael that had been before Ramdashar. That piece of metal represented over 3,000 years fighting the Blight. It had been his almost as long as he had lived, but he had never worn it. Even looking at the ring was a labor usually, one he disciplined himself to every day. Without the emptiness, he did not think he could have done so today. In Kodi, thought floated free, and emotion lay beyond the horizon. In his cradle he had been given 4 gifts: the ring in his hands and the locket that hung around his neck, the sword on his hip, and an oath sworn in his name. The locket, containing the painted images of the mother and father he could not remember seeing in life, was the most precious. The oath, the heaviest. To stand against the shadow so long as iron is hard and stone abides. To defend the Malkieri while one drop of blood remains. To avenge what cannot be defended. And then he had been anointed with oil and named Daishan, consecrated as the next king of Malkir, and sent away from a land that knew it would die. Nothing remained to be defended now, only a nation to avenge. And he had been trained to that from his first step. With his mother's gift at his throat and his father's sword in his hand, with the ring branded on his heart, he had fought from his 16th name day to avenge Malkir. But never had he led men into the Blight. Bukama had ridden with him and others, but he would not lead men there. That war was his alone. The dead could not be returned to life, a land any more than a man. Only now, Edain Errol wanted to try. Her name echoed in the emptiness within him. 100 emotions loomed like stark mountains, but he fed them into the flame until all was still, until his heart beat time with the slow stamping of the stalled horses, and the fly's wings beat rapid counterpoint to his breath. She was his Karnaira, his first lover. 1,000 years of tradition shouted that, despite the stillness that enveloped him. He had been 15, Edain more than twice that, when she gathered the hair that had still hung to his waist in her hands and whispered her intentions. Women had still called him beautiful then, enjoying his blushes, and for half a year she had enjoyed parading him around on her arm and tucking him into her bed, until Bukama and the other men gave him the Hadori. The gift of his sword on his 10th name day had made him a man by custom along the border, though years early for it. Yet among Malkieri, that band of braided leather had been more important. Once that was tied around his head, he alone decided where he went and when and why. And the dark song of the Blight had become a howl that drowned every other sound. The oath that had murmured so long in his heart became a dance his feet had to follow. Almost 10 years passed now that Edain had watched him ride away from Falmoran and been gone when he returned, yet he still could recall her face more clearly than that of any woman who had shared his bed since. He was no longer a boy to think that she loved him just because she had chosen to become his first lover. Yet there was an old saying among Malkieri men: "Your Carneira wears part of your soul as a ribbon in her hair forever." Custom, strong as law, made it so. One of the stable doors creaked open to admit Bukama, coatless, shirt tucked raggedly into his breeches. He looked naked without his sword. As if hesitant, he carefully opened both doors wide before coming all the way in. "What are you going to do?" he said finally. "Rassel told me about the golden crane." Lan tucked the ring away, letting emptiness drain from him. Edain's face suddenly seemed everywhere, just beyond the edge of sight. "Rhine says even Nazar Kuranen is ready to follow," he said lightly. "Wouldn't that be a sight to see? An army could die trying to defeat the Blight. Armies had died trying. But the memories of Malkier already were dying. A nation was memory as much as land. That boy at the gates might let his hair grow and ask his father for the Hadori. People were forgetting, trying to forget. When the last man who bound his hair was gone, the last woman who painted her forehead, would Malkier truly be gone too? Why, Rhine might even get rid of those braids. Any trace of mirth dropped from his voice as he added, "But is it worth the cost?" Some seem to think so. Bukama snorted, yet there had been a pause. He might be one of those who did. Striding to the stall that held Sunlance, the older man began to fiddle with his roan's saddle on the stall door, as though suddenly forgetting why he had moved. "There's always a cost for anything," he said, not looking up. "But there are costs, and costs. The Lady Edain." He glanced at Lan, then turned to face him. "She was always one to demand every right and require the smallest obligation be met. Custom ties strings to you, and whatever you choose, she will use them like a set of reins unless you find a way to avoid it." Carefully, Lan tucked his thumbs behind his sword belt. Bukama had carried him out of Malkier tied to his back. The last of the 5 who survived that journey. Bukama had the right of a free tongue even when it touched Lan's Carneira. "How do you suggest I avoid my obligations without shame?" he asked more harshly than he had intended. Taking a deep breath, he went on in a milder tone. "Come. The common room smells much better than this. Ryan suggested a round of taverns tonight. Unless Mistress Aravni has claims on you." "Oh yes. How much will our rooms cost? Good rooms? Not too dear, I hope." Bukama joined him on the way to the doors, his face going red. "Not too dear," he said hastily. "You have a pallet in the attic, and I'm in Rassel's rooms. I'd like to make a round, but I think Rassel... I don't think she means to let me. Young whelp," he growled. "There's a lass named Lyra in there who's letting it be known you won't be using that pallet tonight or getting much sleep. So don't think you can..." He cut off as they walked into the sunlight, bright after the dimness inside. The greylark still sang of spring. 6 men were striding across the otherwise empty yard. 6 ordinary men with swords at their belts, like any men on any street in the city. Yet Lan knew before their hands moved, before their eyes focused on him and their steps quickened. He had faced too many men who wanted to kill him not to know. And at his side stood Bukama, bound by oaths that would not let him draw even had he been wearing his blade. Bare hands were poor weapons against swords, especially at these odds. If they both tried to get back inside the stable, the men would be on them before they could haul the doors shut. Time slowed, flowed like cool honey. "Inside and bar the doors," Lan snapped as his hand went to his hilt. "Obey me, armsman." Never in his life had he given Bukama a command in that fashion, and the man hesitated a heartbeat, then bowed formally. "My life is yours, Daishan," he said in a thick voice. I obey." As Lan moved forward to meet his attackers, he heard the bar drop inside with a muffled thud. Relief was distant. He floated in Cody, one with the sword that came smoothly out of its scabbard, one with the men rushing at him, boots thudding on the hard-packed ground as they bared steel. A lean heron of a fellow darted ahead of the others, and Lan danced the forms. Time like cool honey. The gray lark sang, and the lean man shrieked as Cutting the Clouds removed his right hand at the wrist, and Lan flowed to one side so the rest could not all come at him together, flowed from form to form. Soft rain at sunset laid open a fat man's face, took his left eye, and a ginger-haired young splinter drew a gash across Lan's ribs with black pebbles on snow. Only in stories did one man face 6 without injury. The rose unfolds, sliced down a bald man's left arm, and ginger hair nicked the corner of Lan's eye. Only in stories did one man face 6 and survive. He had known that from the start. Duty was a mountain, death a feather, and his duty was to Bukama, who had carried an infant on his back. For this moment he lived, though, so he fought, kicking ginger hair in the head, dancing his way toward death, danced and took wounds, bled and danced the razor's edge of life. Time like cool honey, flowing from form to form, and there could only be one ending. Thought was distant. Death was a feather. Dandelion in the wind slashed open the now one-eyed fat man's throat. He had barely paused when his face was ruined. A fork-bearded fellow with shoulders like a blacksmith gasped in surprise as kissing the adder put Lan's steel through his heart. And suddenly Lan realized that he alone stood, with 6 men sprawled across the width of the stable yard. The ginger-haired youth thrashed his heels in the ground one last time, and then only Lan of the 7 still breathed. He shook blood from his blade, bent to wipe the last drops off on the blacksmith's too-fine coat, sheathed his sword as formally as if he were in the training yard under Bukama's eye. Abruptly, people flooded out of the inn, cooks and stablemen, maids and patrons, shouting to know what all the noise was about, staring at the dead men in astonishment. Rhine was the very first, sword already in hand, his face blank as he came to stand by Lan. 6, he muttered, studying the bodies. You really do have the Dark One's own flaming luck. Dark-eyed Lyra reached Lan only moments before Bukama, the pair of them gently parting slashes in his clothes to examine his injuries. She shivered delicately as each was revealed, but she discussed whether an Aes Sedai should be sent for to give healing, and how much stitching was needed in as calm a tone as Bukama, and disparagingly dismissed his hand on the needle in favor of her own. Mistress Aravni stalked about, holding her skirts up out of patches of bloody mud, glaring at the corpses littering her stable yard, complaining in a loud voice that gangs of footpads would never be wandering in daylight if the watch were doing its job. The Domani woman who had stared at Lan inside agreed just as loudly, and for her pains received a sharp command from the innkeeper to fetch the watch, along with a shove to start her on her way. It was a measure of Mistress Aravni's shock that she treated one of her patrons so, a measure of everyone's shock that the Domani woman went running without complaint. The innkeeper began organizing men to drag the bodies out of sight. Rhine looked from Bukama to the stable as though he did not understand. Perhaps he did not at that. But what he said was, "Not footpads, I think." He pointed to the fellow who looked like a blacksmith. "That one listened to Edain Harrow when she was here, and he liked what he heard. One of the others did too, I think." Bells chimed as he shook his head. "It's peculiar. The first she said of raising the Golden Crane was after we heard you were dead outside the Shining Walls. Your name brings men, but with you dead she could be El Edain." He spread his hands at the looks Lan and Bukama shot him. "I make no accusations," he said hastily. "I'd never accuse the Lady Edain of any such thing. I'm sure she is full of all of a woman's tender mercy." Mistress Aravni gave a grunt hard as a fist, and Lyra murmured half under her breath that the pretty Ara Felon knew little about women. Lan shook his head, not in denial. Edain might decide to have him killed if it suited her purposes. She might have left orders here and there in case the rumors about him proved false. But if she had, that was still no reason to speak her name in connection with this, especially in front of strangers. Ukama's hands stilled, holding open a slash down Lan's sleeve. "Where do we go from here?" he asked quietly. "Jotun," Lan said after a moment. There was always a choice, but sometimes every choice was grim. "You'll have to leave Sunlance. I mean to depart at first light tomorrow." His gold would stretch to a new mount for the man.
6,
Ryan growled, sheathing his sword with considerable force.
"I think I'll ride with you. I'd as soon not go back to Shol Arbella until I'm sure Silene Noraman doesn't lay her husband's death at my boots. And it will be good to see the golden crane flying again."
Lan nodded. To put his hand on the banner and abandon what he had promised himself all those years ago, or to stop her if he could. Either way, he had to face Edain. The Blight would have been much easier.
Chapter 17. An Arrival. Chasing after prophecy, Moiraine had decided by the end of the first month, involved very little adventure and a great deal of boredom. Now, 3 months out of Tar Valon, her grand search consisted mainly of frustration. The 3 oaths still made her skin feel too tight, and now saddle soreness added to the mix. The wind rattled the closed shutters against their latches, and she shifted on the hard wooden chair, hiding impatience behind a sip of honeyless tea. In Kandor, comforts were kept to a minimum in a house of mourning. She would not have been overly surprised to see frost on the leaf-carved furniture or the steel-cased clock above the cold hearth. "It was all so strange, my lady," Jureen Najima sighed, and for the 10th time hugged her daughters to her fiercely, as though she would never release them. They seemed to find some comfort in the crushing grip. Perhaps 13 or 14, standing on either side of Jureen's chair, Kolar and Dacella had her long black hair and large blue eyes still full of loss. Their mother's eyes seemed big, too, in a face shrunken by tragedy, and her plain gray dress appeared made for a larger woman. "Joseph was always careful with lanterns in the stable," she went on, "and he never allowed any kind of open flame. The boys must have carried little Jared out to see their father at his work, and—" Another hollow sigh. "They were all trapped. How could the whole stable be ablaze so fast? It makes no sense." "Little is ever senseless, Mistress Najima," Moiraine said soothingly, setting her cup on the small table at her elbow. She felt sympathy, but the woman had begun repeating herself. "We cannot always see the reason, yet we can take some comfort in knowing there is one. The wheel of time weaves us into the pattern as it wills, but the pattern is the work of the light." Hearing herself, she suppressed a wince. Those words required dignity and weight her youth failed to supply. For a moment she wished for the agelessness, but the last thing she could afford was to have the name Aes Sedai attached to her visit. No sister had come calling on Jureen yet, but one would sooner or later. "As you say, my Lady Alice," the other woman murmured politely, though an unguarded shift of pale eyes spoke her thoughts. This outlander was a foolish child, noble or not. The small blue stone of the Kessiera dangling onto Moiraine's forehead and one of Tamura's riding dresses in dark green upheld her supposed rank. People allowed questions from a noble they never would from a commoner, and accepted odd behavior as natural. Supposedly she was making sympathy calls in mourning for her own king. Not that many people seemed to be mourning Layman in Cairhien itself. The latest news she had from there, a month old, spoke of 4 houses laying claim to the throne and fierce skirmishes, some approaching battles. Light, how many would die before that was settled? There would have been deaths had she gone along with the Hall. The succession to the Sun Throne was always contested, whether through open warfare or assassination and kidnapping, but at least she had been gone long enough to put paid to that. And she would pay for doing so, atop whatever Sierran imposed for disobedience. Perhaps she let something of her anger show, and Mistress Najima took it to mean her own thoughts had been too clear, because she started up again, speaking anxiously. No one wanted to anger a noble, even an outland noble. It's just that Joseph was always so lucky, my Lady Alice. Everyone spoke of it. They said if Joseph Najima fell down a hole, there'd be opals at the bottom. When he answered the Lady Carail's call to go fight the Aiel, I worried, but he never took a scratch. When camp fever struck, it never touched us or the children. Joseph gained the lady's favor without trying. Then it seemed the light truly did shine on us. Jared was born safe and whole, and the war ended, all in a matter of days. And when we came home to Canluam, the lady gave us the livery stable for Joseph's service, and... She swallowed tears she would not shed. Kolar began to weep, and her mother pulled her closer, whispering comfort. Moiraine rose. More repetition. There was nothing here for her. Jureen stood, too, not a tall woman, yet almost a hand taller than she. Either of the girls could look her in the eyes. Forcing herself to take time, she murmured more condolences and tried to press a wash-leather purse on the woman as the girls brought her fur-lined cloak and gloves. A small purse. In the beginning, instinct had made her generous, even with the bounty to come, if not already received, but before long she would need to find a bank. The woman's stiff-necked refusal to take the purse irritated her. No, she understood pride, and besides, Lady Carail had provided. The presence of a clock spoke of a prosperous household. The real irritant was her own desire to be gone. Jureen Najima had lost her husband and 3 sons in one fiery morning, but her Jared had been born in the wrong place by almost 20 miles. Moiraine disliked feeling relief in connection with the death of an infant, yet she did. The dead boy was not the one she sought. Outside, under a grey sky, she gathered her cloak tightly. Anyone who went about the streets of Canluam with an open cloak would draw stares. Any outlander, at least, unless clearly Aes Sedai. Besides, not allowing the cold to touch you did not make you entirely unaware of it. How these people could call this new spring without a hint of mockery was beyond her. Mentally, she drew a line through the name of Jureen Najima. Other names in the notebook residing in her belt pouch already had real lines inked through them. The mothers of 5 boys born in the wrong place or on the wrong day. The mothers of 3 girls. Her initial optimism that she would be the one to find the boy-child had faded to a faint hope. The book contained hundreds of names. Surely one of Tamra's searchers would locate him first. Still, she intended to go on. Years might pass before it was safe for her to return to Tar Valon. A great many years. Despite the near-freezing wind that gusted over the rooftops, the winding streets were packed with milling people and carts and wagons, and hawkers with their trays or barrows. Wagon drivers shouted and cracked their long whips to gain some headway, the women coming nearer to striking flesh than the men, and so managed to move in straight lines. But for her, it was a matter of picking her way, dodging around wagons and high-wheeled carts. She was certainly not the only outlander afoot in the streets. A Tarraboner with heavy mustaches pushed past her, muttering a hasty apology, and an olive-skinned Altaran woman who scowled at her, then a smiling Ilianer with a beard that left his upper lip bare, a very pretty fellow and not too tall. A dark-faced Tyran in a striped cloak, even prettier, eyed her up and down and pursed his lips in betrayal of lascivious thoughts. He even moved as though to speak to her, but she let the wind catch one side of her cloak, flinging it open long enough to reveal the slashes on her breast. That sent him scurrying. He might have been willing to approach a merchant with his beautiful face and lewd suggestions, but a noble was another matter. Not everyone was forced to crawl. Twice she saw Aes Sedai strolling through the crowds, and those who recognized the ageless face leaped out of their paths and hastily warned others to move aside, so they walked in pools of open space that flowed along the street with them. Neither was a woman she had met, but she kept her head down and stayed to the other side of the street, far enough that they could not sense her ability. Perhaps she should put on a veil. A stout woman brushed by, features blurred behind lace. Sieren Vayu herself could have passed unrecognized at 10 feet in one of those. She shivered at the thought, ridiculous as it was. The inn where she had a small room was called the Gates of Heaven, 4 sprawling stories of green-roofed stone, Canluam's best and largest. Nearby shops, jewelers and goldsmiths, silversmiths and seamstresses catered to the lord and ladies on the stand, looming behind the inn. She would not have stopped in it had she known who else was staying there before paying for her room. There was not another room to be found in the city, but a hayloft would have been preferable. Taking a deep breath, she hurried inside. Neither the sudden warmth from fires on 4 large hearths, nor the good smells from the kitchens eased her tight shoulders. The common room was large, and every table beneath the bright red ceiling beams was taken. The customers were plainly dressed merchants for the most part, bargaining in low voices over wine, and a sprinkling of well-to-do craftsfolk with rich embroidery covering colorful coats or dresses. She hardly noticed them. No fewer than 5 sisters were staying at the Gates of Heaven, none known to her from the tower, the light be thanked, and all sat in the common room when she walked in. Master Helvin, the innkeeper, would always make room for an Aes Sedai, even when he had to force other patrons to double up. The sisters kept to themselves, barely acknowledging one another, and people who might not have recognized an Aes Sedai on sight knew them now, knew enough not to intrude. Every other table was jammed, yet where any man sat with an Aes Sedai, it was her warder, a hard-eyed man with a dangerous look about him, however ordinary he might seem otherwise. One of the sisters sitting alone was a Red, a fact known only through an overheard comment. Only Falana Bevane, a slim yellow-haired brown in plain dark woolens, wore her shawl. She had been the first to corner Moiraine when she arrived. They had felt her ability as soon as she came close, of course. Tucking her gloves behind her belt and folding her cloak over her arm, she started toward the stone stairs at the back of the room. Not too quickly, but not dawdling either. Looking straight ahead. The sisters' eyes following her seemed the touch of fingers. Not quite grasping. None spoke to her. They thought her a wilder, a woman who had learned to channel on her own. That lucky deception had come about by accident, a misperception on Falana's part, but it was bolstered by the presence of a true wilder at the inn. No one knew what Mistress Asher was, except the sisters. Many Aes Sedai disliked wilders, considering them a loss to the tower, yet few went out of their way to make their lives difficult. A merchant in dark gray wool who wore only a red enameled circle pin for jewelry, Mistress Asher dropped her eyes whenever a sister glanced at her, but they had no interest in her. Her gray hair ensured that. Then, just as Moiraine reached the staircase, a woman did speak behind her. "Well now, this is a surprise." Turning quickly, Moiraine kept her face smooth with an effort as she made a brief curtsy suitable from a minor noblewoman to an Aes Sedai. To 2 Aes Sedai. Short of Ciaran herself, she could hardly have encountered 2 worse than this pair in sober silks. The white wings in Lorella Tarsy's long hair emphasized her serene, copper-skinned elegance. She had taught Moiraine in several classes, as both novice and accepted, and she had a way of asking the last question you wanted to hear. Worse, the other was Merian. Seeing them together was a surprise. She had not thought they particularly liked one another. Lorella was as strong as Merian, requiring deference, but they were outside the tower now. They had no right to interfere with whatever she might be doing here. Yet if either said the wrong thing here, word that Moiraine Damodred was wandering about in disguise would spread with the sisters in the room, and it would reach the wrong ears as surely as peaches were poison. That was the way of the world. A summons back to Tar Valon would find her soon after. Disobeying the Amyrlin seat once was bad enough. Twice, and very likely sisters would be sent to bring her back. She opened her mouth, hoping to forestall the chance, but someone else spoke first. "No need trying that one," Falana said, twisting around on her bench at a nearby table where she was sitting alone. She had been writing intently in a small leather-bound book, and there was an ink stain on the tip of her nose, of all places. Says she has no interest in going to the tower. Stubborn as stone about it. Secretive, too. You would think we'd have heard about a wilder popping up even in a lesser Kyrianan house, but this child likes to keep to herself. Lorella and Marian looked at Moiraine, Lorella arching a thin eyebrow, Marian apparently trying to suppress a smile. "It is quite true, Aes Sedai," Moiraine said carefully, relieved that someone else had laid a foundation. "I have no desire to enroll as a novice, and I will not." Falana fixed her with considering eyes, but she still spoke to the others. "Says she's 22, but that rule has been bent a time or two. A woman says she's 18, and that's how she's enrolled. Unless it's too obvious a lie, anyway, and this girl could easily pass for—" "Our rules were not made to be broken," Lorella said sharply, and Marian added in a wry voice, "I don't believe this young woman will lie about her age. She doesn't want to be a novice, Falana. Let her go her way." Moiraine almost let out a relieved sigh. Enough weaker than they to accept being cut off, Falana still began to rise, plainly meaning to continue the argument. Halfway to her feet she glanced up the stairs behind Moiraine, her eyes widened, and abruptly she sat down again, focusing on her writing as if nothing in the world existed beyond her book. Marian and Lorella gathered their shawls, grey fringe and blue, swaying. They looked eager to be elsewhere. They looked as though their feet had been nailed to the floor. "So this girl does not want to be a novice," said a woman's voice from the stairs. A voice Moiraine had heard only once, 2 years ago, and would never forget. A number of women were stronger than she, but only one could be as much stronger as this one. Unwillingly she looked over her shoulder. Nearly black eyes studied her from beneath a bun of iron-gray hair decorated with golden ornaments, stars and birds, crescent moons and fish. Cadsuane, too, wore her shawl, fringed in green. "In my opinion, girl," she said dryly, "you could profit from 10 years in white." Everyone had believed Cadsuane Malydran dead somewhere in retirement until she reappeared at the start of the Aiel War, and a good many sisters probably wished her truly in her grave. Cadsuane was a legend, a most uncomfortable thing to have alive and staring at you. Half the tales about her came close to impossibility, while the rest were beyond it, even among those that had proof. A long-ago king of Tarabon winkled out of his palace when it was learned he could channel, carried to Tar Valon to be gentled, while an army that did not believe chased after to attempt rescue. A king of Arad Doman and a queen of Saldaea both kidnapped, spirited away in secrecy, and when Cadsuane finally released them, a war that had seemed certain simply faded away. It was said she bent tower law where it suited her, flouted custom, went her own way, and often dragged others with her. "I thank the Aes Sedai for her concern," Moiraine began, then trailed off under that stare. Not a hard stare, simply implacable. Supposedly even Amerlins had stepped warily around Cadsuane over the years. It was whispered that she had actually assaulted an Amerlin once. Impossible, of course. She would have been executed. Moiraine swallowed and tried to start over, only to find she wanted to swallow again. Descending the stair, Cadsuane told Marian and Lorella, "Bring the girl." Without a second glance, she glided across the common room. Merchants and craftsfolk looked at her, some openly, some from the corner of an eye, and warders too, but every sister kept her gaze on her table. Marian's face tightened, and Lorella sighed extravagantly, yet they prodded Moiraine after the bobbing golden ornaments. She had no choice but to go. At least Cadsuane could not be one of the women Tamra had called in. She had not returned to Tar Valon since that visit at the beginning of the war. The Green Sister led them to one of the inn's private sitting rooms, where a fire blazed on the black stone hearth and silver lamps hung along the red wall panels. A tall pitcher stood near the fire to keep warm, and a lacquered tray on a small carved table held silver cups. Marian and Lorella took 2 of the brightly cushioned chairs, but when Moiraine put her cloak on a chair and started to sit, Cadsuane pointed to a spot in front of the other sisters. "Stand there, child," she said. Fighting down a searing flare of temper, Moiraine made an effort not to clutch her skirt in fists. Even a woman as strong as Cadsuane had no right to order her here. Yet under that remorseless gaze she stood as directed. Quivering with outrage, she struggled not to utter words she would regret, but she did it. There was something of Siuan about this woman, only magnified. Siuan had been born to lead. Cadsuane had been born to command. She circled the 3 of them slowly, once, twice. Marian and Lorella exchanged wondering frowns, and Lorella opened her mouth, but after one look at Cadsuane, closed it again. They assumed smooth-faced serenity. Any watcher would have thought they knew exactly what was going on. Sometimes Cadsuane glanced at them, but the greater part of her attention stayed on Moiraine. "Most new sisters," the legendary Green said abruptly, "hardly remove their shawls to sleep or bathe, but here you are without shawl or ring in one of the most dangerous spots you could choose, short of the Blight itself. Why?" Moiraine blinked. A direct question. The woman really did ignore custom when it suited her. She made her voice light. "New sisters also seek a warder. Why was the woman singling her out in this manner?" "I have not bonded mine yet. I am told bordermen make fine warders." The Green sent her a stabbing look that made her wish she had been just a little less light. Stopping behind Lorella, Cadsuane laid a hand on her shoulder. "What do you know of this child?" Every girl in Lorella's classes had thought her the perfect sister, and been intimidated by that cool consideration. They all had been afraid of her, and wanted to be her. "Moiraine was studious and a quick learner," she said thoughtfully. "She and Siuan Sanche were 2 of the quickest the tower has ever seen, but you must know that. Let me see. She was rather too free with her opinions and her temper until we settled her down, as much as we did settle her. She and the Sanche girl had a continuing fondness for pranks, but they both passed for accepted on the first try. She needs seasoning, of course, yet she may make something of herself." Cadsuane moved behind Marian, asking the same question, adding, "A fondness for pranks," Lorella said. "A troublesome child?" Marian shook her head with a smile. "Not troublesome, really. High-spirited. None of the tricks Moiraine played were mean, but they were plentiful. Novice and accepted, she was sent to my study more often than any 3 other girls, except for her pillow friend Siuan. Of course, pillow friends frequently get into tangles together, but with those 2, one was never sent to me without the other. The last time, the very night after passing for the shawl." Her smile faded into a frown, very much like the one she had worn that night. Not angry, but rather disbelieving of the mischief young women could get up to, and a touch amused by it. "Instead of spending the night in contemplation, they tried to sneak mice into a sister's bed, Elida Aroyhan, and were caught. I doubt any other women have been raised Aes Sedai while still too tender to sit from their last visit to the Mistress of Novices." Moiraine kept her face smooth, kept her hands from knotting into fists, but she could do nothing about burning cheeks. That ruefully amused frown, as if she were still accepted. She needed seasoning, did she? Well, perhaps she did, some, but still. And spreading out all these intimacies. "I think you know all of me that you need to know," she told Cadsuane stiffly. How close she and Siuan had been was no one's business but theirs. And their punishments, details of their punishments. "If you are quite satisfied, I must pack my things. I'm departing for Chachin." She swallowed a groan before it could form. She still let her tongue go too free when her temper was up. If Marian or Lorella was part of the search, they must have at least part of the list in her little book, including Jureen Najima here, the Lady Ines Demain in Chachin, and Aveen Sahira, who lived in a village on the high road between Chachin and Kanluam. To strengthen suspicion, all she need do now was say she intended to spend time in Arafel and Shinar next. Cadsuane smiled, not at all pleasantly. "You'll leave when I say, child. Be silent till you're spoken to. That pitcher should hold spiced wine. Pour for us." Moiraine quivered. Child! She was no longer a novice. The woman could not order her coming and going, or her tongue. But she did not protest. She walked to the hearth, stalked really, and picked up the long-necked silver pitcher. "You seem very interested in this young woman, Cadsuane," Marian said, turning slightly to watch Moiraine pour. "Is there something about her we should know?" Lorella's smile held a touch of mockery. Only a touch, with Cadsuane. "Has someone foretold she'll be Amyrlin one day? I can't say that I see it in her, but then I don't have the foretelling." "I might live another 30 years, Cadsuane said, putting out a hand for the cup Moiraine offered. "Or only 3, who can say?" Moiraine's eyes went wide, and she slopped hot wine over her own wrist. Marian gaped, and Lorella looked as though she had been struck in the forehead with a stone. "A little more care with the other cups," the Green said, unperturbed by all the gaping. "Child?" Moiraine returned to the hearth, still staring, and Cadsuane went on. "Malin is considerably older. When she and I are gone, that leaves Kareen the strongest." Lorella flinched. Did the woman mean to violate every custom all in one go? "Am I disturbing you?" Cadsuane's solicitous tone could not have been more false, and she did not wait for an answer. "Holding our silence about age doesn't keep people from knowing we live longer than they. Faugh! From Kareen it's a sharp drop to the next 5. 5 once this child and the Sanche girl reach their potential, and one of those is as old as I am and in retirement to boot." "Is there some point to this?" Marian asked, sounding a little sick. Lorella pressed her hands against her middle, her face gray. They barely glanced at the wine Moiraine offered before gesturing it away, and she kept the cup, though she did not think she could swallow a mouthful. Cadsuane scowled, a fearsome sight. "No one has come to the tower in 1,000 years who could match me. No one to match Malin or Kareen in almost 600. 1,000 years ago there would have been 50 sisters or more who stood higher than this child. In another 100 years, though, she'll stand in the first rank. Oh, someone stronger may be found in that time, but there won't be 50, and there may be none. We dwindle." Moiraine's ears pricked. Did Cadsuane have some solution to the problem? But how could any solution involve her? "I don't understand," Lorella said sharply. She seemed to have gathered herself, and to be angry for her previous weakness. "We are all aware of the issue, but what does Moiraine have to do with it? Do you think she can somehow attract more girls to the tower? Girls with stronger potential?" She had to force that last out, grimacing in disgust, and her snort said what she thought of the notion. "I would regret her being wasted before she knows up from down. The tower can't afford to lose her out of her own ignorance. Look at her, a pretty little doll of a Kyrian noble." Cadsuane put a finger under Moiraine's chin, tilting it up. "Before you find a warder like that, child, a brigand who wants to see what's in your purse will put an arrow through your heart. A footpad who'd faint at the sight of a sister in her sleep will crack your head, and you'll wake at the back of an alley minus your gold and maybe more. I suspect you'll want to take as much care choosing your first man as you do your first warder." Moiraine jerked back, spluttered with indignation. First her and Swan, now this. There were things one talked about, and things one did not. Cadsuane ignored her outrage. Calmly sipping her wine, she turned back to the others. Until she does find a warder to guard her back, it might be best to protect her from her own enthusiasm. You two are going to Chachin, I believe. She'll travel with you, then. I expect you not to let her out of your sight. Moiraine found her tongue, but her protests did as much good as her indignation had. Marian and Lorella objected too, just as vociferously. Aes Sedai did not need looking after, no matter how new. They had interests of their own to look after. They did not make clear what those were, or whether they were shared between them. Few sisters would have, but plainly neither wanted company. Cadsuane paid no attention to anything she did not want to hear, assumed they would do as she wished, pressed wherever they offered an opening. Soon the pair were twisting on their chairs and reduced to saying that they had encountered each other only the day before and were not sure they would be traveling on together. In any event, both meant to spend 2 or 3 days in Canluam, while Moiraine wanted to leave today. "The child will stay until you leave," Cadsuane said briskly. "Good, that's done then. I'm sure you two want to see to whatever brought you to Canluam. I won't keep you." Lorella shifted her shawl irritably at the abrupt dismissal, then stalked out, muttering that Moiraine would regret it if she got underfoot or slowed her reaching Chachin. Marian took it better, saying she would look after Moiraine like a daughter, though her smile hardly looked pleased. When they were gone, Moiraine stared at Cadsuane incredulously. She had never seen anything like it, except an avalanche, once. The thing to do now was keep silent until she had a chance to leave without Cadsuane or the others seeing. Much the wisest thing. "I agreed to nothing," she said coolly, very coolly. "What if I have affairs in Chachin that will not wait? What if I do not choose to wait here 2 or 3 days?" Perhaps she did need to learn to school her tongue a little more. Cadsuane had been looking thoughtfully at the door that had closed behind Marian and Lorella, but she turned a piercing gaze on Moiraine. "You've worn the shawl only 4 months or so, and you have affairs that cannot wait? Faugh! You still haven't learned the first real lesson, that the shawl means you are ready to truly begin learning. The second lesson is caution. I know better than most how hard that is to find when you're young and have Saidar at your fingertips and the world at your feet. As you think." Moiraine tried to fit a word in, but she might as well have stood in front of that avalanche. "You will take great risks in your life if you live long enough. You already take more than you know. Heed carefully what I say, and do as I say. I will check your bed tonight, and if you are not in it, I will find you and make you weep as you did for those mice. You can dry your tears afterward on that shawl you believe makes you invincible. It does not." Staring as the door closed behind Cadsuane, Moiraine suddenly realized she still held the cup of wine and gulped it dry. The woman was formidable. Custom forbade physical violence against another sister, but Cadsuane had not sidestepped a hair in her threat. She had said it right out. So by the 3 oaths she meant it exactly. Incredible. Was it happenstance that she had mentioned Malin Arganya and Karine Nagashi? They were 2 of Tamra's searchers. Could Cadsuane be another? Either way, she had very neatly cut Moiraine out of the hunt for the next week or more. If she actually went with Marian and Lorella, at least. But why only a week? If the woman was part of the search, if Cadsuane knew about her and Swan, if... Standing there, fiddling with an empty wine cup, was getting her nowhere. She snatched up her cloak. Chapter 18. A Narrow Passage. A number of people looked around at Moiraine when she came out into the common room, some with sympathy in their eyes. Doubtless they were imagining what it must be like to be the focus of attention for 3 Aes Sedai, and they could not imagine any good in it. There was no commiseration on any sister's face. Most took hardly any notice of her at all. Falana wore a pleased smile, though, probably thinking the Lady Alice's name as good as written in the novice book. At least she did not know the truth, not with that smile. There was some hope of staying hidden from Sierin a while longer. Cadsuane was nowhere in sight, nor the other two. Picking her way through the tables, Moiraine felt as though she had been spun like a top. There were too many questions, and not an answer to be found. She wished Siuan were there, with her ability to solve puzzles. And nothing shook Siuan. She could have used Siuan's presence for the steadying alone. A young woman looked in at the door from the street, then jerked out of sight. Moiraine missed a step. Wish for something hard enough, and you could think you saw it. The woman peeked in again, the hood of her cloak fallen atop the bundle on her back. And it really was Siuan, sturdy and handsome in one of Tamora's plain blue riding dresses. This time she saw Moiraine, but instead of rushing to greet her, Siuan nodded up the street and vanished again. Heart climbing into her throat, Moiraine swept her cloak around her and went out. Down the street, Siuan was slipping through the traffic, glancing back at every third step. A wagon driver hauled her reins hard to avoid running Siuan down and cracked her whip over Siuan's head, but Siuan seemed unaware of the horses snorting in their traces, or the whip, or the wagon driver's angry shouts. Moiraine followed quickly, worry growing. Another 3 or 4 years would pass before Siuan gained enough strength to tell Satalia she was leaving the job as Satalia's assistant. There would be snow at Sunday before the woman let her go short of that. And the only other possibility for her being in Canluam... Moiraine groaned, and a big-eared fellow selling pins from a tray gave her a concerned look. She glared so hard that he started back. Perhaps Siuan had let something slip. Or maybe her book of names had been found, or... No. How it happened did not matter. Sierin must have found out about everything. It would be just like the woman to send Siuan to bring her back, so their worry could feed on each other during the long ride. Maybe she was building phantasms, but she could not imagine another explanation. 100 paces from the inn, Siuan looked back once more, paused till she was sure that Moiraine saw her, then darted into an alley. Moiraine quickened her stride and followed. Her friend was pacing beneath the still unlit oil lamps that lined this narrow, dusty passage. The dark blue dress showed signs of hard travel, creases and stains, dust. Nothing frightened Siuan, yet fear glittered in those sharp blue eyes now. Moiraine opened her mouth to confirm her own fears about Sierin, but the taller woman spoke first. "Light! I thought I'd never bloody find you! Tell me you found him, Moiraine. Tell me the Najima boy's the one, and we can hand him to the tower with 100 sisters watching, and it's done." 100 sisters? No, Siuan, he is not. This did not sound like Sierin. What is the matter? Why did you come yourself instead of sending a message? Siuan began to weep. Siuan, who had a lion's heart. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Throwing her arms around Moiraine, she squeezed hard enough to make Moiraine's ribs ache. She was trembling. "I couldn't trust this to a pigeon," she mumbled. "Or to any of the eyes and ears. I wouldn't have dared. They're all dead. Aisha and Karine, Valera and Lutis and Malin. They say Aisha and her warder were killed by bandits in Murundi. Karine supposedly fell off a ship in the Alguenya during a storm and drowned. And Malin... Sobs racked her so she could not go on. Moiraine hugged her back, making soothing sounds, and staring past Siuan's shoulder in consternation. "Accidents do happen," she said slowly. "Bandits, storms. Aes Sedai can die as easily as anyone else." She was having a hard time making herself believe. All of them? Her father used to say that once was happenstance, twice might be coincidence, but thrice or more indicated the actions of your enemies. He said he had read it somewhere. But what enemies? A thought occurred, and she forced it down. Some things did not bear thinking. Swan pushed herself away from Moiraine's embrace. "You don't understand. Malin!" Grimacing, she scrubbed at her eyes. "Fish guts. I'm not making this clear. Get hold of yourself, you bloody fool." That last was growled to herself. Guiding Moiraine to an upended cask with no bung, she set Moiraine down and shrugged off the bundle from her own back. If that was all she was traveling with, likely she did not have so much as a spare dress. "You won't want to be standing when you hear what I have to say. For that matter, I bloody well don't want to be standing myself." Dragging a crate with broken slats from further up the alley, she settled on it, fussing with her skirts, peering toward the street, muttering about people looking in as they passed. Her reluctance did nothing to soothe Moiraine's fluttering stomach. It seemed to do little for Swan's either. When she started again, she kept pausing to swallow, like a woman who wanted to sick up. "Malin returned to the tower almost a month ago. I don't know why. She didn't say where she had been, or where she was going, but she only meant to stay a few nights. I'd heard about Kareen the morning Malin came back, and the others before that. So I decided to speak to her. Don't look at me that way. I know how to be cautious." "Cautious? Swan?" Moiraine could have laughed. Only she knew if she did, it might well tip over into tears of her own. This was madness. It had to be madness. She shoved that horrible thought away again. There had to be another explanation. There had to be. Anyway, I sneaked into her rooms and hid under the bed, so the servants wouldn't see me when they turned down her sheets. Swan grunted sourly. I fell asleep under there. Sunrise woke me and her bed hadn't been slept in. So I sneaked out again, not easy that time of morning, but I'm sure nobody saw me, and went down to the second sitting of breakfast. And while I was spooning my porridge, Chesmal Emry came in to... She announced that Malin had been found in her bed, that she'd died during the night. She finished in a rush and sagged, staring at Moiraine. Moiraine was very glad to be sitting. Her knees would not have supported a feather. It was madness. Murder had been done. "The Red Ajah?" she suggested finally. A Red might kill a sister she thought intended to protect a man who could channel. It was possible, but she could not have said it aloud because she did not believe it. Swan snorted. Malin didn't have a mark on her. Yellows delved her, of course. They'd have detected poison or smothering. They found nothing and called it a natural death, but I know it wasn't. It couldn't be, not the way they found her. No marks. That means the power, Moiraine. Could even a Red do that? Her voice was fierce, but she pulled the bundle up, clutching it on her lap. She seemed to be hiding behind it. Still, there was less fear on her face than anger now. "Think, Moiraine. Tamra supposedly died in her sleep, too. Only we know Malin didn't, no matter where she was found. First Tamra, then the others started dying. The only thing that makes sense is that someone noticed her calling sisters in and wanted to know why badly enough that they'd bloody risked putting the Amyrlin seat herself to the question. They had to have something to hide to do that. Something they'd hazard anything to keep hidden. They killed her to hide it, to hide what they'd done, and then they set out to kill the rest. Which means they don't want the boy found, not alive. They don't want the dragon reborn at the last battle. Any other way to look at it is tossing the slop bucket into the wind and hoping for the best." Unconsciously, Moiraine peered toward the mouth of the alley. A few people walking by glanced in, but none more than once. No one paused at seeing them seated there. Some things were easier to speak of when you were not too specific. The Amyrlin had been put to the question. She had been killed. Not Tamra, not a name that brought up the familiar face. Someone had murdered her. They did not want the Dragon Reborn found. Putting someone to the question with the power violated none of the 3 oaths, but murder using saidar certainly did, even for those Moiraine did not want to name any more than Siuan did. Forcing her face to smoothness, forcing her voice to calm, she forced the words out. "The Black Ajah." Siuan flinched, then nodded, glowering. Almost any sister grew angry at the suggestion that a secret Ajah existed, hidden inside the others, an Ajah dedicated to the Dark One. Most sisters refused to listen to any mention of it. The White Tower had stood for the light for over 3,000 years, but some sisters did not deny the black straight out. Some believed. Very few would admit it even to another sister, though. Moiraine did not want to admit it to herself. Siuan plucked fretfully at the ties on her bundle, but she went on in a brisk voice. "I don't think they have our names. Tamra never really thought us part of it. She told us to be quiet, put us aside, and forgot us. Else I'd have had an accident, too. Just before I left, I slipped a note with my suspicions under Sieren's door. Not about the boy, about the Black. Only I didn't know how much to trust her even there. The Amyrlin's seat. But if it's real, then anybody could belong. Anybody. I wrote it with my left hand, but I was shaking so hard no one could recognize my writing if I'd used my right. Burn my liver. Even if we knew who to trust, we have Bilgewater for proof. Enough for me. Light, the Black Ajah. If they know everything, all the women Tamra chose, there may be none left except us. We will have to move fast if we have a hope of finding the boy." It all seemed hopeless. Who could say how many Black sisters there might be? 20? 50? And a terrible thought. More? But Moiraine tried for a vigorous tone, too. It was gratifying that Siuan only nodded. She would not give up for all her talk of shaking, and she never considered that Moiraine might. Most gratifying, especially when she still doubted her knees. Perhaps they know us, and perhaps not. Perhaps they think they can leave 2 new sisters for last. In any case, we cannot trust anyone but ourselves. The blood drained from her face, and she suddenly felt lightheaded. "Oh, Light, I just had an encounter at the inn, Siuan." She tried to recall every word, every nuance from the moment Mirian first spoke. Siuan listened with a distant look, filing and sorting. "Cadsuane could be Black Ajah," she agreed when Moiraine finished. She barely hesitated over the words. "Maybe she's just trying to get you out of the way until she can dispose of you without rousing suspicion. Or she could be one of Tamra's chosen. Just because we think she hasn't been in Tar Valon for 2 years doesn't make it so." Sisters did slip in and out of the tower quietly sometimes, but Moiraine thought that anywhere Cadsuane arrived shook, as though struck by an earthquake. The trouble is, any of them could be either. Leaning across her bundle, she touched Moiraine's knee. "Can you bring your horse from the stable without being seen? I have a good mount, but I don't know if she can carry both of us. We should be hours from here before they know we're gone." Moiraine smiled in spite of herself. She very much doubted the good mount. Any horse trader could pass off a broken-down cart horse as a charger to Siuan, whose eye for horseflesh was no better than her seat in the saddle. The ride north must have been agony for her, and full of fear. "No one knows you are here at all, Siuan," she said. "Best if it stays so. You have your book? Good. If I remain until morning, I will have a day's start on them instead of hours. You go on to Chachin now. Take some of my coin." By the state of Siuan's dress, she had spent the last part of that trip sleeping under bushes. She would not have dared draw much from the tower's bank before leaving. "Start searching for the Lady Ines, and I will catch you up there, looking for Aveen Sahira on the way." It was not that easy, of course. Siuan had a stubborn streak as wide as the Aranin. "I have enough for my needs," she grumbled. But Moiraine insisted on handing her half the coins in her purse, and when Moiraine reminded her of their pledge during their first months in the tower that what one owned belonged to the other as well, she muttered, "We swore we'd find beautiful young princes to bond to and marry them besides. Girls say all sorts of silly things. You watch after yourself now. You leave me alone in this and I'll wring your neck." Embracing to say goodbye, Moiraine found it hard to let go. An hour ago, her worries had been how long she could escape Ciaran's justice and the birch. Now that seemed like worrying over stubbing her toe. The Black Ajah. She wanted to empty her stomach. If only she had Siuan's courage. Watching Siuan slip down the alley, adjusting that bundle on her back again, Moiraine wished she were green. She would have liked at least 3 or 4 warders to guard her back right then. Walking back up the street, she could not help looking at everyone she passed, man or woman. If the Black Ajah... Her stomach twisted every time she thought that name. If they were involved, then ordinary dark friends were too. No one denied that some misguided people believed the Dark One would give them immortality. People who would kill and do every sort of evil to gain that hoped-for reward. And if any sister could be Black Ajah, anyone she met could be a dark friend. She hoped Siuan remembered that. As she approached the gates of heaven, a sister appeared in the inn's doorway. Part of a sister, at least. All she could see was an arm with a fringed shawl over it, and that just for an instant. A very tall man who had just come out, his hair in 2 belled braids, turned back to speak for a moment, but a hand gestured peremptorily, and he strode past Moiraine wearing a scowl. She would not have thought twice of it if not for thinking about the Black Ajah and dark friends. The Light knew Aes Sedai did speak to men, and some did more than speak. She had been thinking of dark friends, though, and black sisters. If only she could have made out the color of that fringe. She hurried the last 30-odd paces, frowning. Marianne and Lorella were seated together by themselves near the door, both still wearing their shawls. Few sisters did that except for ceremony, or for show. Both women were watching Cadsuane go into that private sitting room, followed by a pair of lean, gray-haired men who looked hard as last year's oak. She still wore her shawl, too, with the white flame of Tar Valon bright on her back amid the woven vines. It could have been any of them. Cadsuane might be looking for another warder. Greens always seemed to be looking. Marianne or Lorella might be, too. Neither had one, unless bonded since she left Tar Valon. The fellow's scowl might have been for hearing he did not measure up. There were 100 possible explanations, and she put the man out of her head. The sure dangers were real enough without inventing more. Before she was 3 steps into the common room, Master Helvin bustled up in a green-striped apron, a bald-headed man nearly as wide as he was tall, and handed her a new irritation. "Ah, Lady Alice, just who I was looking for. With 3 more Aes Sedai stopping here, I fear I need to shuffle the beds again. Certainly you won't mind sharing yours under the circumstances. Mistress Palin is a most pleasant woman." Under the circumstances? Under any normal circumstances, he would never have dared suggest doubling to a noblewoman, no matter how many merchants he had to push into one bed. But what he meant was, since she would soon be off to the White Tower, in fact he more than suggested, he had already moved the woman in, and when she protested, "If you're displeased, I suggest you speak to one of the Aes Sedai," he said in a firm voice. A firm voice? To her? "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have many things to take care of. We're very busy right now." And off he bustled without another word, or even a bow. She could have screamed. She very nearly channeled to give him a clout on the ear. Hazel Palin was a rug merchant from Murandy with the lilt of Lugard in her voice. Moiraine heard more of it than she wanted from the moment she stepped into the small room that had been hers alone. Her clothes had been moved from the wardrobe to pegs on the wall, her comb and brush displaced from the washstand for Mistress Palin's. The plump, graying woman in fine brown woolens surely would have been diffident with Lady Alice, but not with a Wilder who everybody said was off in the morning to become a novice in the White Tower. She lectured Moiraine on the duties of a novice, all of her information wrong. Some of what she suggested would have killed most of the novices in a week, if not on the first day, and the rest was just impossible. Learn to fly? The woman was mad. She followed Moiraine down to supper and gathered other traders of her acquaintance at the table, every woman of them eager to share what she knew of the White Tower, which was nothing at all. They shared it in great detail, though. If Moiraine truly had been a potential novice, they would have frightened her out of going anywhere near the tower. She thought to escape by retiring early, but Mistress Palin appeared almost as soon as she had her dress off and talked until she dropped off to sleep. It was not an easy night. The bed was narrow, the woman's elbows sharp, and her feet icy despite thick blankets trapping the warmth of the small tiled stove built in beneath the bed. Ignoring cold air was one thing. Icy feet were quite something else. The rainstorm that had threatened all day broke, wind and thunder rattling the shutters for hours. Moiraine doubted she could have slept in any event. Dark friends and the Black Ajah danced in her head. She saw Tamra being dragged from her sleep, dragged away to somewhere secret and tortured by women wielding the power. Sometimes the women wore Marian's face, and Lorella's, and Cadsuane's, and every sister's she had ever seen. Sometimes Tamra's face became her own. When the door creaked slowly open in the dark hours of morning, Moiraine embraced the source in a flash. saidar filled her to the point where the sweetness and joy came close to pain. Not as much of the power as she would be able to handle in another year, much less 5, yet a hair more would burn the ability out of her now, or kill her. One was as bad as the other, but she wanted to draw more, and not just because the power always made you want more. Cadsuane put her head in. Moiraine had forgotten her promise, her threat. The Green Sister saw the glow, of course, could feel how much she held. "Fool girl," was all the woman said before leaving. Moiraine counted to 100 slowly, then swung her feet out from under the covers. Now was as good a time as any. Mistress Palin heaved onto her side and began to snore. It sounded like canvas ripping. Even so, Moiraine took care to be quiet. Channeling fire, she lit one of the lamps and dressed hurriedly. A riding dress this time, in dark blue silk and embroidered on the neck and sleeves in a golden pattern like Maldine lace. Reluctantly, she decided to abandon her saddlebags along with everything else she had to leave behind. Anyone who saw her moving about might not think too much of it, even this time of the morning, but not if she had saddlebags over her shoulder. All she took was what she could fit into the pockets sewn inside her cloak, her brush and comb and sewing kit, some spare stockings, and a clean shift. There was no room for more. It was enough, with the letter of rights and the remaining gold in her belt pouch. Mistress Palin was still snoring as she closed the door behind her. Chapter 19. Pond Water. The common room was empty at that hour, though the clatter of pots and the murmur of voices through the kitchen door told of preparations for breakfast. She hurried out through a side door into the inn's stable yard. Unseen, she was sure. So far, so good. The sky was just beginning to turn gray, and the air retained every ounce of the night's chill, but at least the rain had stopped. There was a weave to keep rain off, but it did tend to attract notice. Gathering her skirts and cloak to keep them out of the puddles on the paving stones, she quickened her step. The faster gone, the less chance of being seen. Not that she could avoid every eye. The hinges creaked softly as she opened one of the stable doors to slip inside, and the coatless groom on night duty jumped to his feet from the stool, where he had no doubt been dozing with his back against a thick roof post. A skinny, hook-nosed fellow with the tilted eyes of Saldeia, he raked his fingers through his hair in a useless effort to straighten it, and made a jerky bow. "How may I help, my lady?" he asked in a raspy voice. "Saddle my mare, cousin," she said, putting a silver penny in his ready hand. It was very good luck that this same man had been on duty when she arrived, too. Master Helvin had written a description of Arrow in the stable book, sitting on a slanted ledge by the doors, but she very much doubted Kazan could read. The silver had him knuckling his forehead and scurrying for Arrow's stall. Likely he more often received coppers. She regretted leaving her pack-horse behind, but not even a fool noble, she had heard Kazan mutter, "Who but a fool noble would ride out at this hour?" would take a pack animal for a morning jaunt. At best, he would hurry inside to find out whether she was paid in full with the innkeeper. She was, and for another night besides, but there was always the chance Cadsuane had promised the servants rewards to watch her movements. In the Green Sisters' place, she would have. This way, no one would suspect anything until she failed to return that night. Climbing into Arrow's high-cantled saddle, she gave the groom a cool smile because of his comment and rode slowly out into damp, nearly empty streets. Just out for a ride, however early. It looked to be a good day. The sky looked rained out, for one thing, with barely a cloud blocking the stars, and there was little wind. The lamps high on the walls of every building were still lit all along the streets and alleys, leaving no more than the palest shadow anywhere, yet the only people to be seen were the night watch's helmeted patrols, with their halberds and crossbows, and the lamplighters, just as heavily armed as they made their rounds to make sure no lamp went out. A wonder that people could live so close to the blight that a Myrddraal could step out of any dark shadow. Night watchmen and lamplighters alike eyed her with surprise as she rode by. No one went out in the night. Not in the borderlands. Which was why she was surprised to see she was not the first to reach the western gates. Slowing Arrow, she stayed well back from the 3 very large men waiting with a pack-horse behind their mounts. None wore helmet or armor, but each wore a sword at his hip and carried a heavy horse-bow with a bristling quiver tied in front of his saddle. Few men went unarmed in these lands. Their attention was all on the barred gates, with now and again a word shared with the gate guards. They seemed impatient for the gates to open, and barely glanced in her direction. The lamps near the gates showed their faces clearly. A grizzled old man and a hard-faced young one in dark knee-long coats with braided leather cords tied around their heads. Malkieri? She thought that was what that cord meant. The third was an Arafellan with belled braids, in a dark yellow coat sewn with more bells, the same fellow she had seen leaving the gates of heaven. By the time a bright sliver of sunrise on the horizon allowed the gates to be swung wide, several merchants' trains had lined up to depart. The 3 men were first through, but Moiraine let a dozen tall, canvas-covered wagons behind 6-horse teams rumble ahead of her, with their outriding guards in helmets and breastplates, before she followed across the bridge and onto the road through the hills. She kept the 3 in sight, though. They were heading in the same direction so far, after all. They moved quickly, good riders who barely shifted a rein, but speed suited her. The more distance she put between herself and Cadsuane, the better. She stayed only close enough to maintain sight of the men. No need to attract their attention until she wished. At that pace, the merchants' wagons and their guards fell behind long before she saw the first village near midday, a small cluster of tile-roofed 2-story stone houses around a tiny inn on a forested hill slope beside the road. Even after several months, it still seemed odd to see villagers wearing swords, and at least one halberd racked outside every door. Crossbows and quivers, too. It made stark contrast to the children rolling hoops and tossing beanbags in the street. The 3 men never slowed or turned an eye toward the village, but Moiraine paused long enough to purchase part of a loaf of crusty pale bread and a narrow wedge of hard yellow cheese, and ask whether anyone knew a woman named Aveen Sahira. The answer was no, and she galloped on until the 3 appeared on the hard-packed road ahead, their horses still in that ground-eating pace. Maybe they knew nothing more than the name of the sister the Arafellan had spoken to, but anything at all she learned about Cadsuane or the other 2 would be to the good. She formulated several plans for approaching them, and discarded each. 3 men on a deserted forest road could well decide a young woman alone was a heaven-sent opportunity, especially if they were what she feared. Handling them presented no difficulty if it came to that, but she wanted to avoid that. Should they turn out to be dark friends or simply brigands, she would have to hold them prisoner long enough to hand them over to some authority. No telling how long that would take, and besides, there would be no hiding that she was Aes Sedai then. News of a woman capturing 3 outlaws, hardly an event of every day, would spread like wildfire in dry timber. She might as well weave a great column of fire above her head to help anyone who wanted to find her. Forest gave way to scattered farms, and farms faded to more forest, towering fir and pine and leather leaf, massive oaks with only tiny red leaf buds on their thick branches. A red-crested eagle soared overhead not 20 paces up, and became a shape against the descending sun. The road ahead was empty except for the 3 men and their pack animal, and bare of life behind as well. Decent people would be at their suppers. Not that there was so much as a farmhouse in evidence here. As her shadow stretched out behind her, she decided to forget the men and begin looking for a place to sleep. With luck, she might see more farms soon, and if a little silver did not bring a bed, a hayloft would have to do. Without luck, her saddle would suffice for a pillow, if a hard one. A meal would be nice, though. That bread and cheese seemed a very long way back. Ahead, the 3 men suddenly stopped in the middle of the road, conferring for a moment. She drew rein where she was. Even if they noticed, proper caution for a woman alone called on her not to ride up on them. Then one of the fellows took the pack-horse and turned aside into the forest. The others dug in their heels and rode on at a quicker pace, as though suddenly remembering somewhere they needed to be. Moiraine frowned. The Arafellan was one of the pair rushing off, but since they were traveling together, maybe he had mentioned meeting an Aes Sedai to his companion left behind. The younger Malkieri, she thought. People did talk about encounters of that sort. Relatively few people had actually met a sister and known who or what she was, and 1 man would certainly be less trouble than 3, if she was careful. Riding to where rider and pack-horse had vanished, she dismounted and began searching for sign. Most ladies left tracking to their huntsmen, but she had taken an interest in the years when climbing trees and getting dirty had seemed equal fun. It appeared this man was no woodsman, though. Broken twigs and kicked winter-fall leaves left a trail a child could have followed. 100 paces or so into the forest, she spotted a wide pond in a hollow through the trees, and the younger of the Malkieri. He had already unsaddled and hobbled his bay, a fine-looking animal, much too fine for his worn coat, perhaps the sign of a bandit, and was setting the pack-saddle on the ground. He looked even larger this close, with very wide shoulders and a narrow waist. Far from a pretty man, too. Not unhandsome with that hard, angular face. A suitable face for a brigand. Unbuckling his sword-belt, he sat down cross-legged facing the pond, laid sword and belt beside him, and put his hands on his knees. He seemed to be staring off across the water, still glittering through the late afternoon shadows, toward the water reeds that rimmed the far bank. He did not move a muscle. Moiraine considered. Plainly, he had been left to make camp. The others would return, but not quickly, since he was slacking his task. A question or 2 would not take long. Which of you met an Aes Sedai recently might be enough, and if he was unnerved a little, say at finding her suddenly standing right behind him, he might answer before he thought. saidar must be left till last. She would have to use it almost certainly, but let the fact that she could channel come as an added surprise. Tying Arrow's reins to a low branch on a leather leaf, she gathered her cloak and skirts and moved forward as silently as possible. A small hummock lay behind him, and she stepped up onto that. Added height could help. He was a very tall man. And it might also help if he found her with her belt knife in one hand and his sword in the other. Channeling, she whisked the scabbarded blade from his side, every little bit of shock she could manage for him. He moved faster than thought. No one so large could move so fast, yet her grasp closed on the scabbard and he uncoiled, whirling, one hand clutching the scabbard between hers, the other seizing the front of her dress. Before she could think to channel, she was flying through the air. She had just time to see the pond coming up at her, just time to shout something, she did not know what, and then she struck the surface flat, driving all the wind out of her, struck with a great splash and sank. The water was freezing! Saidar fled in her shock. Floundering to her feet, she stood up to her waist in the icy water, coughing, wet hair clinging to her face, sodden cloak dragging at her shoulders. Furiously, she twisted around to confront her attacker, furiously embraced the source once more, prepared to knock him down and drub him till he squealed. He stood shaking his head and frowning in puzzlement at the spot where she had stood, a long stride from where he had been sitting. She might as well have been a fish. When he deigned to notice her, he put down the scabbarded sword and came to the edge of the pond, bending to stretch out a hand. "Unwise to try separating a man from his sword," he said, and after a glance at the colored slashes on her dress, added, "My lady." Hardly an apology. His startlingly blue eyes did not quite meet hers. If he was hiding mirth... Muttering under her breath, she splashed awkwardly to where she could take his outstretched hand in both of hers, and heaved with all of her might. Ignoring icy water trickling down your ribs was not easy, and if she was wet, so would he be, and without any need to use the one. He straightened, raised his arm, and she came out of the water dangling from his hand. In consternation, she stared at him until her feet touched the ground and he backed away. "I'll start a fire and hang out blankets so you can dry yourself," he murmured, still not meeting her gaze. What was he hiding? Or perhaps he was shy? She had never heard of a shy, dark friend, though she supposed there could be some. He was as good as his word, and by the time the other men reappeared, she was standing beside a small fire surrounded by blankets dug from his pack saddles and hung from the branches of an oak. She had no need of the fire for drying, of course. The proper weave of water had taken every drop from her hair and clothes while she stayed in them. As well he did not see that, though. Or her, until her hair was combed straight and brushed. And she did appreciate the flame's warmth. Anyway, she had to stay inside the blankets long enough for the man to think she had used the fire as he intended. She very definitely held on to Saidar. So far, she had proof of nothing. "Did she follow you, Lan?" a man's voice said as he dismounted to the jingle of bells. "The Arafellan." "Why are those blankets up?" a sour voice demanded gruffly. Moiraine stared at nothing, missing what reply her assailant made to the questions. They had known? Men watched for bandits in these times, but they had noticed a lone woman and decided she was following them? It made no sense. But why lure her into the woods instead of just confronting her? 3 men had no reason to fear one woman. Unless they knew she was Aes Sedai, they would step very cautiously then. But she was certain the fellow had no idea how she had gotten hold of his sword. "A Cairhienin, Lan? I suppose you've seen a Cairhienin in her skin, but I never have." That certainly caught her ear, and with the power filling her, so did another sound. Steel whispering on leather. A sword leaving its sheath. Preparing several weaves that would stop the lot of them in their tracks, she made a crack in the blankets to peek out. To her surprise, the man who had dunked her, Lan, stood with his back to her blankets. He was the one with bared steel in hand. The Arafellan facing him looked surprised. "You remember the sight of the 1,000 lakes, Rhine," Lan said coldly. "Does a woman need protection from your eyes?" For a moment she thought Rhine was going to draw despite the blade already in Lan's hand, but the older man, Bukama she heard him called, a much battered graying fellow, though as tall as the others, calmed matters took the other two a little distance away with talk of some game called Sevens. A strange game it seemed to be, and more than dangerous in the failing daylight. Lan and Rhine sat cross-legged facing one another, their swords sheathed, then without warning drew, each blade flashing toward the other man's throat, stopping just short of flesh. The older man pointed to Rhine. They sheathed swords, and then did it again. For as long as she watched, that was how it went. Perhaps Rhine had not been so overconfident as he seemed. Waiting inside the blankets, she tried to recall what she had been taught of Malkier. It had not been a great deal, except as history. Rhine remembered the 1,000 Lakes, so he must be Malkieri too. There had been something about distressed women. Now that she was with them, she might as well stay until she learned what she could. When she came out from behind the blankets, she was ready. "I claim the right of a woman alone," she told them formally. "I travel to Chachin, and I ask the shelter of your swords." She also pressed a fat silver coin into each man's hand. She was not really sure about this ridiculous woman-alone business, but silver caught most men's attention. And 2 more each, paid in Chachin. The reactions were not what she expected. Rhine glared at the coin as he turned it over in his fingers. Lan looked at his without expression and tucked it into his coat pocket with a grunt. She had given them some of her last Tarvalin marks, she realized, but Tarvalin coins could be found anywhere, along with those of every other land. Bukama bowed with his left hand on his knee. "Honor to serve, my lady," he said. "To Chachin, my life above yours." His eyes were also blue, and they too would not quite meet hers. She hoped he did not turn out to be a dark friend. Learning anything proved to be difficult. Impossible. First, the men were busy setting up camp, tending the horses, making a larger fire. They did not seem eager to face a new spring night without that. Bukama and Lan barely said a word over a dinner of flatbread and dried meat that she tried not to wolf down. Rhine talked, and was quite charming, really, with a dimple in his cheek when he smiled and a sparkle in his blue eyes, but he gave no opening for her to mention the gates of heaven or Aes Sedai. When she finally inquired why he was going to Chachin, his face turned sad. "Every man has to die somewhere," he said softly, and went off to make up his blankets. A very odd answer, worthy of an Aes Sedai. Lan took the first watch as the moon rose above the trees, sitting cross-legged not far from Rhine, and when Bukama doused the fire and rolled himself up in his blankets near Lan, she wove a ward of spirit around each man. Flows of spirit she could hold on to sleeping, and if any of them moved in the night, the ward would wake her without alerting them. It meant waking every time they changed guard, which they did frequently, but there was nothing for it. Her own blankets lay well away from the men, and as she settled her head on her saddle for the 3rd time, Bukama murmured something she could not catch. She heard Lan's reply plainly enough. "I'd sooner trust an Aes Sedai, Bukama. Go to sleep." All the anger she had tamped down flared up. The man threw her into an icy pond. He did not apologize. She channeled air and water weaving with a touch of earth. A thick cylinder of water rose from the surface of the pond, stretching up and up in the moonlight, arching over, crashing down on the fool who was so free with his tongue. Splattered, Bukama and Rhine bounded to their feet with oaths, but she continued the torrent for a count of 10 before letting it end. Freed water splashed down across the campsite. She expected to see a sodden, half-frozen man beaten to the ground and ready to learn proper respect. He was dripping wet, a few small fish flopping around his feet. He was standing on his feet, with his sword out. "Shadow spawn?" Rhine said in a disbelieving tone, and atop him, Lan said, "Maybe. I've never heard the like, though. Guard the woman, Rhine. Bukama, take west and circle south. I'll take east and circle north." "Not shadow spawn," Moiraine snapped, stopping them in their tracks. They stared at her. She wished she could see their expressions better in the moon shadows, but those cloud-shifting shadows aided her, too, cloaking her in mystery. With an effort, she gave her voice every bit of cool Aes Sedai serenity she could muster. "It is unwise to show anything except respect to an Aes Sedai, Master Lan." "Aes Sedai?" Rhine whispered. Despite the dim light, the awe on his face was clear. Or maybe it was fear. No one else made a sound, except for Bukama's grumbles as he shifted his bed away from the mud. Rhine spent a long time moving his blankets in silence, giving her small bows whenever she glanced his way. Lan made no attempt to dry off. He started to choose a new spot for his watch, then stopped and sat back where he had been, in the mud and water. She might have thought it a gesture of humility, only he glanced at her, very nearly meeting her eyes this time. If that was humility, kings were the most humble men on earth. She wove her wards around them again, of course. If anything, revealing herself only made it more necessary. She did not go to sleep for quite a while, though. She had a great deal to think about. For one thing, none of the men had asked why she was following them. The man had been on his feet. When she drifted off, she was thinking of Rhine, strangely. A pity if he was afraid of her now. A great pity if he turned out to be a dark friend. He was charming and quite pretty, really. She did not mind a man wanting to see her unclothed, only his telling others about it.
Chapter 20. Breakfast in Manala. "You may call me Lady Alice," the strange little woman told them when she climbed drowsily from her blankets at sunrise, stifling yawns with a fist. Apparently she was unused to sleeping on the ground. Lan was certain she had been awake every time he took a turn at guard. People breathed differently awake and asleep. Well, women who wore silks seldom encountered hardships or discomfort. He doubted the name as much as he did the great serpent ring she produced, especially after she tucked it back into her belt pouch and said no one must know she was Aes Sedai, not even other sisters. True, Aes Sedai often pretended to be ordinary women and carried it off with those who did not know a sister's face, and true, once he had encountered an Aes Sedai who had not yet attained the ageless look, but one and all they practiced serenity to a fault. Oh, they got angry, but it was a cold anger. He had seen Alice's face in the moonlight when the water stopped, though he had not realized what he was seeing till later. Childish glee at playing a prank, and childish disappointment that it had not worked as she wished. Aes Sedai were many things, and convoluted enough with it to make other women seem simple, but they were never childish. When they had first seen her behind them, outpacing the merchant trains in the shield of their guards, Bukama offered a reason for a woman alone to follow 3 men. If 6 swordsmen could not kill a man in daylight, perhaps one woman could in darkness. Bukama had not mentioned Edain, of course. In truth, it plainly could not be that, or he would be dead now. Yet Edain might set a woman to watch him, thinking he would be less on his guard. Only a fool believed women less dangerous than men, but women often seemed to think men fools when it came to women. In the night, despite his earlier misgivings, Bukama had expressed displeasure at Lan's refusal to make proper pledge to her, though his own pledge sufficed to tie them to this Lady Alice T'Chachan. Besides, she had given them money. The woman did not know insult when she offered it. This morning he grumbled while saddling his black gelding, a horse he claimed was not a patch on Sunlance. That was going some even for Bukama. The black was a fine animal with excellent conformation and a good turn of speed, if untrained as a warhorse yet. "Aes Sedai are not. A decent man follows certain forms," he muttered as he tightened his front saddle girth. "It's a matter of common decency." "Give over, Bukama," Lan told him quietly. Bukama did not, of course. "It's disrespectful to her, Lan, and shameful on your part. An honorable man protects whoever needs protecting, but children above all, and women above men. Pledge her protection for your own honor." Lan sighed. Likely Bukama would keep this up the whole way to Chachin. He should understand. If the woman really was Aes Sedai, Lan wanted no more strings binding him to her. Bukama already had tied one, but his own pledge might lead to worse. If she was Aes Sedai, she might be hunting a warder. If. Rhine only waited for the woman to finish brushing out her hair, which she did seated on her saddle on the ground, before offering her a flourishing bow that set his bells chiming. "A beautiful morning, my lady," he murmured, "though no sunrise could compare in beauty with the deep, dark pools of your eyes." And then he twitched, his own eyes going wide as he searched to see whether she was offended. May I saddle your mare, my lady?" As diffident as a scullion in the withdrawing room. "Why, thank you," she said, smiling. A very warm smile. "A gracious offer, Rhine." She went with him to saddle her bay, or rather to flirt, as it seemed. She stood very close while he worked, looking up at him with those big eyes he so admired, and whatever she said, Lan heard answering murmurs about her skin of silky snow, which brought a delighted laugh from her. Lan shook his head. He understood what drew Rhine. The woman's face was beautiful, and however childishly she behaved, the slim body inside that blue silk belonged to no child. But Rhine was right. He had seen a Cairhienin in her skin, more than one, and they had all tried to mesh him in a scheme or two or three. Over one particularly memorable 10 days in the south of Cairhien, he had almost been killed 6 times and nearly married twice. An Aes Sedai, if she really was one, and a Cairhienin? There could be no worse combination. Strangely, she made no complaint about riding on without a bite of breakfast, but when they reached Manala, a considerable village less than an hour along the road, she commanded a halt. And it was a command. "Hot food now will make the day's ride easier," she said firmly, sitting very straight in her saddle and staring a challenge at them. That was certainly like an Aes Sedai, but then it was like most women. "I wish to reach Chachin as swiftly as possible, and I will not have you falling over from hunger in a foolish attempt to show me how tough you are." Only Rhine met her gaze directly, with an uneasy smile. The man needed to decide whether he was besotted or afraid. "It was our plan to stop briefly for food, my lady," Bukama said, lowering his eyes respectfully. He did not add that they would have eaten there last night, and slept in beds if not for her. Had she followed them to Manala, it would have meant nothing. Following Lan into the forest meant she had some interest in them or their plans. A sprawling collection of stone houses roofed in red or green tiles, Manala was not far short of being called a town, with above 20 streets crisscrossing a pair of low hills. 3 inns fronted a large green in the hollow between the hills, alongside the road. There, the men of 2 large merchant trains headed east were reluctantly hitching their horses under the watchful eye of the mounted merchants. A train of some 30 or so wagons was already lumbering away to the west, with some of the outriding guards looking over their shoulders instead of keeping watch as they should. The Beltane festivities were underway in Manala. They had not come to the games of skill and strength and speed yet, but newly married men and women were formally dancing the spring pole in the center of the green, feet flashing but bodies rigidly upright as they entwined the 2-span tall pole in long brightly dyed linen ribbons, while older and unmarried adults were dancing in more lively fashion to the music of fiddles and flutes and drums in half a dozen sizes. Everyone wore their feast day best, the women's pale blouses and wide trousers and the men's bright coats encrusted with elaborate embroidery. They crowded the wide open space, yet they were not the whole population of Manala. A steady trickle flowed up the hills, men and women bound on some errand, and a steady trickle flowed back down, often carrying dishes of food to the long tables set out on the far side. It was a merry sight. Laughing children, their faces smeared with honey often as not, ran and played through it all, some of the older ones occasionally feeding the small Beltane fires at the corners of the green. Lan was not sure how many really believed that leaping those low flames would burn away any bad luck accumulated since the previous Beltane, but he did believe in luck. Both kinds. In the Blight, you lived or died by luck as often as by skill or lack of it. In stark counterpoint to the merriment on the green, beside the road stood 6 stakes, holding the large heads of Trollocs, wolf-snouted, ram-horned, eagle-beaked, below all 2 human eyes. They looked no more than 2 or 3 days old, although the weather was still cool enough to retard decay, too cool for flies. These were the reasons each of those dancing men wore a sword, and the women carried long knives at their belts. He smelled no charred wood, though, so it had been a small raid and unsuccessful. Lady Alice stopped her mare beside the stakes and stared at them. Not in amazement or fear or disgust. Her face was a perfect mask of calm. For an instant, he could almost believe she truly was Aes Sedai. "I should have hated to face these creatures armed with only a sword," she murmured. "I cannot imagine the courage needed to do that." "You have faced Trollocs?" Lan asked in surprise. Ryan and Bukama exchanged startled looks. "Yes." She grimaced faintly, as if the word had slipped out before thought. "Where, if I may ask?" he said. Few Southerners had ever seen a Trolloc. Some called them tales to frighten children. Alice eyed him coolly. Very coolly. "Shadowspawn can be found in places you never dream of, Master Lan. Choose us an inn, Ryan," she added with a smile. The woman actually believed she was in charge. From the way Ryan jumped to obey, so did he. The plowman's blade was 2 stories of red-roofed stone with arrow slits rather than windows on the ground floor, and a 2-handed sword of the sort farmers carried on their plows hanging point down above a door of heavy planks. This near the Blight, inns served as strong points against a Trolloc attack, and so did many houses. The innkeeper, a stout graying woman, her billowing blouse worked with red and yellow flowers and her wide trousers covered in red and blue, came from the green when she saw them tying their horses to the hitching rings set in front of the inn. Mistress Tomichi looked uneasy about Tumulkieri stopping at her inn, but she brightened when Alice began issuing commands for her breakfast. "As you say, my lady," the round-faced innkeeper murmured, giving Alice a deep curtsy. The Cairhienin had given no name, but her manner and dress did suggest a lady. "And will you want rooms for yourself and your retainers?" "Thank you, no," Alice replied. "I intend to ride on soon." Ryan showed no offense at being called a retainer, accepting the word as easily as Alice did. But Bukama's perpetual scowl darkened. He said nothing, of course, not here, and perhaps would not ever, given his pledge. Lan decided he would have a few quiet words with Alice when he had the chance. There was a limit to how many insults a man could swallow in silence. He and the other men ordered dark bread and strong tea and bowls of porridge with slivers of ham in it. Alice did not invite them to share her table in the large common room, so they took benches at another. There were plenty to choose from, given that they were alone except for Mistress Tomichi, who served them with her own hands, explaining that she did not want to pull anyone from the festivities. Indeed, once she had taken payment, she returned to them herself. Taking advantage of their privacy, Lan and the others discussed the diminutive woman who had attached herself to them. Or rather, they argued about her, in low voices so as not to be overheard. Utterly convinced that Alice was Aes Sedai, Ryan recommended asking no questions. Questions could be dangerous with Aes Sedai, and you might not like the answers. Bukama maintained that they needed to know what she wanted with them, especially if she were Aes Sedai. Tangling in some unknown Aes Sedai scheme could be hazardous. A man could acquire enemies without knowing it, or be sacrificed without warning to further her plans. Lan forbore mentioning that it was Bukama who had placed their feet in that snare. He himself just could not believe she was a sister. He thought her a wilder placed to watch him by Edain, though he did not mention her name, of course. Edain likely had eyes and ears the breadth of the borderlands. It did seem an unlikely coincidence that she would happen to have a wilder waiting for him in Canluam, but there had been those 6 men, and he could not think of anyone else who might have sent them.
"I still say,"
Bukama began, then bit off an oath.
"Where did she go?"
Alice's bowl sat empty on the table where she had been sitting, but there was no sign of the woman herself. Lan's eyebrows rose in admiration in spite of himself. He had not heard a sound of her leaving. Scraping his bench back noisily, Ryan rushed to one of the arrow slits and peered out. "Her horse is still there. Maybe she's just visiting the privy." Lan winced inwardly at the crudity. There were matters one spoke of and matters one did not. Ryan fingered one of his braids, then gave it a hard tug that made its bells jingle.
I say we leave her silver and go before she comes back.
Go if you wish, Lan said, rising. Bukama pledged to her, and I'll honor his pledge.
Better if you honor your own,
Bukama grumbled. Ryan grimaced and gave his braid another hard pull.
If you stay, I stay.
Perhaps the woman had just gone out for a glimpse of the festivities. Telling Bukama to remain in case she returned, Lan took Ryan out to see. She was nowhere among the dancers or the onlookers, though. In her silks, she would have stood out among all that embroidered linen and wool. Some of the women asked them to dance, and Ryan smiled at the prettier ones. The man would stop to smile at a pretty face if a dozen Trollocs were charging him, but Lan sent him off to look among the houses on the southern hill, while he climbed the one behind the Plowman's Blade. He did not want Alice meeting someone behind his back, perhaps arranging some surprise for later in the day. Just because the woman had not tried to kill him did not mean Edain wanted him alive. He found her in a nearly empty street halfway up the hill, receiving the curtsy of a lean young woman whose blouse and wide trousers were embroidered in red and gold patterns, as intricate as those on Alice's riding dress. Kandori were as bad as Southerners when it came to embroidery. Stepping softly, he closed to listening distance of Alice's back and stopped.
"There's some Saharas live 3 streets that way, my lady," the lean woman said with a gesture. "And I think there's some live on South Hill, but I don't know if any are named Avina." "You have been a great help, Mistress Marishna," Alice said warmly. "Thank you."
Accepting another curtsy, she stood watching the other woman walk on uphill. Once Mistress Marishna was beyond earshot, she spoke again, and her voice was anything but warm.
"Shall I show you how eavesdropping is punished in the White Tower, Master Lan?"
He very nearly blinked. First she managed to leave the common without him hearing, and now she heard him when he was trying to be quiet. Remarkable. Perhaps she was Aes Sedai, which meant she might be looking at Ryan for a warder. "I think not," he told the back of her head. "We have business in Chachin that cannot wait. Perhaps your search will go more quickly if we help you find this Avina Sahara." She turned very quickly and peered up at him, straining for height. He thought she might be up on her toes. No, she was no Aes Sedai, despite the icy look of command on her face. He had seen shorter Aes Sedai dominate rooms full of men who had no idea who they were, and without any straining.
"Better for you to forget hearing that name," she said coldly. "It is unwise to meddle in the affairs of Aes Sedai. You may leave me now, but I expect to find you ready to go on when I am done. If, that is, Malkieri keep their word as I have been told they do."
With that insult, she stalked off in the direction the lean woman had pointed. Like the woman had a tongue like a knife. When he returned to the Plowman's Blade and told Bukama what he had learned, the elder man brightened. Well, his scowl lessened a little. For him, that was as good as a grin from anyone else.
"Maybe all she wants from us is protection until she finds this woman."
"That doesn't explain why she followed us for a whole day," Lan said, dropping onto the bench in front of his breakfast bowl. He might as well finish the porridge. "And don't suggest she was afraid to approach us. I think that woman frightens as easily as you do." Bukama had no answer for that. Chapter 21. Some Tricks of the Power. Lan knew the ride to Chachin would be one he would rather forget, and the journey met his expectations. They rode hard, passing merchants' trains of wagons, never stopping long in a village and sleeping under the stars most nights, since no one had the coin for inns, not for 4 people with horses. Barns and haylofts had to do, when there was a barn or hayloft to be found come nightfall. Many of the hills along the road bore neither village nor farm, only towering oak and leatherleaf, pine and fir, with smaller beech and sour gum scattered through. In the borderlands, there were no such things as isolated farms. Sooner or later, a farm set off by itself became a graveyard. Alice continued her search for the Sahara woman in every village they passed, though she fell silent whenever Lan or one of the others approached, and eyed them frostily until they went away. The woman had a ready way with a frosty eye. For him, anyway. Rhine twitched and peered wide-eyed at her, fetched and trotted and offered up compliments like a courtier on a leash, still bouncing between enraptured and fearful, and she accepted his subservience and his praise alike as her due, while laughing at his witticisms. Not that she focused only on him. She seldom let an hour go by without probing questions directed at each of them in turn, till it seemed she wanted to know the entire story of their lives. The woman was like a swarm of black flies. No matter how many you swatted, there were always more to bite. Even Rhine knew enough to deflect that sort of interrogation. A man's past belonged to himself and the people who had lived it with him. It was not a matter for gossip with an inquisitive woman. Despite her questions, Bukama continued his carping. Day and night, it seemed, every second comment out of his mouth regarded the pledge. Lan began to think the only way to silence the man would be to take oath not to give her the pledge. Twice, thick black clouds rolled down out of the Blight to unleash driving downpours of freezing rain mixed with hail large enough to crack a man's head. The worst storms in spring came from the Blight. When the first of those clouds darkened the sky to the north, he began looking for a place where the tree's branches might be thick enough to afford some shelter, maybe with the aid of blankets stretched overhead. But when Alice realized what he was doing, she said coolly, "There is no need to stop, Master Lan. You are under my protection." Doubtful of that, he was still looking when the storm struck. Lightning flashed in blue-white streaks across a sky that seemed suddenly night, and thunder crashed like monstrous kettle drums overhead, but the driving rain sheeted down an invisible dome that moved with their horses, and the hailstones bounced off it in an eerie silence, as though they had struck nothing at all. She performed the same service for the second storm, and both times she seemed surprised at their offered thanks. Her face hardly altered in its smoothness, a very good imitation of an Aes Sedai's serene expression, but something flickered above her eyes. A strange woman. They saw bandits, as rumored, usually a pack of 10 or 12 roughly dressed men, who counted the odds against 3 with arrows knocked and melted back into the trees before Lan and the rest reached them. He or Bukama always went after them, just far enough to make sure they really had gone, while the other 2 guarded Alice. It would have been foolish to ride into an ambush they knew might be waiting. Noon on the 4th day found them riding through the forested hills along a road that stretched empty as far as the eye could see in either direction. The sky was clear, with just a few scattered white clouds drifting high up, and the only sounds were their horses' hooves and squirrels chittering on branches. Suddenly horsemen burst from the trees on both sides of the road, some 30 paces ahead, 20 or so scruffy fellows who formed a line blocking the way, and the pounding of hooves told of more behind. Dropping his reins in the pommel of his saddle, Lan snatched 2 more arrows and held them between his fingers as he drew the one already knocked. He doubted he would have time for even a second shot, but there was always a chance. 3 of the men in front of him wore much battered breastplates stained with rust over their dirty coats, and one had a rust-spotted helmet with a barred face guard. None carried a bow, not that that made any great difference. 23 behind at 30 paces, Bukama called. No bows. On your word. No difference at all against a band large enough to attack most merchant trains. He did not loose, however. So long as the men only sat their horses, a chance remained. A small one. Life and death often turned on small chances. "Let's not be too hasty," the helmeted man called, removing it to reveal a grizzled head of greasy hair and a narrow, dirty face that had last been touched by a razor a week gone. His wide smile showed 2 missing teeth. "You might be able to kill 2 or 3 of us before we cut you down, but there's no need for that. Let us have your coin and the pretty lady's jewelry, and you can go on your way. Pretty ladies in silk and fur always have lots of jewels, eh?" He leered past Lan at Alice. Maybe he thought it a friendly smile. There was no temptation in the offer. These fellows wanted no casualties among themselves if they could manage it so, but surrender meant that he and Bukama and Rhine would have their throats slit. They probably intended to keep Alice alive until they decided she was a danger. If she had some trick of the power up her sleeve, he wished she would. "You dare impede the way of an Aes Sedai?" she thundered, and it was thunder, setting some of the brigands' horses snorting and plunging. Cat Dancer, knowing what dropped reins meant, remained still beneath him, awaiting the pressures of knee and heel.
"Surrender, or face my wrath."
And red fire exploded with a roar above the bandits' heads, sending more of their mounts into panicked bucking that tumbled 2 of the poorer riders to the road.
"I told you she was Aes Sedai, Coy,"
whined a fat, balding fellow in a breastplate that was too small for him.
"Didn't I say that, Coy? Agreeing with her 3 warders, I said."
The lean man backhanded him across the face without taking his eyes from Lan, or more likely from Alice behind him.
"No talk of surrender now. There's still 50 of us and 4 of you. Rather than face the noose, we'll take our chances on how many you can kill before we take you."
"Well and good," Lan said. "But if I can see one of you at count of 10, it begins." With the last word, he started counting in a loud voice. The bandits did not let him reach 2 before they were galloping back toward the trees. By 4, the dismounted pair stopped trying to gain the saddles of their wild-eyed animals and took off afoot as fast as they could go. There was no need to follow. The pounding and crackle of horses being galloped through brush rather than around it was fast fading into the distance. In the circumstances, it was the best end that could be hoped for, except that Alice did not see it so.
"You had no right to let them go,"
she said indignantly, anger flashing in her eyes as she did her best to skewer each of them with her gaze. She reined her mare around to make certain they each received a dose.
"Had they attacked, I could have used the 1 power against them. How many people have they robbed and murdered? How many women ravished? How many children orphaned? We should have fought them and taken the survivors to the nearest magistrate."
Lan, Bukama, and Rhine took turns trying to convince her how unlikely it was that any of the 4 of them would have been among the survivors. The bandits would have fought hard to avoid the gallows, and sheer numbers did count. But she actually seemed to believe she could have defeated close on 50 men by herself. A very strange woman. Had it been only storms and bandits, that would have been more than he expected on any journey. Rhine's foolishness and Bukama's complaints could have been taken as a matter of course, too. But Alice was blind about a great deal, and that made all the difference. That first night, he had sat in the wet to let her know he would accept what she had done. If they were to travel together, better to end it with honors even, as she must see it. Except that she did not. The second night she remained awake till dawn and made sure he did as well, with sharp flicks of an invisible switch whenever he nodded off. The third night, sand somehow got inside his clothes and boots, a thick coating of it. He had shaken out what he could and, without water to wash, rode covered in grit the next day. The night after the bandits, he could not understand how she managed to make ants crawl into his small clothes and make them all bite at once. It had been her doing for sure. She was standing over him when his eyes shot open, and she appeared surprised that he did not cry out. Clearly she wanted some response, some reaction, but he could not see what. If she felt that she had not been repaid for her wedding, then she was a very hard woman. But a woman could set the price for her insult or injury, and there were no other women here to call an end when she went beyond what they considered just. All he could do was endure until they reached Chachin. The following night she discovered a patch of blister leaf near their campsite, and to his shame, he almost lost his temper. He did not mention the incidents to Bukama or Rhine, of course, though he was certain they knew. But he began to pray for Chachin to loom up ahead at the next rise. Perhaps Edain had set the woman to watch him, but it was beginning to seem she meant to kill him after all. Slowly.
Moiraine could not understand the stubbornness of this Lan Mandragoran, though Siuan said that stubborn was a redundancy when it came to men. All she wanted was a display of remorse for dunking her. Well, that and an apology, an abject apology, and a proper regard for an Aes Sedai. But he never displayed the slightest scrap of penitence. He was frozen arrogance to the core. His disbelief of her right to the shawl was so plain, he might as well have spoken aloud. A part of her admired his fortitude, but only a part. She would bring him properly to heel. Not to tame him utterly. A completely tame man was no use to himself or anyone else, but to make certain he recognized his mistakes right down to his bones. She allowed him his days to reflect while she planned what she would do to him that night. The ants had been a great disappointment. That was one of the Blue Ajah secrets, a way to repel insects or make them gather and bite or sting, though not intended for the use she had put it to. But she was quite proud of the blister leaf, which at least made him jump a bit, proving that he really was made of human flesh. She had begun to doubt that. Oddly, neither of the other men ever offered him a word of commiseration that she heard, though they had to know what she was doing. If he voiced no complaints to her, which was peculiar enough in itself, surely he did to his friends. That was one thing friends were for. But the three were strangely reticent in other ways, too. Even in Cairhien, people would talk about themselves, a little, and she had been taught that borderlanders shunned the game of houses, yet they revealed almost nothing about themselves, even after she primed their tongues with incidents from her own youth in Cairhien and from the tower. Rhine at least laughed when the story was funny. Once he realized he was supposed to laugh, he did. But Lan and Bukama actually looked embarrassed. She thought that was the emotion they displayed. They could have taught Aes Sedai to control their faces. They admitted having met sisters before her, but when she probed ever so delicately to learn where and when. "There are Aes Sedai so many places that they are difficult to recall," Lan replied one evening as they rode ahead of their own long shadows. "We'd best stop at those farmhouses ahead, and see whether we can hire the use of a hayloft for the night. We won't see another house till well after full dark." That was typical. Those three could have taught Aes Sedai about oblique answers and deflecting questions, too. Worst of all, she still had no idea whether any of them were dark friends. Of course she had no real reason to think that any of the sisters in Canluam had been Black Ajah, and if they were not, Rhine's visit to the gates of heaven likely had had some purely innocent purpose, yet wariness made her continue her questions. She still laid a ward around each of them every night. She could not afford to trust anyone except Siuan until she was sure of them. Other Aes Sedai and any men who might be involved with them least of all. 2 days from Chachin, in a village called Ravinda, she finally located Aveen Sakhira, the very first woman she spoke to in the place. Ravinda was a thriving village, though much smaller than Manala, with a wide field of hard-packed dirt that served as a market for folk from neighboring villages to barter produce and handcrafts and buy from peddlers. 2 peddlers' wagons, their tall canvas covers festooned with pots and pans, stood surrounded by crowds when she and her reticent companions arrived that morning, each peddler glaring at his competitor despite the people clamoring for his own goods. Ravinda also had an inn under construction, the 2nd floor already building, the result of Mistress Sakhira receiving the bounty. She intended to call it the White Tower. "You think the sisters might object?" she said, frowning at the sign already carved and painted and hung above the front door, when Moiraine suggested a change in the name. By the scale, the tower on the sign would have had to be over 1,000 feet high. Aveen was a plump, graying woman with a silver-mounted foot-long dagger hanging at her worked leather belt and yellow embroidery covering the sleeves of her bright red blouse. Apparently the bounty had put a touch of feast day into every day for her. Finally she shook her head. "I can't see why they would, my lady. The Aes Sedai who took names in our camp was very soft-spoken and pleasant." The woman would learn, the first time a sister who cared to reveal herself happened by. Moiraine wished she remembered which accepted had taken Aveen Sakhira's name and had a chance to give the child a piece of her mind. Aveen's son, Miguel, her 10th child, had been born 30 miles from Dragonmount and a week before Gitara spoke her foretelling. That sort of carelessness in writing down what you heard was intolerable. How many more names in her book would turn out to have borne children outside the specified 10 days? Riding away from Ravinda, the men's obvious delight that she had been quick turned her smoldering irritation from the unknown accepted to them. Oh, they did not show it openly, but she heard Rhine say it. At least she was fast with it this time, not quite prudent enough about being overheard, and Bukama muttered a sour agreement as they fell in behind her. Lan was riding ahead, plainly shunning her company. In truth, she could understand that, but his broad back, stiffly erect, seemed a rebuke. She began to think on what she might arrange for him that night, with perhaps a touch for the other two as well. For a time, nothing came to mind that could top what she had already done. Then a wasp buzzed past her face, and she watched it fly into the trees alongside the road. Wasps. Of course, she did not want to kill him. "Master Lan, are you allergic to wasp stings?" He twisted in his saddle, half reining his stallion around, and suddenly grunted, his eyes growing wide. For an instant she did not understand. Then she saw the arrowhead sticking out from the front of his right shoulder. Without thought she embraced the source, and Saidar filled her. It was as though she were back in the testing again. Her weaves flashed into being. First of all, a clear shield of air to block any more arrows away from Lan, then one for herself. She could not have said why she wove them in that order. With the power in her and her sight sharpened, she scanned the trees where the arrow had come from and caught motion just inside the edge of the forest. Flows of air lashed out to seize the man just as he loosed again, the shaft going up at an angle as his bow was snapped tight against his body. Just heartbeats, that all took, beginning to end, as fast as anything she had woven in testing. Just enough time for 2 arrows fired by Rhine and Bukama to strike home. With a dismayed groan, she released the bonds of air, and the man toppled backward. He had attempted murder, but she had not intended holding him up as a target for execution. He would have been executed once they had carried him to a magistrate, yet she disliked having been part of carrying out the sentence, especially before it was given. To her mind it came very near using Saidar as a weapon, or making a weapon for men to use in killing. Very near. Still holding Saidar, she turned to Lan to offer healing, but in spite of the arrows sticking from him front and back, he gave her no chance to speak, wheeling his mount and galloping to the edge of the trees, where he dismounted and strode to the fallen man, followed by Bukama and Rhine. With the power in her, she could hear their voices clearly. "Caniadrin?" Lan said, sounding shocked. "You know this fellow?" Rhine asked. "Why?" Bukama growled, and there came the thud of a boot meeting ribs. A weak voice answered in gasps. "Gold. Why else? You still have the Dark One's luck, turning just then, or that shaft would have found your heart. He should have told me she's Aes Sedai, instead of just saying to kill her first." As soon as she heard those words, Moiraine dug her heels into Arrow's flanks to gallop the short distance and flung herself from the saddle, already preparing the weave for healing. "Get those arrows out of him," she called as she ran toward them, holding up her cloak and skirts to keep from tripping. "If the arrows remain, healing will not keep him alive." "Why heal him?" Lan asked, sitting himself down on a storm-fallen tree. Its great spread of dirt-covered roots rose in a fan high above his head. "Are you so eager to see a hanging?" "He's dead already," Rhine said. "Can you heal that?" He sounded interested in seeing whether she could. Moiraine's shoulders slumped. Caniadrin's eyes, open and staring up at the branches overhead, were already glazed and empty. Strangely, despite the blood around his mouth, he looked a beardless youth in his rumpled coat. Man enough to do murder, though. Man enough to die with a pair of arrows transfixing his chest. Dead, he could never tell her if it was this Gorthanis who had hired him, or where the man might be found. A nearly full quiver was fastened to his belt, and 2 arrows stuck upright in the ground nearby. Apparently he had been confident he could kill 4 people with 4 shots. Even knowing Lan and Bukama, he had thought so. Knowing them, he had disobeyed his instructions and tried to kill Lan first. The most dangerous of them, as he must have thought. As she studied the man, it came to her that he might tell her a little, even dead. With her belt-knife she sliced away the pouch hanging behind his quiver and emptied the contents beside him amid the small weeds pushing through the mulch. A wooden comb, a half-eaten piece of cheese covered with lint, a small folding knife, a ball of string that she unwound to make sure nothing was hidden inside, a filthy crumpled handkerchief that she unwadded with the tip of her knife blade. It had been too much to hope for a letter written by Master Gorthanus giving instructions on how to find him. Cutting the cords of the leather purse tied to Caniadrin's belt, she upended that over the litter. A handful of silver and copper spilled out, and 10 gold crowns. So, the price of her death in Kandor was the same as the price of a silk dress in Tarvallen. Fat coins, with the rising sun of Cairhien on one side and her uncle's profile on the other. A fitting footnote in the history of House Damodred. "Have you taken to robbing the dead?" Lan asked in that irritatingly cool voice. Just asking, not accusing, but still. She straightened angrily just as Rhine snapped off the feathered end of the arrow jutting from Lan's back. Bukama was knotting a narrow strip of rawhide behind the arrowhead. Once he had it tight, he gripped the cord in his fist and gave one quick yank, pulling the arrow the rest of the way through. Lan blinked. The man had an arrow pulled out of his body, and he blinked. Why that should irritate her she did not know, but it surely did. Rhine hurried back to the road, while Bukama helped Lan off with his coat and shirt, revealing a puckered hole in his front. Likely the one behind was no better. The blood that had been soaking into coat and shirt began to pour freely down his chest and ribs. Neither man asked for healing, and she was of half a mind not to offer it. More scars decorated Lan than she expected on a man so young, and a number of partly healed wounds crossed by neat dark stitches. Seemingly he angered men as easily as he did women. Rhine returned carrying bandaging cloths and mouthing bread for a poultice. None of them were going to ask for healing until the man bled to death. "Will you accept healing?" she asked coldly, reaching toward Lan's head. He shied back from her touch. He shied back. "Day after tomorrow in Chachin you may need your right arm," Bukama muttered, scrubbing a hand under his nose and not meeting anyone's eyes. A very peculiar thing to say, but she knew there was no point in asking what it meant. After a moment, Lan nodded and leaned forward. That was all. He did not ask or even accept her offer. He just leaned forward. She clapped her hands on his head in something near to a pair of slaps and channeled. The convulsion when the healing weave hit him, arms flinging wide, ripped him out of her grasp. Very satisfying. Even if he did only breathe hard, rather than gasp. His old scars remained. The half-healed wounds were now thin pink lines. The stitches that had been on the outside, now loose, slid down his arms and chest. He might have difficulty picking out the rest, but smooth skin marked where the arrow holes had been. He could meet the wasps in perfect health. She could always heal him again afterward if need be. Only if need be, however. They left the coins lying beside Caniadrin's body, though the men plainly could have used them. They wanted nothing from the dead man. Bukama found his mount tied a short distance away in the trees, a white-stockinged brown gelding with a look of speed about him and a prancing step. Lan removed the animal's bridle and tied it to the saddle, then slapped the horse's rump and sent him racing toward Ravinda. "So he can eat until somebody finds him," he explained, when he saw her frowning after the gelding. In all truth, she had been regretting not searching the saddlebags tied behind the gelding's saddle. But Lan had shown a surprising touch of kindness. She had not expected any such to be found in him. For that, he would escape the wasps. There had to be something memorable in any case. She had only 2 more nights to crack him after all. Once they reached Chachin, she would be too busy to attend to Lan Mandragoran. For a time, she would be.
Chapter 22. Keeping Custom. If Canlom was a city of hills, Chachin was a city of mountains. The 3 highest rose almost a mile, even with their peaks sheared off short, and all glittered in the noonday sun with colorful glazed tile roofs and tile-covered palaces. Atop the tallest, The Ace Daishar Palace shone brighter than any other in red and green, the prancing red horse flying above its largest dome. 3 towered ring walls surrounded the city, as did a deep dry moat 100 paces wide spanned by 24 bridges, each with a fortress hulking at its mouth. The traffic was too great here, and the blight too far away, for the helmeted and breastplated guards with the red horse on their chests to be so diligent as in Canluam, but crossing the Bridge of Sunrise, amid tides of wagons and carts and people mounted and afoot, flowing both ways, still took some little while. Once inside the first wall, Lan wasted no time drawing rein, out of the way of the heavy-laden merchants' wagons lumbering past. Even with Edain waiting, he had never been so glad to see any place in his life. By the letter of the law, they were not truly inside Chachin. The second higher wall lay more than 100 paces ahead, and the third, still taller, as much beyond that. But he wanted to be done with this Alice. Where in the light had she found fleas this early in the year? And black flies. Black flies should not appear for another month. He was a mass of itching welts. At least she had found no satisfaction in it. Of that he was certain. "The pledge was protection to Chachin, and it has been kept," he told the woman. "So long as you avoid the rougher parts of the city, you are as safe on any street as if you had a bodyguard of 10. So you may see to your affairs, and we will see to ours. Keep your coin," he added coldly when she reached for her purse. Irritation flared for losing self-control, yet she offered insult to top insult. Rhine immediately started going on about giving offense to Aes Sedai and offering her smiling apologies and deep bows from his saddle that had his bells ringing like alarm gongs, while Bukama grumbled sourly about men with the manners of pigs, with some justification. Alice herself gazed at him, so near expressionless that she might even have been what she claimed. A dangerous claim if untrue, and if true, he especially wanted no part of her then. Whirling cat dancer, he galloped up the wide street, scattering people afoot and some mounted. Another time, that might have sparked duels. The Hadori and the reputation that went with it certainly would not have held back anyone but commoners. But he rode too fast to hear a cry of challenge, dodging around sedan chairs and tradesmen's high-wheeled carts and porters carrying loads on their shoulder poles, without slackening his pace. After the quiet of the country, the rumble of iron-rimmed wheels on paving stones and the cries of hawkers and shopkeepers seemed raucous. The flutes of street musicians sounded strident. The smells of roasted nuts and meat pies on vendors' barrows, the smells of cooking in the kitchens of dozens of inns and hundreds of homes, blended into an unpleasant stench after the clean air on the road. 100 stables full of horses added their own flavor. Bukama and Rhine caught him up with the pack horse before he was halfway up the mountain to the Ace Daishar Palace, and fell into either side. If Edain was in Chachin, she would be there. Wisely, Bukama and Rhine held their silence. Bukama at least knew what he was about to face. Entering the Blight would be much easier. Leaving the Blight alive, at any rate. Any fool could ride into the Blight. Was he a fool to come here? The higher they climbed, the more slowly they moved. There were fewer people in the streets high up, where tile-roofed houses gave way to palaces and the homes of wealthy merchants and bankers, their walls covered with bright tiles, and the street musicians to liveried servants scurrying on errands. Brightly lacquered coaches with house sigils on the doors replaced merchants' wagons and sedan chairs. A coach behind a team of 4 or 6 with plumes on their bridles took up a great deal of room, and most had half a dozen outriders as well as a pair of backmen, clinging to the rear of the coach, all armed and armored, and ready to dispute with anyone who tried brushing by too closely. In particular, with 3 roughly dressed men who tried. Rhine's yellow coat did not look so fine as it had in Canluam, and with Lan's second-best coat blood-stained, he was reduced to wearing his third, worn enough to make Bukama seem well-dressed. Thought of the bloodstains brought other thoughts. He owed Alice a debt for her healing, as well as for her torments, though in honor it was only the first he could repay. No. He had to get that odd little woman out of his head, although she seemed to have lodged herself inside his skull somehow. It was Edain he needed to concentrate on. Edain, and the most desperate fight of his life. The Ace Daishar Palace filled the flattened mountaintop completely, an immense shining structure of domes and high balconies covering 50 hides, a small city to itself, every surface shining in patterns of red and green. The great bronze gates, worked with a lacquered red horse, stood invitingly open beneath a red-tiled arch that led to the visitors' yard, but a dozen guards stepped out to bar the way when Lan and the others approached. The red horse was embroidered on the green tabards they wore over their breastplates, and their halberds bore red and green streamers. They were quite colorful, with their red helmets and breeches and their polished high green boots, but any man who served here was a veteran of more than a single battle, and they regarded the 3 new arrivals through the steel face bars of their helmets with hard eyes. Lan stepped down from the saddle and bowed, not too deeply, touching forehead, heart, and sword hilt. "I am Lan Mandragoran," he said. Nothing more. The guard's stiffness lessened at his name, but they did not give way immediately. A man could claim any name, after all. One of them went running off and returned in moments with a gray-haired officer who carried his red-plumed helmet on his hip. Jurad Shaman was a seasoned campaigner who had ridden with Lan in the south for a time, and his long face broke into a smile. "Be welcome, Lan Mandragoran," he said, bowing much more deeply than he ever had for Lan on any previous visit. "Tashar Malkir." Oh yes, if Edain was not here now, she had been. Leading his bay, Lan followed Jurad through the red arch onto the smooth paving stones of the visitors' yard, feeling as though he should have his sword in hand and his armor on. The balconies of stone fretwork that overlooked the broad courtyard took on the aspect of archers' balconies to his eye. Ridiculous, of course. Those open balconies, like lace woven from stone, afforded little protection for archers. They were for watching new arrivals on grand occasions, not defense. No enemy had ever broken past the second ring wall, and should Trollocs ever make it this deep into the city, all was lost. Still, Edain might be here, and he could not shake the feeling of walking onto a battlefield. Grooms in red and green livery with the red horse embroidered on the shoulders came running to take the horses, and more men and women to carry the contents of the pack horses' wicker hampers and show each man to rooms befitting his station. Worryingly, the Shatayan of the palace herself led them. She was a stately, straight-backed woman in livery, graying hair worn in a thick roll on the nape of her neck. The silvered ring of keys at her belt proclaimed that Mistress Romera had charge of all the palace servants, but a Shatayan was more than a servant herself. Usually, only crowned rulers could look for a greeting at the gates from the Shatayan. He was swimming in a sea of other people's expectations. Men had drowned in seas like that. He went along to see Bukama's and Rhine's rooms and express his delight in them to Mistress Romera, not because he expected them to be given anything unsuitable, but because it was necessary that he see to his men before himself. Rhine wore a sour expression, but surely he had not expected better than this small room in one of the palace's stone barracks, the same as Bukama. He had known well enough how things would be here. At least Rhine had a room to himself, a bannerman's room with a tiled stove built in beneath the bed. Ordinary soldiers slept 10 to a room, and, as Lan recalled, spent half their time in winter arguing over who got the beds nearest the fireplace. Bukama settled in happily. Well, happily for him. His scowl very nearly vanished, talking over pipes of tobacco with a few men he had fought alongside, and Rhine seemed to recover himself quickly. At any rate, by the time Lan was led away, Rhine was asking among the soldiers whether there were any pretty girls among the serving maids and how he could go about getting his clothes cleaned and pressed. He cared almost as much about his appearance, especially in front of women, young or old, as he did about women themselves. Perhaps it had been the thought of appearing in travel-stained garb in front of the Shatayan and the serving women that had soured him. To Lan's great relief, he was not given a visiting king's apartments, despite the Shatayan's escort. His 3 rooms were spacious, with silk tapestries on the blue walls and a broad cornice worked in stylized mountains rimming the high ceilings, and the substantial furniture was simply carved with only a little gilding. The bedchamber had a small balcony overlooking one of the palace gardens, and had a bed with a feather mattress wide enough to accommodate 4 or 5. It was all entirely suitable to his station, and he thanked Mistress Romera, perhaps a little more profusely than he should have, because she smiled, her hazel eyes crinkling. "No one can know what the future may hold, my lord," she said, "but we know who you are." and then she offered him a small curtsy before leaving. A curtsy? Remarkable. Whatever she said, the Chatayan had her expectations of the future, too. Along with the rooms, he acquired 2 square-faced serving women, Anya and Esni, who began placing his meager belongings in the wardrobe, and a lanky young fellow named Bulin to run errands, who gaped at Lan's helmet and breast and back plates as he set them on the black-lacquered rack beside the door, though he must have seen the like many times here.
"Is Her Majesty in residence?"
Lan asked politely.
"No, my lord,"
Anya replied, frowning at his blood-stained coat and setting it aside with a sigh. The gray-haired one of the pair, she might be Esni's mother, he thought. It was not the sight of blood that made her sigh. She would be accustomed to that, but the difficulty of cleaning the coat. With luck, he would receive it back both cleaned and mended. As well as it could be, anyway.
"Queen Atheniella is making a progress through the Heartland."
And Prince Briss? He knew the answer to that. Atheniella and Briss consort could be out of the city at the same time only during wartime, yet there were forms to be followed. Bulin's jaw dropped open at the suggestion the prince consort might be absent, but an errand boy could not be expected to know all the usages of the court yet. Anya would not have been placed to serve Lan if she were not fully conversant, though.
"Oh, yes, my lord,"
she said. Lifting the black-stained shirt, she shook her head before laying the garment aside. Not with the coat. Apparently the shirt was a lost cause. She was shaking her head over most of his garments, even those she put into the wardrobe. Most of them had seen hard use. Are any notables visiting? He had been itching to ask that as badly as he did from flea and blackfly bites. Anya and Esni exchanged looks.
"Only one of true note, my lord,"
Anya replied. She folded a shirt and laid it in the wardrobe, making him wait.
"The Lady Edain Errol."
The 2 women smiled at one another, looking even more alike. Of course, they had known from the start what he was trying to find out, but they had no call to go around grinning over it like idiots. While Bulin gave his boots a much-needed blacking, Lan washed himself from head to toe at the washstand, rather than waiting for a bathtub to be brought, and dabbed an ointment that Anya sent Esni for onto his welts, but he let the women dress him. Just because they were servants was no reason to insult them. He had one white silk shirt that did not show too much wear, a pair of tight black silk breeches that showed almost none, and a good black silk coat embroidered along the sleeves with golden blood roses among their hooked thorns. Blood roses for loss and remembrance. Fitting. His boots had taken on a gleam he had never expected Bulin to achieve. He was armored as well as he could be. With a weapon in hand, there was little he feared, but Edain's weapons would not be steel. He had small experience in the kind of battle he needed to fight now. Giving Anya and Esni each a silver mark and Bulin a silver penny, Mistress Romero would have been outraged to be offered coin, but a visitor's servants expected something on the first day and on the last. He sent the boy to make sure the stables had followed his instructions about Cat Dancer, and set the women in the corridor to guard his door. Then he sat down to wait. His meetings with Edain must be public, with as many people around as possible. In private, all advantage belonged to a man's Kanaira. He found himself wondering where Alice had gone, what she had wanted with him and the others, and tried to shake her out of his head. Even absent, the woman was a cocklebird down the back of his neck. A tall silver pitcher of tea sat on one of the carved side tables, doubtless flavored with berries and mint, and another of wine, but he ignored them. He was not thirsty, and he needed a clear head and focus for Edain. Waiting, he assumed the Kodi, and sat wrapped in emotionless emptiness. It was always better to go into battle without emotion. In a shockingly short time, Anya re-entered, carefully closing the door behind her.
"My lord, the Lady Edain sends a request for your presence in her chambers."
Her tone was very neutral, her face as blank as an Aes Sedai's. "Tell her messenger I have not yet recovered from my journey," he said. Anya seemed disappointed with that answer as she curtsied. Courtesy demanded he be given time for that recovery, as much as he required. But in less than half an hour, by the gilded ball clock on the mantel over the fireplace, Anya entered again, carrying a letter sealed with a crouching lioness impressed in blue wax. A crouching lioness ready to spring. Edain's personal sigil, and worthy of her. He broke it reluctantly. The letter was very short. "Come to me, sweetling. Come to me now." There was no signature, but he would have needed none had the sealing wax been blank. Her elaborate hand remained as familiar to him as his own, far plainer. The letter was very like Edain. Commanding. Edain had been born to be a queen, and knew it. He consigned the page to the flames in the fireplace. There was no seeming about Anya's disappointment this time. Light the woman had been placed to serve him, but Edain had an ally in her if she knew it. Very likely Edain did. She had a way of learning anything that might be of use to her. No more summonses came from Edain, but as the ball clock chimed 3 times for the hour, Mistress Romera appeared. "My lord," she said formally, "are you rested enough to be received by the Prince Consort?" At last. It was an honor to be conducted by her personally, but outsiders needed a guide to find their way anywhere in the palace. He had been there many times and still lost himself upon occasion. His sword remained on the lacquered rack by the door. It would do him no good here, and would insult Briss besides, indicating he thought he needed to protect himself, which he did, only not with steel. He expected a private meeting first, but Mistress Romera took him to a large formal hall with a dome painted like the sky in the center of the high ceiling, its base supported by thin fluted white columns, and the hall was full of people and a murmur of conversation that died as his arrival was noticed. Soft-footed servants in livery moved through the crowd, offering spiced wine to Kandori lords and ladies in silks embroidered with house sigils, and to folk in fine woolens worked with the sigils of the more important guilds. And to others, too. Lan saw men in long coats wearing the Hadori. Many knew had not worn it in these 10 years or more. Women with hair still cut at the shoulders and higher wore the small dot of the Kaisign painted on their foreheads. They bowed at his appearance and made deep curtsies, those men and women who had decided to remember Malkier. They watched the Chatayan present him to Briss like hawks watching a field mouse, or like hawks awaiting a signal to take wing. Perhaps he never should have come here. Too late for that decision now. The only way was forward, whatever lay at the end. Prince Briss was a stocky, rough-hewn man in his middle years who appeared more suited to armor than to his gold-worked green silks, though in truth he was accustomed to either. Briss was Athenaella's sword-bearer, the general of her armies, as well as her consort, and he had not come by the office through marrying Athenaella. Briss owned a strong reputation as a general. He caught Lan's shoulders, refusing to allow him to bow. "None of that from the man who twice saved my life in the Blight, Lan," he laughed. "And twice you saved mine," Lan said. "Honors are even." "That's as may be, that's as may be. But your coming seems to have rubbed some of your luck off on Durek. He fell from a balcony this morning, a good 50 feet to the paving stones, without breaking a bone." He motioned to his second son, a handsome dark-eyed boy of 8 in a coat like his. The child came forward. A large bruise marred the side of his head, and he moved with the stiffness of other bruises, yet he made a formal bow, spoiled only somewhat by a wide grin. "He should be at his lessons," Briss confided. "But he was so eager to meet you, he'd have forgotten his letters and cut himself on a sword." Frowning, the boy protested that he would never cut himself. Lan returned the lad's bow with equal formality, but the last shreds of protocol vanished from the boy in an instant. "They say you fought Aiel in the south and on the Shinaran marches, my lord," he said. "Is that true? Are they really 10 feet tall? Do they really veil their faces before they kill? And eat their dead? Is the White Tower really taller than a mountain?" "Give the man a chance to answer, Durek," Briss said, mock outrage spoiled by amused laughter. The boy blushed in embarrassment, but still managed an affectionate smile for his father, who ruffled his hair with a quick hand. "Recall what it is like to be 8, Briss," Lan said. Let the boy show his excitement. For himself, at 8 he had been learning the Codee, and what he would face when he first entered the Blight. beginning to learn how to kill with his hands and feet. Let Durek have a happier childhood before he had to think too closely on death. Freed, Durek unleashed another torrent of questions, though he did wait for answers this time. Given a chance, the boy would have drained him dry about the Aiel and the wonders of the great cities in the south like Tar Valon and Farmadding. Likely, he would not have believed Chachin was as big as either of those. At last his father put an end to it. "Lord Mandragoran will fill your head to your heart's content later," Briss told the boy. "There is someone else he must meet now. Off with you to Mistress Tuvil, and your books." Lan thought everyone in the room was holding their breath in anticipation as Briss escorted him across the red and white floor tiles. Edain was exactly as he remembered. 10 years older, with touches of white streaking her temples and a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes. But those large dark eyes gripped him. Her Kaisain was still the white of a widow, and her hair still hung in black waves below her waist. She wore a red silk gown in the Domani style, clinging and a little short of sheer. She was beautiful, but even she could do nothing here. He made his bow calmly. For a moment she merely looked at him, cool and considering. "It would have been easier had you come to me," she murmured, seeming not to care whether Briss heard. And then, shockingly, she knelt gracefully and took his hands in hers. "Beneath the light," she announced in a strong, clear voice, "I, Edain Tigamalan Errol, pledge fealty to Al-Alan Mandragoran, Lord of the Seven Towers, Lord of the Lakes, the true blade of Malkir. May he sever the shadow." Even Briss looked startled. A moment of silence held while she kissed Lan's fingers. Then cheers erupted on every side. Cries of, "The Golden Crane!" and even, "Kandor rides with Malkir!" The sound freed him to pull his hands loose, to lift her to her feet. "My lady," he said quietly, but in a tight voice, "there is no king of Malkir. The great lords have not cast the rods." She put a hand over his lips. A warm hand. "3 of the surviving 5 are in this room, Lan. Shall we ask them how they will cast? What must be, will be." And then she faded back into the crowd of those who wanted to cluster around him, congratulate him, pledge fealty on the spot had he let them. Briss rescued him, drawing him off to a long stone-railed walk above a 200-foot drop to the roofs below. It was known as a place Briss went to be private, and no one followed. Only one door led onto it, no window overlooked it, and no sound from the palace intruded. "Had I known she intended that," the older man said as they walked up and down, hands clasped behind their backs, "I would never have given her welcome. If you wish it, I'll let her know that welcome is withdrawn. Don't look at me that way, man. I know enough Malkieri customs not to insult her. She has you neatly nailed into a box I know you would never choose for yourself." Briss knew less than he thought he did. However delicate the words, withdrawing the welcome would be a deadly insult. "Even the mountains will be worn down with time," Lan quoted. He was unsure whether he could avoid leading men into the Blight now. Unsure that he wanted to avoid it. All of those men and women remembering Malkir. Malkir deserved remembrance, but at what price? "What will you do?" A simple question, simply stated, yet very hard to answer. "I do not know," Lan replied. She had won only a skirmish, but he felt stunned at the ease of it. A formidable opponent, the woman who wore part of his soul in her hair. For the rest, they spoke quietly of hunting and bandits and whether this past year's flare-up in the Blight might die down soon. Briss regretted withdrawing his army from the war against the Aiel, but there had been no alternative. They talked of the rumors about a man who could channel. Every tale had him in a different place. Briss thought it another Jack of the Mists, and Lan agreed. And of the Aes Sedai, who seemed to be everywhere. For what reason, no one knew. Ethaniela had written him that in a village along her progression, 2 sisters had caught a woman pretending to be Aes Sedai. The woman could channel, but that did her no good. The 2 real Aes Sedai flogged her squealing through the village, making her confess her crime to every last man and woman who lived there. Then one of the sisters carried her off to Tar Valon for her true punishment, whatever that might be. Lan found himself hoping that Alice had not lied about being Aes Sedai, though he could not think why he should care. He hoped to avoid Edain the rest of the day, too, but when he was guided back to his rooms, by a serving man this time, she was there, waiting languorously in one of the gilded chairs in the sitting room. His servants were nowhere to be seen. It seemed Anya truly was Edain's ally. "You are no longer beautiful, I fear, sweetling," she said when he came in. "I think you may even be ugly when you are older. But I always enjoyed your eyes more than your face." Her smile became sultry. "And your hands." He stopped still, gripping the door handle. "My lady, not 2 hours gone, you swore." She cut him off. "And I will obey, my king. But as the saying goes, a king is not a king, alone with his Carneira." She laughed, a smoky laugh, enjoying her power over him. "I brought you Deori. Bring it to me." Unwillingly, his eyes followed hers to a flat, lacquered box on a small table beside the door. Lifting the hinged lid took as much effort as lifting a boulder. Coiled inside lay a long cord woven of hair. He could recall every moment of the morning after their first night when she took him to the women's quarters of the royal palace in Felmoran and let ladies and serving women watch as she cut his hair at his shoulders. She even told them what it signified. The women had all been amused, making jokes as he sat at Edain's feet to weave the Deori for her. Edain kept custom, but in her own way. The hair felt soft and supple. She must have had it rubbed with lotions every day. Crossing the floor slowly, he knelt before her and held out his Deori stretched between his hands. "In token of what I owe to you, Edain, always and forever." If his voice did not hold the fervor of that first morning, surely she understood. She did not take the cord. Instead, she studied him, a lioness studying a fawn. "I knew you had not been gone so long as to forget our ways," she said finally. "Come." Rising, she grasped his wrist and drew him to the doors to the balcony overlooking the garden 10 paces below. 2 servants were pouring water from buckets onto chosen plants, and a young woman was strolling along a slate path in a blue dress as bright as any of the early flowers that grew beneath the trees. "My daughter, Isella." For a moment, pride and affection warmed Edain's voice. "Do you remember her? She is 17 now. She hasn't chosen her Carneira yet." Young men were chosen by their Carneira. Young women chose theirs. "But I think at times she married anyway." He vaguely recalled a child who always had servants running, the blossom of her mother's heart, but his head had been full of Edain then. Light the woman filled his head now, just as the scent of her perfume filled his nose. The scent of her. "She is as beautiful as her mother, I am sure," he said politely. He twisted the Deori in his hands. She had too much advantage as long as he held it. All advantage. But she had to take it from him. "Edain, we must talk." She ignored that. "Time you were married too, sweetling. Since none of your female relatives is alive, it is up to me to arrange." She smiled warmly toward the girl below, a loving mother's smile. He gasped at what she seemed to be suggesting. At first he could not believe. "Isella," he said hoarsely. "Your daughter?" She might keep custom in her own way, but this was scandalous. "I'll not be reined into something so shameful, Edain. Not by you, or by this." He shook the Deori at her, but she only looked at it and smiled. "Of course you won't be reined, sweetling. You are a man, not a boy. Yet you do keep custom, she mused, running a finger along the cord of hair quivering between his hands. Perhaps we do need to talk. But it was to the bed that she led him. At least he would regain some lost ground there, whether or not she took the Deori from his hands. He was a man, not a fawn, however much the lioness she was. He was not surprised when she told him he could lay it aside to help her undress, though. Edain would never give up all of her advantage. Not until she presented his Deori to his bride on his wedding day. And he could see no way to stop that bride being Izella.
Chapter 23. The Evening Star. Moiraine allowed herself a small smile as Lan's friends galloped after him. If he wanted to be away from her so quickly, then she had made some impression. A deeper one had to wait. So he thought she needed to avoid the rougher parts of Chachin, did he? The way she handled those bandits should have taught him better. Putting him out of her mind, she went in search of exactly those rougher quarters. When she and Swan had been allowed a trip into Tar Valon as accepted, the common rooms Swan liked to visit were always in that sort of area. Their food and wine were cheap, and they were unlikely to be frequented by Aes Sedai, who would surely have disapproved of accepted having a cup of wine in such a place. Besides, Swan said she felt more comfortable in those inns than at the better establishments where Moiraine would have preferred to eat. Besides, tight-fisted as Swan was, she certainly would have sought out a room at the cheapest inn to be found. Moiraine rode through the crowded streets until she found a place inside the first ring wall, where there were no sedan chairs or street musicians, and the rare push-barrow vendors had no patrons, and faces without hope of having any soon. The stone buildings lining the narrow street had a shabby appearance that belied their brightly tiled roofs, cracked paint on doors and window frames where there was any paint, dirty windows with broken panes. Ragged children ran laughing and playing, but children played and laughed in the direst surroundings. Shopkeepers with cudgels stood guard over the goods displayed on tables in front of their shops, and eyed the passers-by as though considering every one of them capable of theft. Maybe some of those folk were, in their worn, patched woolens, scuttling along with head down or swaggering with defiant scowls. A poor woman might easily be tempted into theft when she had nothing. Moiraine's fur-lined cloak and silk riding dress drew furtive glances, and so did Arrow. There was not another horse on the street. As she dismounted in front of the first inn she came to, a dusty-appearing place called the Ruffled Goose, a slat-ribbed yellow dog growled at her, hackles standing, till she flicked it with a fine flow of air and sent it yelping down the street. Of more concern was a tall young woman in a much-darned red dress that had faded in patches of different shades. She was pretending to search for a stone in her shoe while eyeing Arrow sideways. A covetous gaze, that. There were no hitching posts or rings here. Letting the reins hang free, which would tell Arrow not to move, Moiraine wove hobbles of air for the mare's forefeet, and a ward around her that would warn if anyone tried to move the animal. That one she held on to rather than tying off. The dim common room of the Ruffled Goose bore out the exterior. The floor was covered with what might have been sawdust once, but now appeared to be congealed mud. The air stank of stale tabac smoke and sour ale, and something that seemed to be scorching in the kitchen. The patrons huddled over their mugs at the small tables. Rough-faced men in rough coats lifted their heads in surprise at her entrance. The innkeeper proved to be a lean, leathery fellow in a stained gray coat, with his narrow face cast in a permanent leer, as villainous in appearance as any of those bandits on the high road had been. "Do you have a Tyran woman staying here?" she asked. "A young Tyran woman with blue eyes?"
"This isn't the place for the likes of you, my lady,"
he muttered, rubbing a wiry hand across his stubbly cheek. He might have rearranged some dirt.
"Come, let me show you to something more fit."
He started for the door, but she laid a hand on his sleeve, lightly. Some of the stains on his coat appeared to be encrusted food. and up close he smelled as though he had not washed in weeks. The Tyran woman.
I've never seen a blue-eyed Tyran. Please, my lady, I know a fine inn, a grand place only 2 streets over.
The ward she had set on Arrow tingled against her skin. Thank you, no, she told the innkeeper, and hurried outside. The woman in the faded red dress was trying to lead Arrow away, tugging at the reins and growing increasingly frustrated at the mare's tiny, mincing steps. I would abandon that notion if I were you, Moiraine said loudly. The penalty for horse theft is flogging if the horse is recovered, and worse if not. Every accepted was required to become acquainted with the more common laws of the different nations. The young woman spun, mouth dropping open. Apparently she had believed she had more time before Moiraine came out. Surprise vanished quickly, though, and she straightened her back and laid a hand on her long-bladed belt knife.
I suppose you think you can make me,
she said, contemptuously eyeing Moiraine up and down. It would have been a pleasure to send the woman off with a few stripes across her back, but doing so might well have revealed who she was. A number of passers-by, men and women and children, had stopped to watch, not to interfere, just to see the outcome. I will if I must, Moiraine said calmly, coolly. The young woman frowned, licking her lips and fingering the hilt of her knife. Abruptly she flung down Arrow's reins.
Keep her, then. Truth is, she isn't worth stealing.
Turning her back, she strode away, shooting defiant glares in every direction. Temper flared in Moiraine, and she channeled air, striking the woman a hard blow across the bottom. A very hard blow. With a shriek, the woman leaped at least a foot in the air. Gripping her knife hilt, she spun about, scowling and searching for who had hit her, but there was no one closer than 2 paces, and people were looking at her in open puzzlement. She started off again, rubbing herself with both hands. Moiraine gave a small nod of satisfaction. Perhaps in the future the would-be horse thief would know not to insult another woman's horse. Her satisfaction did not last long. At the second inn on the street, the Blind Pig, a round-faced, squinting woman in a long apron that might have once been white cackled that she had no Tyrans in her rooms. Every word out of her mouth came with a shrill laugh.
Best you be off, girl, she said as well.
My trade will have a pretty tender like you for dinner if you don't scurry away quick.
Tilting her head back, she roared with laughter that her customers echoed. At the Silver Penny, the last inn on the street, the innkeeper was a beautiful woman in her middle years, not too overly tall, with a joyous smile and glossy black hair worn in a thick braid that started atop her head. Wonder of wonders, Nadir Satarov's brown woolen dress was neat, clean, and well cut, and her common room floor was freshly swept. Her patrons were rough-faced men and hard-eyed women, but the smells from the kitchen promised something tolerable.
"Why, yes, my lady," she said. "I do have a Tyran woman of that description staying here. She's gone out just now. Why don't you have a seat and some nice spiced wine while you wait for her?"
She held out a wooden mug she had been carrying when she first approached. The mug gave off the sweet smell of fresh spices. "Thank you," Moiraine said, returning the woman's smile with one just as bright. What luck to find Swan so fast. But her hand stopped just short of the mug. Something had altered in Mistress Satarov's expression, just by a hair, but there was definitely a slight air of anticipation about her now, and she had been carrying the mug when she approached. Moiraine had not seen a sign of wine in the first 2 inns. No one in this part of the city could afford wine. Spices could cover many other tastes. Embracing the source, she wove spirit in one of the blue's secret weaves and touched the innkeeper with it. Slight anticipation became definite unease. "Are you certain the young woman meets my description exactly?" she asked, and tightened the weave a fraction. Sweat appeared on Mistress Satarov's forehead. "Are you absolutely certain?" Another tightening and an edge of fear appeared in the woman's eyes. "Come to think, she doesn't have blue eyes at that, and
And she left this morning, come to think. How many unwary visitors have you fed wine? Moiraine asked coldly. How many women? Do you leave them alive? Or simply wishing they were dead? I don't know what you're talking about. If you'll excuse me, Drink, Moiraine commanded, tightening the weave to just short of panic. Trembling, Mistress Satarov was unable to break free from her gaze. Drink it all. Still staring into Moiraine's eyes, the woman raised the mug unsteadily to her mouth, and her throat worked convulsively as she swallowed. Abruptly, her eyes widened as she realized what she was doing, and with a cry she flung the mug away in a spray of wine. Moiraine released the weave, but that did not lessen Mistress Satarov's fear. The woman's face contorted with terror as she gazed around her common room. Hoisting her skirts above her knees, she began running toward the kitchens, perhaps the stairs at the back of the room, yet in 3 paces she was staggering from side to side, and in 3 more she collapsed to the floor as though her bones had melted, her stockinged legs exposed to the thigh. Silk stockings. The woman had made a tidy profit from her vile trade. She waved her arms as though seeking to crawl, but there was no strength in them. Some of the men and women at the tables looked at Moiraine in wonderment, doubtless amazed that she was not the one lying on the floor, but most seemed to be studying Mistress Satarov's futile attempts to claw her way along. A wiry man with a long scar down his face gained a slow smile that never touched his eyes. A heavy-set fellow with a blacksmith's shoulders licked his lips. By 2s and 3s, women began hurrying out into the street, many shrinking back from Moiraine as they passed her. Some of the men went, too. She joined the exodus without looking back. Sometimes justice came from other than laws or swords. That was how the rest of her day went, finding the scattered districts where people's clothes were worn and patched and everyone went afoot. In Chachin, a matter of 5 streets could take you from the homes and shops of craftsmen who were at least moderately prosperous to squalid poverty and back again. Rulers always tried to do something about those in need, if they were good and decent rulers, and she had heard that Atheniella was considered generous, yet every time one man was lifted from penury, another seemed to fall into it. That might not be fair, but it was the way of the world. The frustration of it was another reason she wanted to avoid the Sun Throne. She asked in common rooms filled with drunken shouts and laughter, and in grim ones where the men and women at the tables seemed to want only to drown their troubles in drink, but no one admitted to seeing a blue-eyed young Tyran woman. 3 more times she was offered wine under suspicious circumstances, but she did not repeat what she had done to Mistress Satarov. Not that she was not tempted, but word of that sort of thing would spread. Once might be dismissed as rumor. 4 was something else again. Any blue hearing about that would certainly suspect another blue was in the city. She disliked thinking that a blue sister could really be black, but any sister at all could be, and she needed to remain hidden as long as she could manage. Twice she was attacked by pairs of men who seized Arrow's bridle and tried to claw her from the saddle. Had there been more, she might have had to reveal herself, but the fear-inducing weave at full strength sent them dashing away through the crowds in mindless panic. Onlookers stared at the running men in amazement, obviously wondering why strong men intent on stealing a horse should suddenly flee. Yet, unless there was a wilder among them, no one was any the wiser. No fewer than 7 more times someone tried to steal Arrow while she was inside an inn. Once it was a pack of children she scattered with a shout. Another time 6 young men who thought they could ignore her, until she sent them leaping and yelping their way down the street under a flurry of air-woven switches. It was not that Chachin was any more lawless than other cities, but she was in places where silk clothing and a fur-lined cloak and a fine horse were simply signs that she was ripe for plucking. Had she lost Arrow there, a magistrate might well have said it was her own fault. There was nothing for it but to grit her teeth and move on. Cold daylight began to settle toward yet another icy night. She was walking Arrow through lengthening shadows, eyeing darknesses that moved suspiciously in an alley and thinking that she would have to give up for today, when Swan came bustling up from behind. "I thought you might look down here when you came," Swan said, taking her elbow to hurry her along. She was wearing the same blue wool riding dress. Moiraine doubted she had even considered spending some of the coin Moiraine had given her on another. "I've been haunting these regions looking for you. Let's get inside before we freeze." Swan eyed those shadows in the alley too, and absently fingered her belt knife, as if using the power could not deal with any 10 of them. Well, not without revealing themselves. Perhaps it was best to move quickly. "Not the quarter for you, Moiraine. There are fellows around here would bloody well have you for dinner before you knew you were in the pot. Are you laughing or choking?" "Both," Moiraine replied with some difficulty. How often today had she heard some variation on her being something to be cooked and eaten if she was not careful? She had to stop and hug the other woman. "Oh, Swan, it is so good to see your face. Where are you staying? Somewhere that serves fish, I suppose. May I at least hope the beds lack fleas and lice?" "Maybe it isn't what you're used to," Swan replied, "but a sound roof to keep off rain is really all you need. And there are no sisters there, so you can chase fleas and lice to your heart's content. But we'd better hurry if we want to reach it before full dark." Moiraine sighed and hurried. After dark was not a good time to be out near the sorts of places Swan favored. Swan, it turned out, had a room at a most respectable inn called the Evening Star, 3 sprawling stories of stone that catered to merchants of middling rank, especially women unwilling to be bothered by noise or rough sorts in the spacious common room. A pair of bull-shouldered fellows leaning against blue-painted columns as they kept watch on the front door made sure there was none of that. In truth, they were the only men in the room. A good many of the tables were taken by women, most in well-cut but plain woolens with only a brooch or earrings for jewelry, and 2 with the chains of the Kandori Merchants Guild looping across their bosoms, though 3 in bright Damani dresses, discussing something heatedly if in low voices, wore tall chain necklaces of gold that covered their entire necks. A gray-haired woman plying her hammers on a dulcimer was striking a quiet yet merry tune, and the smells from the kitchen spoke of lamb roasting, not fish. The innkeeper, Eileen Tolvina, was a lean woman with an air of brooking little nonsense, in a grey dress embroidered with a sprinkling of blue flowers on the shoulders. She had no rooms free, but she made no objection to Moiraine joining Swan. "So long as the extra for 2 is paid," she added, holding out a hand. Silks and fur were insufficient to bring curtsies from Mistress Tolvina. "I can chase fleas to my heart's content," Moiraine said, hanging her cloak on a peg in Swan's small room on the top floor. At least it was warm, with a stove built under the not-very-wide bed, and tidy. Swan was never untidy. "I'm surprised you were staying here." The extra had been a silver penny, which meant Swan must be paying 2. "You'll just have to call the fleas first." "Why surprised?" Swan settled cross-legged on the bed, yet she all but bounced. She seemed invigorated since Canluam. A goal always made Swan bubble with enthusiasm. Moiraine did not answer the question. They were going to be sharing that bed, and Swan knew exactly which ticklish spots could reduce her to helpless laughter and pleading. "What have you learned?" "A great deal, and nothing. I've had a time, Moiraine, I tell you. That fool horse nearly beat me to death getting here. The Creator made people to walk or go by boat, not be bounced around. I suppose the Sahira woman wasn't the one, or you'd be jumping like a ladyfish in spring. I found Ines Domain almost right off, but not where I can reach her. She's a new widow, but she did have a son for sure. Named him Raheen because she saw the dawn come up over Dragon Mount. Talk of the streets. Everybody thinks it a fool reason to name a child." Moiraine pushed down a momentary thrill. Seeing dawn over the mountain did not mean the child had been born on it. There was no chair or stool nor room for one, so she sat on the end of the bed, wrapping her arms around her knees. "If you have found Ines and her son, Swan, why is she out of reach?" "She's in the bloody Aes Daishar Palace, that's why." Swan could have gained entry easily as Aes Sedai, but otherwise only if the palace was hiring servants. The Aes Daishar Palace. "We will take care of that in the morning," Moiraine sighed. It meant risk,
Yet the Lady Ines had to be questioned. No woman Moiraine had found yet had been able to see Dragonmount when her child was born. "Have you seen any sign of the Black Ajah?" She had to get used to saying that name. Siuan frowned at her lap and fingered her divided skirt. "This is a strange city, Moiraine," she said finally. "Lamps in the streets and women who fight duels even if they do deny it, and more gossip than 10 men full of ale could spew. Some of it is interesting." She leaned forward to put a hand on Moiraine's knee. "Everybody's talking about a young blacksmith who died of a broken back a couple of nights ago. Nobody expected much of him, but this last month or so he turned into quite a speaker. Convinced his guild to take up money for the poor who've come into the city, afraid of the bandits, folks not connected to a guild or house." "Siuan? What under the light? Just listen, Moiraine. He collected a lot of silver himself, and it seems he was on his way to the guild house to turn in 6 or 8 bags of it when he was killed. Fool was carrying it all by himself. The point is, there wasn't a bloody coin of it taken, Moiraine, and he didn't have a mark on him aside from his broken back." They shared a long look. Then Moiraine shook her head. "I cannot see how to tie that to Maelin or Tamra. A blacksmith? Siuan, we can go mad thinking we see black sisters everywhere." "We can die from thinking they aren't there," Siuan replied. "Well, maybe we can be Silverpike in the nets instead of grunters. Just remember Silverpike go to the fish market too. What do you have in mind about this Lady Ines?" Moiraine told her. Siuan did not like it, and this time it took most of the night to make her see sense. In truth, Moiraine almost wished Siuan would talk her into trying something else. But Lady Ines had seen dawn over Dragonmount. At least Atheniella's Aes Sedai advisor was with her in the south. Chapter 24. Making Use of Invisibility. Siuan started up again while they were dressing the next morning. She disliked being argued out of anything, particularly when she thought herself in the right, and she usually did think herself in the right. "I don't like you taking all the risks," she muttered, pulling a blue wool dress over her head. She had brought a change, as it turned out, and she'd been near to snippy in pointing out that Moiraine was the one with only a single dress to her name. "I will not be taking all the risks," Moiraine said, suppressing a sigh. They had gone over this and over it last night. "You must take as many as I. Will you help me with these buttons?" Siuan turned her around by the shoulders almost roughly and attacked the 2 rows of small mother-of-pearl buttons that ran down her back. "Don't be a gudgeon," she grumbled, tugging at the dress much more fiercely than was necessary. "If this works as you say it will, nobody will notice me. You'll have all sails set, the sweeps out, and banners flying. I say there has to be a better way, and we're going to sit down and talk it over till you see the right of it." Moiraine did sigh then. A bear with a sore tooth would have been better company, even that fellow Lan. Doing up Siuan's buttons in turn, she tried distracting the other woman by telling her how much the cut of the dress molded her hips and bosom. Well, for a little more than distraction, Siuan deserved a bit of snippiness back. "It does attract men's eyes," Siuan replied, and giggled. She even gave her hips a twitch. Moiraine thought she might spend the whole day sighing. When they went down, with their cloaks folded over their arms, the common room was nearly full of merchants chatting over breakfast, still all women. The 2 Kandori, one with 3 chains across her chest, the other with 2, were eating hurriedly and beaming like women who foresaw a prosperous day ahead. Some had done business the night before, it seemed. One slender woman in dark gray was eyeing her plump, complacent companion with the sickly expression of someone who had been brought near financial ruin. The 3 Damani picked at their plates, pushing the food around with their forks. By their tight eyes and pallid faces, they were all nursing sore heads from too much drink. "A big breakfast, and then we can talk," Siuan said, going on tiptoe to scan the room for an empty table. "The kitchens here make a fine breakfast." "Rolls that we can eat on the way," Moiraine said firmly, and hurried toward Mistress Tolvina, who was giving instructions to a serving girl in a snowy apron with a blue border. The only way to win an argument with Siuan was to sweep her along,
If you let up for an instant, you would find yourself the one being swept. "Good morning, Mistress Tolvina," she said as the innkeeper turned from the waiting girl. "We wish to hire 2 of your men to escort us for a few hours this morning." The pair watching the door this morning were different from those who had been on duty last night, though just as large. The lean woman's eyebrows rose slightly, increasing her no-nonsense air. Again there was no curtsy, though Moiraine had used the power to make sure her dress looked fresh from the laundress.
"Why, if you've gotten yourself engaged in a duel, I'll have no part of it. A fool thing, these whip duels and the like, and I'll not abet you. You'd just come back lashed bloody in any case. I certainly doubt you've ever fought before."
Moiraine bit her tongue. Swan said the innkeeper had all sorts of rules, from locking the outside doors at midnight to no male visitors in rooms, and enforced them strictly. But she would not have spoken so had she known they were Aes Sedai. "I wish to visit a banker," she said, once she could trust herself to speak. Getting them thrown out of Swan's room would not be a disaster, but it would be inconvenient. They had a great deal to do today. "A good and reputable banker, do you know of one nearby?" As it happened, Mistress Tolvina did, the one she herself used, and for that purpose she was willing to have 2 of her watchers, as she called them, rousted from their rooms over the stable, for an amount Moiraine was sure at least doubled their daily wage. She paid at once, though. Objecting would only waste time and might drive the price up. Eileen Tolvina did not look like a woman who bargained. Soon enough, she and Swan were sitting facing each other in a large sedan chair borne by 4 wiry men who hardly looked strong enough to bear the weight, though they trotted up the crowded streets much more easily than the pair of tall men who escorted the chair, carrying long brass-studded cudgels.
"This isn't going to work," Swan muttered between gnaws at a large, crusty roll. "If you think we need more money, all right. Though you do fling it around, Moiraine. But burn me, this scheme of yours will never work. We'll be netted right away. They'll probably send for a sister, if there isn't one there already. I tell you, we have to find another way."
Moiraine pretended to be too busy eating her own roll, still warm from the oven, to answer. Besides, she was hungry. If they encountered another Aes Sedai, that was a chasm they would have to cross when they came to it. She told herself the flutter in her belly was hunger, not fear. But you could think a lie. Her plan had to work. There was no other way. As in Tar Valon, the bank resembled a small palace, this one glittering in the morning sunlight like the real palaces farther up the mountain, with golden tiles on every wall and 2 tall white domes. The doorman who bowed them inside wore a dark red coat embroidered on the cuffs with silver bees, and the footmen short black coats that exposed their bottoms in their tight breeches. Moiraine's dress with the slashes of Cairhienan nobility on the front was enough to get them an interview with the banker herself, rather than an underling, in a quiet wood-paneled room with silvered stand lamps and small lines of gilding on the furniture. Camille Noallen was a lovely slim woman in her middle years, with graying hair worn in 4 long braids and stern, questioning eyes. Candor was a long way from Cairhien, after all, and from Tar Valon. Still, she had no call to use an enlarging glass to study Elaine Dormila's seal at the bottom of Moiraine's letter of rights. At least the letter itself was only a little blurred from its immersion in that pond. It was not the largest she carried, yet even so it produced an imposing pile of gold in 10 leather pouches stacked on the banker's writing table, even after the steep discount for the distance between the 2 banks. "You have bodyguards, I hope?" Mistress Noallen murmured politely. Large quantities of gold tended to bring courtesy. "Is Chachin so lawless 2 women are not safe by daylight?" Moiraine asked her coolly. "An enlarging glass. I think our business is done." A pair of very large footmen carried the purses outside and placed them on the floor of the sedan chair, looking relieved at the sight of Mistress Tolvina's 2 watchers with their cudgels. The bearers hoisted the extra weight effortlessly, it seemed.
"Even that blacksmith must have staggered, loaded down like a mule," Swan muttered, towing the purses piled between them. "Who could have broken his back that way? Fish guts. Whatever the reason, Moiraine, it must be the Black Ajah.
The bearers could hear that clearly, but they trotted along without faltering, ignorant of what the words Black Ajah meant, likely ignorant of what an Ajah was, for that matter. On the other hand, an imposing woman gliding by with ivory combs in her hair gave a start, then hiked her skirts to her knees and ran, leaving her 2 gaping servants to scramble after her through the crowd. Moiraine directed a reproving look at Siuan. They could not depend on others' ignorance for protection. Siuan flushed slightly, yet her blue eyes were defiant. The Evening Star had a small strong room where merchants could store their coins safely, those who did not keep strong boxes in their rooms, but placing most of the gold there did not bring any curtsies from Mistress Tolvina, even after Moiraine gave her a gold crown for her troubles. No doubt she had seen too many merchants lose everything to be impressed just because someone had coin at the moment.
The best seamstress in Chachin would be Celine Dorelmin, she said in answer to Moiraine's question. But she's very dear, or so I hear, very dear.
Moiraine took back one of the fat purses, though it dragged her belt down on one side when she tied the strings. That blacksmith must have staggered. No, Siuan was seeing Jack of the Mists, that was all. Celine proved to be a slim woman with a haughty air and a cool voice, in a shimmering blue dress with a neckline cut to show most of her cleavage. The garment barely clung to her shoulders. Moiraine did not worry over being pressed into that sort of dress, though. She intended to violate nearly every rule of propriety between a woman and her seamstress. She tolerated the measuring, since there was no way to hasten it, but Celine's eyes narrowed at the speed with which she chose fabrics and colors. For a moment it seemed she would refuse to sew what Siuan needed, but Moiraine calmly said she would pay twice the usual rate. The woman's eyes went almost to slits at the mention of price, yet she nodded. And Moiraine knew she would get what she wanted. Here, at least. "I want them tomorrow," she said. "Put all of your seamstresses to work." Celine's eyes did not narrow at that. They widened, flashing with anger. Her voice became icy. "Impossible. At the end of the month, perhaps. Perhaps later, if I can find time at all. A great many ladies have ordered new gowns. The King of Malkier is visiting the Aes-Daishar Palace." "The last King of Malkier died 25 years ago, Celine." Taking up the fat purse, Moiraine upended it over the table in the measuring room, spilling out 30 gold crowns. She was ordering more than 3 dresses, but while silk was as expensive in Chachin as in Tar Valon, the sewing was much less, and that was the largest expense in a dress. Celine eyed the fat coins greedily, and her eyes positively shone when she was told there would be as much again when the dresses were done. "But I will keep 6 coins from the second 30 for each day it takes." Suddenly it seemed that the dresses could be finished sooner than a month after all. Much sooner. "You should have your dresses made like what that skinny troll was wearing," Siuan said as they climbed back into the sedan chair. "Ready to fall off. You might as well enjoy men looking at you if you're going to lay your fool head on the chopping block." Moiraine performed a novice exercise, imaging herself a rosebud in stillness opening to the sun. Thankfully it brought calm, though holding on to it around Siuan could prove trying. She would crack a tooth if she kept grinding them. "There is no other way, Siuan." The day was more than half gone, and much remained to be done. "Do you think Mistress Tolvina will hire out one of her strong arms for more than a few hours?" The King of Malkier? Light. The woman must have thought her a complete fool. At mid-morning, 2 days after Moiraine arrived in Chachin, a yellow-lacquered carriage behind a team of 4 matched greys, driven by a fellow with shoulders like a bull, arrived at the Aes-Daishar Palace, with 2 mares tied behind, a fine-necked bay and a lanky grey. The Lady Moiraine Damodred, colored slashes marching from the high neck of her dark blue gown to below her knees, was received with all due honor by an upper servant with silvery keys embroidered behind the red horse on his shoulder. The name of House Damodred was known, of course, if not hers, and with Laemon dead, any Damodred might ascend to the Sun Throne if another house did not seize it.
They could not know how she hoped for that. She was given suitable apartments, 3 spacious rooms with silk tapestries on the flower-carved wall panels and a marble-railed balcony looking north across the city toward higher snow-capped peaks, and assigned servants, 2 maids and an errand boy, who rushed about unpacking the ladies' brass-bound chests and pouring hot rose-scented water for the lady to wash. No one but the servants so much as glanced at Suki, the Lady Moiraine's maid. "All right," Swan muttered when the servants finally left them alone in the sitting room. "I admit I'm invisible in this." Her dark gray dress was fine wool, entirely plain except for collar and cuffs, banded in Domodred colors. "You, though, stand out like a high lord pulling oar. Light, I nearly swallowed my tongue when you asked if there were any sisters in the palace. I'm so nervous I'm starting to get lightheaded. It feels hard to breathe." "It is the altitude," Moiraine told her. "You will get used to it. Any visitor would ask about Aes Sedai. You could see the servants never blinked." She had held her breath, however, until she heard the answer. One sister would have changed everything. "I do not know why I must keep telling you. A royal palace is not an inn. You may call me Lady Alice would satisfy no one here. That is fact, not opinion. I must be myself. Suppose you make use of that invisibility and see what you can learn about the Lady Ines. I would be pleased if we leave as soon as possible. Tomorrow, that would be, without causing insult and talk." Swan was right. Every eye in the palace would be on the outland noblewoman from the house that had started the Aiel War. Any Aes Sedai who came to the Aes Daishar would hear of her immediately, and any Aes Sedai who passed through Chachin might well come. And if this Gorthanes was still trying to find her, word of Moiraine Domodred in the Aes Daishar palace would reach his ears all too soon. In her experience, palaces were riper for assassination than highways were. Swan was right. She was standing on a pedestal like a target, and without a clue as to who might be an archer. Tomorrow. Early. Swan slipped out, but returned quickly with bad news. The Lady Ines was in seclusion mourning her husband. "He fell over dead in his breakfast porridge 10 days ago," she reported, dropping onto a sitting-room chair and hanging an arm over the back. Lessons in deportment were something else forgotten once the shawl was hers. "A much older man, but it seems she loved him. She's been given 10 rooms and a garden on the south side of the palace. Her husband was a close friend to Prince Briss. Ines would remain to herself a full month, seeing no one but close family. Her servants only came out when absolutely necessary." "She will see an Aes Sedai," Moiraine sighed. Not even a woman in mourning would refuse to see a sister. Swan bolted to her feet. "Are you mad? The Lady Moiraine Domodred attracts enough attention. Moiraine Domodred Aes Sedai might as well send out riders. I thought the idea was to be gone before anyone outside the palace knows we were here." One of the serving women, a plump, gray-haired woman named Aiko, came in just then to announce that the Chatayan had arrived to escort Moiraine to Prince Briss, and was plainly startled to find Suki standing over her mistress and stabbing a finger at her. "Tell the Chatayan I will come to her," Moiraine said calmly, and as soon as the wide-eyed woman curtsied and backed out, she rose to put herself on a more equal footing. Hard enough with Swan, even when one had all the advantage. "What else do you suggest? Remaining almost 2 weeks till she comes out will be as bad, and you cannot befriend the servants if they are secluded with her." "They may only come out for errands, Moiraine, but I think I can get myself invited inside." Moiraine started to say that might take as long as the other, but Swan took her firmly by the shoulders and turned her around, eyeing her up and down critically. "A lady's maid is supposed to make sure her mistress is properly dressed," she said, and gave Moiraine a push toward the door. "Go. The Chatayan is waiting for you. And with any luck, a young footman named Cal is waiting for Suki." Chapter 25. An Answer. The Chatayan indeed was waiting, a tall, handsome woman wrapped in dignity and frosty at being made to wait.
Her hazel eyes could have chilled wine. Any queen who got on the wrong side of a châtelaine was a fool, so Moiraine made herself pleasant as the woman escorted her through the halls. She thought she made some progress in melting that frost, but it was difficult to concentrate. A young footman? She did not know whether Siuan had ever been with a man, but surely she would not, just to reach Innes's servants. Not a footman? Statues and tapestries lined the hallways, most surprising for what she knew of the borderlands. Marble carvings of women with flowers or children playing, silk weavings of fields of flowers and nobles in gardens, and only a few hunting scenes, without a single battle shown anywhere. At intervals along the halls, arched windows looked down into many more gardens than she expected, too, and flagged courtyards, some with a splashing marble fountain. In one of those, she saw something that pushed questions about Siuan and a footman to the back of her mind. It was a simple courtyard without fountain or columned walk, and men stood in rows along the walls watching two others, stripped to the waist and fighting with wooden practice swords, Rhine and Bukama. It was fighting, if in practice. Blows landed on flesh hard enough for her to hear the thuds. All landed by Rhine. She would have to avoid them, and Lan if he was there, too. He had not bothered to hide his doubts, and he might raise questions she did not dare have asked. Was she Moiraine or Alice? Worse, was she Aes Sedai or a wilder pretending? Questions that would be discussed in the streets by the next night for any sister to hear, and that last was one any sister would investigate. Fortunately, 3 wandering soldiers would hardly be present anywhere she was. Prince Briss, a solid, green-eyed man, greeted her intimately in a large room paneled red and gold. 2 of the prince's married sisters were present with their husbands, and one of Atheniella's with hers, the men in muted silks, the women in bright colors belted high beneath their breasts and embroidered down the arms and along the hems of their skirts. Liveried servants offered sweetmeats and nuts. Moiraine thought she might get a sore neck from looking up. The shortest of the women was taller than Siuan, and they all stood very straight. Their necks would have bent a little for a sister, men's and women's alike, but they knew themselves the equals of the Lady Moiraine. The talk ranged from music and the best musicians among the nobles at court to the rigors of travel, from whether to credit rumors of a man who could channel to why so many Aes Sedai seemed to be about, and Moiraine found it difficult to maintain the expected light wittiness. She cared little for music, and less for whoever played the instruments. In Cairhien, musicians were hired and forgotten. Everyone knew that travel was arduous, with no assurance of beds or decent food at the end of the day's 20 or 30 miles, and that was when the weather was good. Obviously, some of the sisters were about because of rumors about the man, and others to tighten ties that might have loosened during the Aiel War, to make sure thrones and houses understood they were still expected to meet their obligations to the Tower, both public and private. If an Aes Sedai had not come to the Aes Daishar yet, one soon would. Reason enough for her to make heavy going of idle chat. That, and thinking about other reasons for sisters to be wandering. The men put a good face on it, but she thought the women found her particularly dull. When Briss's children were brought in, Moiraine felt a great relief. Having his children introduced to her was a sign of acceptance to his household, but more, it signaled the end of the audience. The eldest son, Antal, was in the south, with Atheniella as heir, leaving a lovely green-eyed girl of 12 named Jarine to lead in her sister and 4 brothers, formally aligned by age, though in truth the 2 youngest boys were still in skirts and carried by nursemaids. Stifling her impatience to find out what Siuan had learned, Moiraine complimented the children on their behavior, encouraged them at their lessons. They must think her as dull as their elders did. Something a little less flat. "And how did you earn your bruises, my Lord Direk?" she asked, hardly listening to the boy's soberly delivered story of a fall. Until, "My father says it was Lan's luck I wasn't killed, my lady," Direk said, brightening out of his formality. "Lan is the king of Malkir and the luckiest man in the world and the best swordsman, except for my father, of course." "The king of Malkir?" Moiraine said, blinking.
Derek nodded vigorously and began explaining in a rush of words about Lan's exploits in the Blight and the Malkieri who had come to the Aes Daishar to follow him, until his father motioned him to silence.
"Lan is a king if he wishes it, my lady," Briss said.
A very odd thing to say, and his doubtful tone made it odder.
"He keeps much to his rooms."
Briss sounded troubled about that, too.
"But you will meet him before you— My lady, are you well?"
"Not very," she told him. She had hoped for another meeting with Lan Mandragoran, planned for it, but not here. Her stomach was trying to twist into knots.
"I myself may keep to my rooms for a few days, if you will forgive me." He would, of course, and everyone was full of regret at missing her company and sympathy for the strain traveling must have put on her, though she did hear one of the women murmur that Southlanders must be very delicate. A pale-haired young woman in green and red was waiting to show Moiraine back to her rooms. Ellis bobbed a curtsy every time she spoke, which meant she bobbed quite often in the beginning. She had been told of Moiraine's faintness, and she asked every 20 paces whether Moiraine wished to sit and catch her breath, or have cool damp cloths brought to her rooms, or hot bricks for her feet, or smelling salts, or a dozen more sure cures for a light head, until Moiraine curtly told her to be quiet. The fool girl led on in silence, face blank. Moiraine cared not a whit whether the woman was offended. All she wanted right then was to find Siuan with good news. With the boy in her arms, born on Dragonmount, and his mother packed to travel would be best of all. Most of all, though, she wanted herself out of the halls before she ran into Lan Mandragoran. Worrying about him, she rounded a corner behind the serving girl and came face to face with Marian, blue-fringed shawl looped over her arms. The Shatayan herself was guiding Marian, and behind the motherly-looking sister came a train of servants, one woman carrying her red riding gloves, another her fur-trimmed cloak, a third her dark velvet hat. Pairs of men bore wicker pack hampers that could have been carried by one, and others had arms full of flowers. An Aes Sedai received more honor than a mere lady, however high her house. Marian's eyes narrowed at the sight of Moiraine.
"A surprise to see you here," she said slowly. "By your dress, I take it you've given over your disguise? But no, still no ring, I see."
Moiraine was so startled at the woman's sudden appearance that she hardly heard what Marian said. "Are you alone?" she blurted. For a moment, Marian's eyes became slits.
"Larella decided to go her own way. South, I believe. More I don't know."
"It was Cadsuane I was thinking of," Moiraine said, blinking in surprise. The more she had thought about Cadsuane, the more she had become convinced the woman must be Black Ajah. What surprised her was Larella. Larella had seemed bent on reaching Chachin, and without delay. Of course, plans could change. But suddenly Moiraine realized something that should have been obvious. Black sisters could lie. It was impossible. The oaths could not be broken, yet it had to be. Marian moved close to Moiraine, and when Moiraine took a step back, she followed. Moiraine held herself erect, but she still came no higher than the other woman's chin.
"Are you so eager to see Cadsuane?" Marian said, looking down at her.
Her voice was pleasant, her smooth face comforting, but her eyes were cold iron.
"The last I saw her, she said that next time she met you, she'd spank your bottom till you couldn't sit for a week. She'll do it, too."
Abruptly glancing at the servants, she seemed to realize they were not alone. The iron faded, but it did not disappear. Cadsuane was right, you know. A young woman who thinks she knows more than she does can land herself in very deep trouble. I suggest you be very still and very quiet until we can talk. Her gesture for the Shatayan to lead on was peremptory, and the dignified woman leaped to obey. A king or queen might find themselves in a Shatayan's bad graces, but never an Aes Sedai. Moiraine stared after Marian until she vanished around a corner far down the corridor. Everything Marian had just said could have come from one of Tamra's chosen. Black sisters could lie. Had Lorella changed her mind about Judgin? Or was she dead somewhere like Tamra and the others? Suddenly she realized she was smoothing her skirts. Stilling her hands was easy, but she could not stop herself trembling faintly. Ellis was staring at her with her mouth open. "Your Aes Sedai too," the woman squeaked, then gave a jump, taking Moiraine's wince for a grimace. "You must be in disguise," she said breathlessly. "I won't say a word to anyone, Aes Sedai. I swear by the light and my father's grave." As if every person behind Marian had not heard everything she had. They would not hold their tongues. "Take me to Lan Mandragoran's apartments," Moiraine told her. What was true at sunrise could change by noon, and so could what was necessary. She took the great serpent ring from her pouch and put it on her right hand. Sometimes you had to gamble. After a long walk, mercifully in silence, Ellis rapped at a red door and announced to the gray-haired woman who opened it that the Lady Moiraine Damodred Aes Sedai wished to speak with King Al-Lan Mandragoran. The woman had added her own touches to what Moiraine told her. King, indeed. Shockingly, the reply came back that Lord Mandragoran had no wish to speak with any Aes Sedai. The gray-haired woman looked scandalized, but closed the door firmly. Ellis stared at Moiraine, wide-eyed. "I can show my Lady Aes Sedai to her own rooms now," she said uncertainly. "If—" She squeaked when Moiraine pushed open the door and went in. The gray-haired serving woman and a younger leaped up from where they had been sitting, apparently darning shirts. A bony young man scrambled awkwardly to his feet beside the fireplace, looking to the women for instruction. They simply stared at Moiraine until she raised a questioning eyebrow. Then the gray-haired woman pointed to one of the two doors leading deeper into the apartments. The door she pointed to led to a sitting room much like Moiraine's own, but all of the gilded chairs had been moved back against the walls and the flowered carpets rolled up. Shirtless, Lan was practicing the sword in the cleared area. A small golden locket swung at his neck as he moved, his blade a blur. Sweat covered him, and the wounds she had healed him of had been replaced by claw marks from some wild animal on his back? Or marks left by a woman. Could this cold man actually inspire such passion in a woman that she would... She felt her cheeks heating at the image that popped into her head. Let him have as many women as he wished, so long as he did what she wished. He spun gracefully out of the forms to face her, the point of his sword grounding on the floor tiles. He still did not quite meet her gaze in that strange way he and Bukama had. His hair hung damply, clinging to his face despite the leather cord, but he was not breathing hard. "You," he growled. "So you are Aes Sedai and a Damodred today. I've no time for your games, Cairhienin. I'm waiting for someone." Cold blue eyes flickered to the door behind her. Oddly, what appeared to be a cord woven of hair was tied around the inner handle in an elaborate knot. "She will not be pleased to find another woman here." "Your lady love need have no fear of me," Moiraine told him dryly. "For one thing, you are much too tall, and for another, I prefer men with at least a modicum of charm and manners. I came for your help. There was a pledge made and held since the War of the 100 Years that Malkir would ride when the White Tower called. I am Aes Sedai, and I call you." "You know the hills are high, but not how they lie," he muttered, as if quoting some Malkieri saying. Stalking across the room away from her, he snatched up his scabbard and sheathed the sword forcefully. "I'll give you your help, if you can answer a question. I've asked Aes Sedai over the years, but they wriggled away from answering like vipers. If you are Aes Sedai, answer it." "If I know the answer, I will." She would not tell him again that she was what she was, but she embraced Saidar and moved one of the gilded chairs out into the middle of the floor. She could not have lifted the thing with her hands, yet it floated easily on flows of air, and would have had it been twice as heavy. Sitting, she rested her hands on crossed knees where the golden serpent on her finger was plain. The taller person had an advantage when both stood, but someone standing must feel they were being judged by someone sitting, especially an Aes Sedai. He did not seem to feel anything of the kind. For the first time since she had met him, he met her eyes directly, and his stare was blue ice. "When Malkier died," he said in tones of quiet steel, "Shinar and Arafel sent men. They could not stop the flood of Trollocs and Myrddraal, yet they came. Men rode from Kandor and even Saldaea. They came too late, but they came." Blue ice became blue fire. His voice did not change, but his knuckles grew white, gripping his sword. "For 900 years we rode when the White Tower called. But where was the tower when Malkier died? If you are Aes Sedai, answer me that." Moiraine hesitated. The answer he wanted was sealed to the tower, taught to accept it in history lessons, yet forbidden to any except initiates of the tower. But what was another penance alongside what she faced? "Over 100 sisters were ordered to Malkier," she said more calmly than she felt. By everything she had been taught, she should ask a penance for what she had told him already. Even Aes Sedai cannot fly, however. They were too late. By the time the first had arrived, the armies of Malkier were already broken by endless hordes of shadow spawn, the people fleeing or dead. The death of Malkier had been hard and blood-soaked and fast. That was before I was born, but I regret it deeply, and I regret that the Tower decided to keep their efforts secret. Better that the Tower be thought to have done nothing than to have it known Aes Sedai had tried and failed. Failure was a blow to stature, and mystery and armor the Tower needed. Aes Sedai had reasons of their own for what they did and for what they did not do, and those reasons were known only to Aes Sedai. That is as much answer as I can give. More than I should have. More than any other sister ever will, I think. Will it suffice? For a time he simply looked at her, fire slowly fading to ice once more. His eyes fell away. "Almost I can believe," he muttered finally, without saying what he almost believed. He gave a bitter laugh. "What help can I give you?" Moiraine frowned. She very much wanted time alone with this man to bring him to heel, but that had to wait. She very much hoped he was not a dark friend. "There is another sister in the palace, Marianne Redhill. I need to know where she goes, what she does, who she meets." He blinked, but did not ask the obvious questions. Perhaps he knew he would get no answers, but his silence was still pleasing. "I've been keeping to my rooms the past few days," he said, looking at the door again. "I do not know how much watching I can do." In spite of herself, she sniffed. The man promised help, then looked anxiously for his lady. Perhaps he was not what she had thought. But he was who she had. "Not you," she told him. Her visit here would be known throughout the Aes Daishar soon, if it was not already, and if he was noticed spying on Marianne, that could be disaster even if the woman was as innocent as a babe. "I thought you might ask one of the Malkieri I understand have gathered here to follow you. Someone with a sharp eye and a close tongue. This must be done in utter secrecy." "No one follows me," he said sharply. Glancing at the door once more, he suddenly seemed weary. He did not slump, but he moved to the fireplace and propped his sword beside it with the care of a tired man. Standing with his back to her, he said, "I will ask Bukama and Rhine to watch her, but I cannot promise for them. That is all I can do for you." She stifled a vexed sound. Whether it was all he could do or all he would, she had no leverage to force him. "Bukama," she said. "Only him." Going by how he had behaved around her, Rhine would be too busy gaping at Marianne to see or hear anything. That was if he did not confess what he was doing the moment Marianne looked at him. "And do not tell him why." His head whipped around, but after a moment he nodded. And again he did not ask the questions most people would have. Telling him how to get word to her by notes passed to her maid Suki, she prayed she was not making a grave mistake. Back in her own rooms, she discovered just how quickly news had spread. In the sitting room, Swan was offering a tray of sweetmeats to a tall, full-mouthed young woman in pale green silk, little older than a girl, with black hair that fell well below her hips, and a small blue dot painted on her forehead, about where the stone of Moiraine's Cassiera hung. Swan's face was smooth, but her voice was tight as she made introductions. The Lady Isella quickly showed why.
"Everyone in the palace is saying you are Aes Sedai," she said, eyeing Moiraine doubtfully. She did not rise, much less curtsy or even incline her head.
"If that is so, I need your assistance. I wish to go to the White Tower. My mother wants me to marry. I would not mind Lan as my Carneira if Mother were not already his, but when I marry I think it will be one of my warders. I will be Green Ajah."
She frowned faintly at Swan.
"Don't hover, girl. Stand over there until you are needed."
Swan took up a stance by the fireplace, back stiff and arms folded beneath her breasts. No real servant would have stood so, or frowned so, but Isella no longer noticed her.
"Do sit down, Moiraine," she went on with a smile, "and I will tell you what I need of you. If you are Aes Sedai, of course."
Moiraine stared, invited to take a chair in her own sitting room. This silly child was certainly a suitable match for Lan when it came to arrogance. Her Carneira? That meant first in the old tongue, and plainly something else here. Not what it seemed to, of course. Even these Malchieri could not be that peculiar. Sitting, she said dryly, "Choosing your Ajah should at least wait until I test you to see whether there is any point in sending you to the tower. A few minutes will determine whether you can learn to channel, and your potential strength if you—" The girl blithely broke in.
"Oh, I was tested years ago. The Aes Sedai said I would be very strong. I told her I was 15, but she learned the truth. I don't see why I could not go to the tower at 12 if I wanted."
Mother was furious.
"She has always said I was to be Queen of Malkir one day, but that means marrying Lan, which I would not want even if Mother weren't his Carneira. When you tell her you are taking me to the tower, she will have to listen. Everyone knows that Aes Sedai take any woman they want for training, and no one can stop them."
That full mouth pursed.
"You are Aes Sedai, aren't you?"
Moiraine performed the rosebud exercise. "If you want to go to Tar Valon, then go. I certainly do not have time to escort you. You will find sisters there about whom you can have no doubts. Suki, will you show the Lady Isella out? No doubt she does not wish to delay in setting off before her mother catches her." The chit was all indignation, of course, but Moiraine wanted only to see the back of her, and Swan very nearly pushed her out into the corridor, protesting every step of the way. Moiraine felt Swan embrace the source, and the protests cut off with a sharp yelp. "That one," Swan said as she came back, dusting her hands, "won't last a month if she can equal Cadsuane. Sierin herself can toss her from the top of the tower for all I care," Moiraine snapped. "Did you learn anything?" "Well, I learned that young Cal knows how to kiss, and aside from that I came up with a bucket of bilge water." Swan scowled suddenly. "Why are you looking at me that way? I only kissed him, Moiraine. Have you kissed a pretty man since young Cormanus the night before you left for the tower? Well, it's been as long for me, too. And Cal is very pretty." "That is all very well," Moiraine said briskly. Light. How long since she had thought of Cormanus? He had been beautiful. Surprisingly, learning that Moiraine had approached Lan upset Swan more than Marian's appearance. "Skin me and salt me if you don't take idiot risks, Moiraine. A man who claims the throne of a dead country is 9 kinds of fool. He could be flapping his tongue about you right this minute to anybody who'll bloody listen. If Marian learns you're having her watched, burn me." "He is many kinds of fool, Swan, but I do not think he ever flaps his tongue. Besides, You cannot win if you will not risk a copper, as you always tell me your father used to say. We have no choice but to take risks. With Marian here, time may be running out. You must reach the Lady Ines as quickly as you can." "I'll do what I can," Swan muttered, and stalked out, squaring her shoulders as if for a struggle. But she was smoothing her skirt over her hips, too. Moiraine hoped matters were not going to proceed beyond kissing. Swan's business if it did, but that sort of thing was foolish, especially with a footman. Night had long since fallen, and she was trying to read by lamplight when Swan returned. Moiraine set her book aside. She'd been staring at the same page for the past hour. This time Swan did have news, delivered while digging through her woolen dresses and shifts. For one thing, she had been approached on her way back to Moiraine's rooms by a grisly old stork, who asked if she was Suki, then told her Marian had spent almost the entire day with Prince Briss before retiring to her apartments for the night. No clue there to anything. More importantly, Swan had been able to bring up Rahine in casual conversation with Cal. The footman had not been with the Lady Ines when the boy was born, but he did know the day. One day after the Aiel began their retreat from Tar Valon. Moiraine and Swan shared a long look over that. One day after Gitara Moroso had made her foretelling of the dragon's rebirth and dropped dead from the shock of it. Dawn over the mountain, and born during the 10 days before that sudden thaw. "Anyway," Swan went on, beginning to make a bundle of clothes and stockings, "I led Cal to believe I'd been dismissed from your service for spilling wine on your dress, and he's offered me a bed with the Lady Ines's servants. He thinks he might be able to get me a place with his lady." She snorted with amusement, then caught Moiraine's eyes, and snorted again, more roughly. "It isn't his bloody bed, Moiraine. And if it was, well, he has a gentle manner and the prettiest brown eyes you've ever seen. One of these days you're going to find yourself ready to do more than dream about some man, and I hope I'm there to see it." "Do not talk nonsense," Moiraine told her. The task in front of them was too important to spare thoughts for men, in the way Swan meant at least. Marian had spent all day with Briss, without going near Lady Ines? One of Tamra's chosen or Black Ajah, that made no sense, and it went beyond credibility to believe Marian was not one or the other. She was missing something, and that worried her. What she did not know could kill her. Worse, it could kill the dragon reborn in his cradle.